banks, insurance companies, B2B platform providers, and other digital solution providers. The sole purpose of this initiative is to connecting SMEs with all these platforms so that SMEs can leverage technology for enhancing their business. So I request Mr. Indranil Dotto, Co-Chairperson, Manufacturing and MSME Committee, and CEO, Datre Corporation, to kindly come to the dais. I now request Shri Aditya Kumar Sinha, Director, CDAC, Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India, to kindly, sir, please take your seat. Ms. Riddhi Gupta, Head of Strategy and Alliances in Voice Smart. I request her to kindly come to the dais. Ms. Anuradha Manna, Secretary, Pension and Group Marketing, LIC of India. Please come to the dais. Mr. Vikramjit Sen, Chief Operating Officer of L&T Sufin, is joining us virtually. Mr. Sen, you are most welcome. Mr. Arpan Nangia, Country Head of Sales, Commercial Banking, Global Liquidity and Cash Management, HSBC Bank. Mr. Nangia is also joining us virtually. Mr. Arjun Pasi, Vice President, Business Development and Upscale of Credible. Mr. Pasi, as is traveling from Mumbai, he will be joining us very shortly. May I now request Mr. Indranil Dotto to kindly deliver the opening address, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great privilege for us having you all at the Bengal Chamber Fintech and Credit Expo. We have amongst us today experts from leading fintech, banks, insurances, B2B platforms, and different digital solutions. Firstly, I would like to elaborate on our objective of organizing a fintech and credit expo. Today, we are mainly focusing to connect digital solutions for businesses. Recently, we have conducted research among the SMEs. The research findings show that the major hurdles SMEs are facing mainly hurdles in accessing the working capital flow, hurdles in connecting the market opportunity, and of course, the disruption in the supply chain. From today's platform, we shall try to understand how SMEs may leverage the fintech platforms for supporting their working cash flow, ease the process of managing a business by using automation, less documentation, effective lending, expense tracking and invoicing, usage of various tools through a range of fintech products and services. According to a recent study by the Consortium of Indian Associations, 88% of 81,000 MSMEs surveyed have not availed any of the government packages declared during the recent times for not able to fulfill the strict qualifying criteria. Another survey by the local circles specifies that 59% of the MSME startups most probably has either shut down, sold themselves, or scaled down for the pandemic effect. It's a matter of fact, and it's a great worry of concern, that 13 lakh crore is estimated current MSME outstanding. A challenge is to find the innovative ways to unlock this huge money to improve the velocity of circular economy. It is found that the enhancement of 25% productivity can be achieved through faster payments. I understand that it is very important for businesses to become part of the global value chains. Exploring newer markets is one of the keys for sustainability of today's business. We shall try to understand from the experts who are present here from the leading B2B platforms that how these platforms may be leveraged by the businesses for enhancing overall growth. Digitization of the processes is crucial, and I feel that every business, be it small or big, needs to digitize its processes to the maximum scale. However, this process may involve good amount of investment. I hope the solution providers would also address this issue today. Insurance is another sector which has a great implication for today's business. My personal belief is that the debate surrounding employment can be settled through quick, reasonable actions in activating the MSME, which are the best bet to solve India's perennial problem of inclusive growth through quick business recovery and also helping to solve employment syndrome through faster and higher human connects. Throughout the day, we will listen to the distinguished speakers who are here with us, opportunity to interact with the experts and try our best to leverage the solutions to addressing the hurdles that we all face today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Datta. Now we request Shri Aditya Kumar Sinha, Director and Center Head, Center of Development for Advanced Computing, CDAC. Mr. Sinha, he has 20 years of experience in providing strategic and operational leadership. So we request Mr. Sinha, and we hope that from his speech we'll get the guideline how to use these platforms. Please, sir.
Thank you. Good morning to all of you. Dignitaries on the dais, off the dais. I am privileged today to be here and amongst the leaders in the finance domain. And I consider myself a non-finance person. I am from the technology background. I know a little bit of technology. And that is why we are here, because the days have come that we are into the kind of converging era where different domains knowledge is converged into the and creating a little different value for the citizen, for the people, for the country, for the world. This decade particularly is basically lot of things, lot of changes are happening around. You just look around, lot of things are happening. Lot of changes are happening, disruptions are happening. Any field you choose, lot of disruptions are happening in those fields. And these disruptions are for the good. For the good in the sense, it is at least creating a sustainability, at least creating an inclusive environment, the equity, the equality, the justice, bringing justice to the system, that we are witnessing over the period of time. And that's how things are happening, how these things are happening, how these things we are able to realize, how we are able to readdress the issues which were there earlier, and defining the new terms and technologies and the ways and processes, practices to define the way we are doing earlier, now how we are going to do next. This is a time where we have many different people, multiple generations are there. We call them millennials, baby boomers, or something like the Gen Z, Gen X, Gen Y. All those are living together. Similarly in the organizations also. They are the organizations which has born after 2000. They are the digital native organizations. And we have the traditional organizations, particularly in the finance domain, where we have things are there since very, very long. Money has been talked about since years, since decades, since centuries. And now we are trying to imbibe the kind of, technical assets, technical aspects into those kind of financial domains. That we call it digital transformation, where we have converging the technology and the what you call the financial domain, or any sector for that sake, whether it's agriculture, whether it's a health sector, there's a digital transformation happening. And that's why I had chosen my topic today for digital transformation to democratize financial services. I know all of you are expert in those domains. My perspective would be a little different. My perspective would be coming from the one technology background and a little bit of a futurist thinking mindset. Why it is so? Because I'm the part of the number of communities around the world where we are thinking how we have to bring the digital system, or how we have to operate in the digital age. So that is the area on which I operate. And I generally have a kind of, technology developments are also happening into those areas. Not only in the financial domain, we are into the multiple domains, maybe the agriculture, maybe the healthcare, the education technology is another area which we are intervening. This is my talk today on this particular topic. What we can see that when we talk about digital transformation, what does it mean? It is basically a state of mind. It's not about technology. It's actually a state of mind, which empowers people, the culture of the organizations, and the behavior of the people. We have seen also, once the mobile phone has come into the picture, and how our behavior has changed. The level of concentrations has gone. How we are continuously interacting with the mobile phones. And the concentration of mobile phone is huge, huge. In India, if you can talk about, we have almost 1.2 billion mobile phones are available. Almost 60-70% are the smartphones. So how to leverage that technology which is there in our hand, powerful technology which is there in our hand, how to use that. We also have to have digital fitness for the world. How we can have a digital fitness, how can we make ourselves fit for the current scenarios. Then we want to have kind of thing like, we also have heard about a term called VUCA. I understand that everybody would be understanding about the VUCA world. The world is changing very fast. The things have become very complex. VUCA means volatile, uncertain, then complex and ambiguous. The world has become like that. The way we used to do the operations, the way we traditionally we used to do the things may not be applicable today. We have to operate in a different way and into the technology-induced manner. And that's why we are talking about the digital transformation today. And every business, whatever, wherever, in whichever places, is going through the disruptive phases. So we are there to talk about such kind of things. First thing I would like to just touch upon what is digitization or what is the digital transformation. Three terms very commonly used, and there are mix-up kind of things. One is the digitization. Digitization is basically something which you convert the analog into the digital format. Like you have a scanned document, or earlier the manual for certain product was there in the paper form, now it is in the soft form. That is basically digitization. Digitalization is basically the process. You are like we started reading newspaper on the net. That is digitalization basically. And the main essence is now is basically digital transformation. You transforming the process, the thinking, The way we used to do the business, that needs to be transformed exactly. And that is the help of the technologies. And transformation is for the purpose to focus on the citizen. If we are the government entities, for the businesses, it is focuses on the customer side. So these are some of the aspects which comes under the digital transformation. And I am going to talk about the digital transformation particularly on the financial domain. So this transformation, what it is bringing to the table? It is bringing to the table everything is getting transformed. You name the kind of business, name the aspects, everywhere it is getting transformed. Being a education, being a healthcare, drug delivery, surgery, being a transportations, being a marketing, life is getting changed. Longevity, we are talking about longevity, and with the longevity, you can say now the people are saying that after 10 years, the average age will be 90 years. Then we have to also see that where we can have 2 jobs, like after completing the retirement, where you have to go. Is there an opportunity after 60 as well? So these are some of the futuristic aspect that is there into the system that we have to talk about, and that is all going to the transformational phase. And the major impact or major aspect which is for this transformation is basically the technology. A beautiful one of the Stanford futurist, Otto, has designed a beautiful theory called Theory U for the transformation. Theories talk about, you will see the left-hand side is whatever the knowledge, understandings are there to download of that. You have to look on those aspects, the processes with a fresh eyes. And from the sense, what could be the next goal, what can be the next change we can make it happen. And then we can crystallize it and prototyping it and further implement it. So we have to look the things with the open mind, with the open heart and open will. We have to have willingness to change ourselves. So these are some of the aspects which is coming to when you talk about the transformation or the change. Similar things happening with the financial services. Take one example of the banking. Banking, we have the traditional banking institutions. They have a threat from the digital natives. Those who are the small institutions born after 2000, internet organizations, or we call it algorithmic organizations, or we call it math organizations. The platform-based system. They are giving threat to the traditional banking system. Are you agree on that? This is the kind of situations what we are facing. They claim on the personalized customer experience. They understand the customer well. They understand the customer better than what customer himself understands that. That is the kind of area. Use a lot of data, analysis of data, AI-enabled data. So those kind of things they are utilizing. They are using RPA, robotic process automations basically. There are some of the fixed process, step-by-step jobs that can be automated using the RPA, then cognitive technologies, AI. In fact, I was attending a seminar. They are talking about the use of quantum computer in the financial domain. There are certain hard problems in the financial domain which can be addressed to the quantum computers. So these are some of the areas people are working on that, but the goal is now shifted towards the technologies company. All FANG, all the major players, FANG, F stands for Facebook, A stands for Apple, Amazon, N stands for Netflix, and G for Google. All major players, these major algorithmic companies are now intervening into the financial domain and bringing the challenge for the traditional institutions. Data science has been widely used, whether data platform, whether it's pipelining the data, channeling the data kind of things. taking the data from different sources, harmonizing those data, the quality of data, those are the various aspects which is coming to the system. Similar kind of things is happening on the digital payment. You have witnessed during this COVID time how the kind of inclusiveness has come to the system. The people, the Rediwala, they are not using this digital platform. Now everybody is using the digital platform. So these are the aspects which is coming to the picture. So this kind of platform is offering you the digital, one is a global payment flows, all the regulations. You can pay from one place to another place. Boundaries are not there. That is another aspect. They also monetize the data, bringing the data-driven intelligence and all into the system. So these are some of the aspects which is coming to the digital payment system. So all these aspects we'll talk about, the intervention of technology in the financial domain has been coined, a term has been coined for that, is called fintech. And it basically involves technologies, information technology to transform the way that finances are being done in global markets, developing countries, and across startups and tech firms. This is the fintech, what we're talking about, and I think the theme of this today's program is also the fintech and the credits. So it's very aptly, the financial domain has been addressed by the technological person, and fintech has come up to have a more inclusiveness in the society. This is the one definition just have been coined. It's basically applied finance service, offering the financial products, services, and new processes and new business model. It's talking about a new business model. Thinking has been shifted from the traditional way of thinking in the banking or the other aspect, wealth management. It has been shifted to the technology-enhanced aspects. And the use of, intensive use of the internet, the cloud services, the metadata, and the mobile. Mobile is actually taking the front seat as far as technologies are concerned, and taking it further on the fintech domain. Some of the technologies, I just mentioned it here, which has been there for the blockchain, might be aware of that because we have one session, we talk about the blockchain as well. So some of the fintech interventions are there. One is peer-to-peer or marketplace lending platforms. That is one aspect which has been now become very popular. The equity how you're gathering is crowdfunding source, a platform, crowdfunding platforms are there through you're gathering the equities. Robo-advisors for any financial decisions, you have to have a robotics or the automated advisor system is there. Virtual currencies, very popular, is coming up like a lot of who and cry around the world about the virtual currencies. That has already been there. Online payment account, particularly in India, has become very popular. And we are the two countries which is taking lead into that particular thing is basically China and India. I'll just talk about the China case. China is very, very different. India, things are very, very different. China is very structured, but India is not so structured. But the willingness is there, government push is there, and under Digital India, things are taking the shape very well. So we are moving forward into that particular stream. These are some of the subdomains where fintech is addressing, whether it's a capital market, wealth management, or personal finance, or cryptocurrencies, payment and money transfer, insurance, real estate. All the places we have the fintech is applicable, and fintech is addressing the sectors. When I talk about the government perspective, government perspective is we have a program, Digital India, and recently Prime Minister has also shown that how impactful that program is. A lot of financial activities are happening from the government side also, and it is now on the fintech platform. All direct benefit transfers, all those things are now coming under the jurisdiction of the fintech and all. Then we have, and they say that you have to have all the people should come to join up the financial institutions. That is kind of objective given to the people from the government of India side. We also have to have incentivize consumers and merchants to adopt digital payments. That anyways, various schemes are coming up. Then we have to have one thing is basically adopt the various standards. I'll talk about the various standards that is very much required for the financial domain. So that is there. Can grow their lending business by under. So those who are not able to take the loans or those who are part of a lending business, how to make that particular cluster bigger and bigger. That is another object of the government of India. And there was a kind of gap in the MSME coming and asking for the loan or trying to use the financial institutions for their growth. How to make them inclusive so that they can get the benefit of that. Those are some of the objectives from the government of India side, and they are working towards that. Vision has been very clear. A lot of documents has been circulated. You go to Niti Aayog site, you'll have a lot of documents there. And another one is that these are the concern areas from the government. If the government is intervening in the financial domain, these are some of the areas with the consumer protections, privacy, and I think it's there for everybody. Anti-money laundering, terrorism financing, cyber security, tax evasion, fair lending. So these are the areas where the government of India is working towards. They are trying to have a kind of regulations around. Where China is ahead of us, I just told you, China has made it very, very structured. What we are seeing here on this screen, China has a clear-cut plan, guidelines, document, policies, and processes in place. And that's why a little bit ahead from us. But we are still into the kind of stage of creating those documents, those guidelines, policies. But hopefully it will be there in the next couple of years. So I belong to the organization called Center for Development of Advanced Computing, which is coming under the Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India. And basically it has been established with the mandate given by Government of India to create supercomputer for India when US had denied computers to India. And it wanted to have for the weather forecasting. So we have been established in 1988. And then onwards we have taken up anything and everything into the IT domain, any research into the IT domain, and we are supporting Government of India to working on that. Recently we have formulated mission mode programs to operate on the exascale computing mission. We need to have a very, very high computing power is required in years to come. So we have to exascale computing microprocessors. We are creating our own microprocessors. Because if you can, how many of you understand or not, but even if the computers are not on the internet, data can be leaked. So its only solution is that can have our indigenous microprocessors and all. So we are working on that. We have Vega series of processors we have made. Quantum computing is another area where world is competing with each other, because quantum is kind of an enormous computing facility, even much bigger than what we have in the supercomputers and all. AI in language computing missions, any Indian language you see on any platform is CTEC is into that. And Internet of Things, applied computing, all those areas we have been crafted the mission mode programs and all. We are working on that. And one of the area is basically the fintech domain. We are not directly into the fintech domain. We are designing the technologies behind the fintech domain, whether e-sign, whether it's a blockchain-based solutions and all. We are defining the like India blockchain. We are the kind of taking the lead to define the India blockchain. If any fintech organization has to come to that platform, then you have to utilize the blockchain developed by CDAC. These are some of the alignment with the national mission we have as a part of the Atmanirbhar Bharat. As I said that blockchain, the India strategy, we are already into that. We are doing that and supporting the fintech, development of fintech in this particular country in a big way. We have been introduced a number of technologies not directly related with the fintech, but the supporting, the technology which is going to support in the future to the fintech initiatives and all. So that's all from my side, and I hope that the day which go along, and we have another presentation on cyber security side, So they were talking about how to protect this fintech on the cybersecurity
Recording
side.
in progress.
We also have one thing is that in order to promote, the major hurdle of this particular fintech domain is the manpower, the developed manpower. So government of India has mandated us, and at CDAC we have created a course, 900 hours program, from scratch to expert level program called postgraduate diploma in fintech and blockchain development. So that is basically to intervene in this fintech domain and give the industry the expert manpower who can be readily deployed on the solution building. So that is our initiative on this fintech side. Thank you. Thank you for patient learning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shri Aditya Kumar Sinha. Now we go to Ms. Riddhi Gupta. We know that, that there are a lot of talks about trade platforms. So from Ms. Riddhi Gupta, who is the Head of Strategy and Alliances of Invoice Smart, from her we will try to understand how these trade platforms may be leveraged for enhancing businesses of SMEs. Ms. Gupta, please.
Thank you. Firstly, thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. And thank you, Mr. Datta, for setting the theme so beautifully. And Mr. Sinha for talking about digital transformation and how technology is mixing so beautifully with financial services. I'm going to spend the next 10 to 15 minutes to talk about something which is very close to my heart. That is essentially about TREDS, which is Trade Receivable Discounting System, and how in the last 5 years that has brought about more financial inclusion in MSMEs. So we all know and are aware of the fact that India is one of the world's fastest growing economies. We are today boasting of the fact that we are the 5th largest, and we have a very vibrant business landscape. I personally feel that at the center of that vibrant business landscape lies the MSMEs, the 55 to 60 million micro, small and medium enterprises that we are talking about today. Essentially, they employ more Indians than I think any other sector except agriculture. And in the last decade or so, they must have nearly contributed 1/3 to the GDP. While this is very impressive, if we look at it from the global perspective, MSME's contribution in India to India's GDP is nearly 10% lower than that in the US, and nearly 23% lower than what we see in China. What does that essentially mean? That essentially means that there is enough opportunity for us today to ensure that our MSMEs grow into an even more powerful engine. While we are all aware of the fact that MSMEs are heterogeneous, they are very different from one another, but there are certain set of common challenges. And I would like to maybe speak about some of these challenges. Something around inadequate market linkages, around lack of infrastructure, lack of managerial expertise, competencies, and obsolete technology. But over the last 5 years in my career, I have seen that there are a lot of organizations which have developed which aim to address and solve some of these problems. And I'd like to take some examples here. So if we think about GEM, which is the government e-marketplace, it is actually trying to solve the problem of inadequate market linkages for MSMEs. When we talk about the India Stack, which is possibly the largest public digital infrastructure in the country today, it is trying to solve problems around paperless, cashless delivery in the country. There are a lot of organizations today which have come up which service MSMEs around compliance issues, regulatory issues. There are a lot of entities which have come around which even provide CFO services. So they look at solving a lot of managerial competency issues that MSMEs may face, right? Similar to that, we have TREDS, and setting up of TREDS basically solves two twin problems. One, around the delayed payment issue, which a lot of MSMEs face in the country today. And the second is easy access of finance. So some of the pain points I feel towards inadequate finance to MSMEs is around the fact that there is, the processes are too lengthy, there is blurrity in terms of timeline, there is high interest cost, we don't have enough physical branches in the financial services market, and we've yet not matured into alternative ways to reach out to these MSMEs. But here I personally feel that the answer to a lot of this problem is the TREDS exchanges. So, just to talk about the fact that some of these pain points, which I spoke about previously, have actually compelled a lot of MSMEs to look at the informal sources of finance, even if that means high interest cost. But digital lending platforms like TREDS, which is a trade receivable discounting system, have some inherent advantages which solve some of these pain points. So if you look at the graph that I've tried to put on the left side, I have tried to look at cost on one scale, and I've tried to look at easy access of finance on the other side. So when you look at money lenders, which is right towards the bottom of the quadrant, yes, finance is easily available to MSMEs, but that is at tremendously high cost. We have another segment of financial services providers, which are the NBFCs, where we actually see that, yes, access of finance is there for the MSMEs, but that again comes at a high cost. We then have PSU banks, we have the banking channel. So the banking channel is also looking at a lot of MSMEs, but they usually look at the cream segment of the MSMEs. So a lot of down the order MSMEs, their needs are not addressed. So what has really happened is that there is a digital financing models which have come up in the last 5 years, including TREDS, which not only provide easy access of working capital finance, but they also provide that finance at a cost which is easier for an MSME to absorb. So an MSME is actually leveraging the credit profile of the buyer to get the kind of financing rate it gets in the market today on platforms like TREDS. So if you look at the digital lending ecosystem and how the entire digital lending ecosystem is disrupting, BCG actually says that it is expecting this market to treble to about $350 billion by 2023. And I personally feel that with more digital capability improvement, by more connectivity, by more technology innovation, technology disruption that is going to happen in the next few years in this space, what does it mean for the financial sector? For the financial sector, it actually means that there will be lesser information asymmetry. There will be lesser credit risk for financial sector. And that essentially means more financial inclusion for MSMEs. So with the thought process that I spoke earlier about delayed payment issue and the ease of working capital finance, somewhere in 2008, the Financial Sector Reform Committee first spoke about both these issues. And in about the year 2013, the then governor spoke about the need of having a first electronic bill factoring exchange in the country. So in 2014, RBI actually came up with draft guidelines and then final guidelines around TREDS. There were 3 entities which were licensed out, in principle licenses. I come from InvoiceMart, A.Trust Limited, which is one of the largest TREDS exchanges in the country today. We are a JV between Axis Bank and M Junction. We were formed in 2016. There was platform development. And then we opened up to participants in the year 2017. What essentially is TREDS? TREDS is actually a key institutional mechanism which facilitates working capital finance for MSMEs. So if I have to be in a very layman language, I will say it's an online marketplace which is connecting buyers. These could be corporates, these could be CPSCs, PSUs, and MSME sellers to a pool of financiers on the single platform. These pool of financiers today are banks, NBFC factors, and now with the recent modification that has happened in the Factoring Regulation Act, we also have NBFCs coming onto the platform. What does this essentially mean? This means that today it enables conversion of trade receivables of MSMEs into liquid funds, and that is in under 24 hours. TREDS is governed by RBI under the PSS Act of 2007. It also adheres to KYC, AML, CFT, PMLA guidelines as any other regulated entity. To leave you all with this thought that in the last 5 years that TREDS has been on operation, it has financed close to 1 lakh crore in terms of financing, and it has touched the lives of 35,000 plus MSMEs. So that's where the TREDS platform is kind of headed. Essentially, if I have to spend the next 2 to 3 minutes to talk about the InvoiceSmart platform, we're the largest platform in the country. We're a JV between Axis and M Junction. When I call ourselves largest, it's largest because we have financed close to 37,000 crore plus in terms of financing. We're also largest in terms of the volume that has gone through the platform, and that is 12.5 lakh invoices. And what is most important here is that 65% of that financing that has happened through this platform has happened in the micro and small enterprise segment, which is hardly where we see any financing happening in the formal finance medium. We're also a very lean organization, and we're basically a technology-driven organization. So we've touched nearly 650 cities across 2,500 PIN codes with only, say, about 100 employees. So that's what, as Mr. Sinha was talking, the merge between technology and financial services brings to the people. So I'll leave all of you all with the thought that TRED is picking up momentum. And the aim of InvoiceSmart is to ensure in the next couple of years the benefit of TREDS percolates to each and every MSME in the country. So that's pretty much from me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Riddhi. Actually, it was a very enlightening speech, and I would request you, I request InvoiceSmart to handhold our SMEs so that, they can leverage, they can use this digital financing model which you spoke about, and if you work with them and handhold them, because handholding is very, very important. So I request from our committee and from the Bengal Chamber of Commerce to take initiative so that this hand-holding process may be started. Thank you, Riddhi.
Thank you so much. We have another session which my colleagues will be taking. We'll be detailing out more about InvoiceSmart and how MSMEs can be benefited. So I'll be happy if people have more questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Riddhi. Now, when working with SMEs, we have seen that insurance, which is another important sector while doing the business. So today we have with us Ms. Anuradha Manna, Secretary of Pension and Group Marketing, LIC India. Ms. Manna, please.
I don't need anything. In the words of Ralph Waldo Emerson, do not go where the path may lead. Go instead where there is no path and leave a trail. The year was 1956, just a bright sunny day of September like today. The date was the 1st. The nation builders decided upon the fate and course of insurance in India. The Life Insurance Corporation of India was born with amalgamation of over 256 insurance companies and provident societies. the Parliament of India had passed the Life Insurance Act of India that nationalized the insurance industry in India. Now 66 years hence, the year is 2022, Life Insurance Corporation of India is ranked 98th on the Fortune Global 500 list, undoubtedly the highest amongst all Indian companies. With a revenue of $97 billion US dollars and a profit of $550 million US dollars, inconsequential of the fact that the insurance behemoth no longer enjoys a monopoly and plies with 24 life insurance counterparts. Dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen attending Fintech and Credit Expo 2022, a very good morning to all of you and a hearty welcome to today's session. Firstly, allow me to thank BCC&I Kolkata for organizing this August meet as a congregation of the industrial luminaries and upcoming startups. Let me thank you on behalf of LIC of India for allowing us to be a part of the spectacle and providing us a platform to showcase our group insurance products. Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry has been pivotal in visualizing and implementing some of the most developments and legislations that have been instrumental in opening new vistas in the domain of industrial development. BCCI, with almost 200 years of involvement since 1853, has enriched in the fields of manufacturing and MSME, trade fairs, trade promotions, information technology, finance, banking, economic affairs, etc., to name a few. Life Insurance Corporation of India has been a pioneering name in the field of insurance. To start with, an icon symbolizing life insurance, until the diversification era was ushered in along with the lines of contemporary industrial revolutionary trends. LIC currently has excelled in the fields of information technology, international business in 14 countries, fund management and group insurance, along with its subsidiaries in mutual funds, housing finance, banking and commerce, to name a few. The group insurance vertical, which I represent today, has a wide repertoire and its immediate applications are apt for the industry as a whole, be it the leaders in the industry or the MSMEs or the startups. Today, I would like to discuss a few range of our products which would be very beneficial for the startups and the MSCs who are joining us today. We have for us, before I tell you about the products itself, I would like to tell you that, the MSCs and the startups which all of you represent, the main challenge I think today, is to bring the talented people to you, the talented pool to you, because all the good people, all the brains generally go look for the top shots, the top companies. So the first challenge for you is to bring the talent pool to your company, and the second challenge is to retain the brains in your company. So the group products which I'm going to showcase, which I'm going to talk about just now, just a few of the array of products which we have, I think these are the employee benefits which will help you in the retention of your talent pool in your companies, especially the small companies which are going to become very big one day. So we have the group gratuity scheme, which ensures easy compliance to the statutory payments criteria as per Gratuity Act. Since this is a statutory requirement, any MSME or any startup which has more than 10 employees, as a statutory act, by the statutory act, they will have to provide gratuity to their employees. So any registered company will be having to extend this benefit to their employees. The cost of gratuity funding for each year is arrived and funded during the year. The tax benefits are availed regularly year after year, as contributions are treated as business expenses. So this particular scheme not only helps you to retain your employees, it is also a very good tax evading or tax benefiting scheme for all of you. The interest earned on the trust funds is also tax-free. So LIC offers the fund management for such gratuity schemes where there will be a trust on your side who will be funding with LIC, and these funds, my friends, need not be provided in 1 year alone. You can stretch it out or amortize it over a period of years also. We again have the group superannuation scheme, which is ideal for defined benefit and defined contribution schemes. The defined benefit, where the benefit is defined for your employees when they retire, and the defined contribution scheme, where the employer need not contribute. You may or may not contribute. So it may be totally contributory from the salary of the employees. The income tax benefits for superannuation scheme is also enjoyed both by the employees and the employer. We have the group leave encashment scheme, where the yearly calculation and funding of leave encashment facility has the added benefit of insurance protection. Even for the gratuity scheme, my friends, when you are investing a fund with LIC in gratuity, your employees also have the added benefit of insurance, built-in insurance with the gratuity. So that if one of the employees has early death, say within 5 years or 6 years of employment, then also he will receive a gratuity which is at par with the person who will be retiring at age 60 or 58. So it's a very, very good way of retaining your employee over the long run. We again have the group term insurance schemes, which form the backbone of the insurance coverage in India. I think these group insurance schemes, my friends, are very, very important for all the business organizations of India, whether it be the big companies or it be the small MSMEs or startups. We have the 1-year group term insurance for coverage of employer-employee groups. The employer gives us the data of the employees, and Life Insurance Corporation, for a very subsidized rate of premium, they will be offering insurance coverage to the group. The benefits are that if a person, your employee, goes out to get a conventional insurance, he may have to pay a bigger amount, a greater amount of premium. But when he comes as part of a group, then the premium rates are very much subsidized. So he can enjoy insurance at subsidized rates, which either the company or the employee may be giving to paying for the premium. The premium may be paid both by the employer or the employee. The one more use for these MSMEs which we have is a credit protection from unfortunate death of loanee applicable for banks, cooperatives. We have a lot of MSMEs who have been financing loans to a lot of self-help groups also. So as a insurance against these loans, you can also have an insurance from life insurance. This is also offered as a group loan. It is called a credit protection loan, where in the case of death of the loanee, Life Insurance Corporation covers the loan, and it also covers an additional insurance for the family of the loanee. So this is called the group credit protection plan. We also have a group insurance in lieu of the EDLI. So instead of the EDLI Act, you know, it came in 1976. So LIC offers a credit protection group insurance also in lieu of EDLI. Here coverage is provided as per the norms of Government of India. Again, we have insurance covering the group housing loans, loans for motor vehicles, personal loans, or any conceivable loan which the company may be paying out to its employees. In this context, it will be worthwhile to mention that the group insurance vertical of Life Insurance Corporation boasts of a vast fund and diverse investment options. Some of the last year's statistics speak for themselves. I'm talking about the year which we ended on March 22. The group insurance vertical amassed a huge number of schemes, which is around 36,270. The new business premium income only for the group insurance, group business part of life insurance was around 1,44,000 crores. The total premium income in crores was around 1,50,000 crores. And the total policy benefits, what I mean is the claims which we paid out to our group business partners was in the tune of 1,16,000 crores. The total existing group fund size at present with the Life Insurance Corporation of India is 8,52,000 crores. So that is where we invite you to come and join us for this group business, because when your funds might be small, you might be a very small company. Your funds for gratuity, your funds for pension, your funds for leave encashment may be very small funds. But when you are investing your funds with LIC, your small fund is joining this huge corpus of 8,50,000 crores. So that you do not have to worry about the investments, how you're going to invest, how your fund is going to grow, and whether your fund will be stable and secure when the time comes for payout to your employees. So just, to buy this security, to stability, the liquidity of your funds, in case the MSME wants to wind up one fine day. In case of a problem, a financial problem, or maybe there's a merger. So maybe your MSME just wants to wind up on a fine day. And on a single day, you have to pay out to all your employees. You have to pay their gratuity. If you have provided for their pension, you have to pay it. And in case you have provided for the leave encashment, you also have to pay it. So at that time, friends, it's very important for you to be a part of a giant behemoth like LIC. So that in a single day, LIC has the capability to make as much payout as you will be requiring within a notice of 24 hours. And it has happened. It has happened during COVID. A lot of small companies, had to tone down or had to wind up. And LIC has kept its word. All the companies which had funded with us and which had to wind up during the COVID, has all the employees, they got their dues on the actual day when they had to take the forced retirement. So that is the advantage why we have come to you today. All the big companies of India, all the banks, all the nationalized banks, all the IT companies, all the PSUs, all the ports, they are all with us. All the gratuity funds, all their leave encashment funds, all their superannuation funds, all their group insurance benefits, they are all with us. Why we have come to you today? Because your need, my friends, is much, much greater. At this juncture, you have just started out. And we are living in a country which is so much promoting small businessmen and small MSCs. And LIC, as part of our social activities, we also believe in hand-holding you so that you can provide so many benefits, so much advantages to your employees so that not a single employee thinks twice before joining your company, and they will think twice before they want to leave you to join a bigger company, because you will be giving them the same benefits which a bigger company is going to promise them. About the growth of funds, just to inflict the confidence in you, I would like to tell you, just 17 to 18 years ago, 2004-05, this group business funds were to the tune of around 40,000 crores. And today, as we stand in 21-22, at the end of 22, I just now told you the funds have multiplied to the tune of nearly 8,25,000 crores. So friends, in a span of 18 years, there is a growth of 1800%. In a span of 18 years, there is a growth of 1800%, which just shows, this is just to tell you, that when you come to LIC, you are with a giant. You are with such a big corporation, you're with such a big company, that no longer will you be considered a small MSC or a small company. Because when a big company like LIC, a company which has been listed in the Fortune for the first time in the top 100, when that company holds your hands, my friends, then your MSC will never, never again see failure. Another thing which I would like to inform you, that we invest, because the question which is often comes to us is, to LIC group business, is our rates of interest, why your rates of interest maybe are 30 basis points or 10 basis points or 5 basis points less than our competitors. Often we have to face this in the open market. Today, I would like to tell you something. When the responsibility is big, when the corpus is as large as 8 lakh crores, then we also are responsible. We have a social responsibility, we have a moral responsibility to keep that fund intact and to keep it growing. That is why we invest a large number, nearly 60 to 70%, we are investing in the government bonds. So we do put our stake into equities, we do put our stake into the money market, we do a lot of investments in short-term investments also, but because that money is not our money, group business funds, the funds belong to you people. It is not our funds. So we are very, very careful about investing those funds. On a concluding note, we are emboldened by the sheer fact that LIC has always played the atlas to shoulder the economy whenever it has been required by the government. The Columbus to venture new business, the Edison in the darkest hours, and the Darwin to advance its own genesis and course. We welcome every MSME and every company present here to be part of this voyage in search of the silver lining behind the clouds with the Life Insurance Corporation of India. It is worthwhile to sign off with the words of Eleanor Roosevelt. The future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. Good luck to each and every person who has attended today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anuradha. Very, very convincing, truly convincing. Thank you so much. And you mentioned about Insurance Act, and the Chamber played a pivotal role in this, the act you mentioned, the Insurance Act. The Bengal Chamber played a very, it played a pivotal role in that. Yeah. So now we when Mr. Datta spoke about the research that we conducted, and while doing the research, we found that one of the biggest challenges for SMEs is connecting to market, exploring the global market, and definitely to be part of global value chains. So, we also have B2B, the companies which provide B2B platforms. We have with us L&T Sufin, and Mr. Bikramjit Sen, Chief Operating Officer of L&T Sufin. He will be joining us. Now he is joining us virtually, and he will explain how we can, leverage these B2B platforms for enhancing business, for exploring market, and also becoming part of global value chains. I believe Mr. Sen is with us. Yeah, Mr. Sen, yes. Please, you are most welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me clearly.
Yeah, you are audible, Mr. Sen.
Thank you. So let me, start by wishing all participants in this very august gathering a very good morning. I also want to thank, BCCI for organizing this event and giving L&T Sufin and a lot of other participants the opportunity to present their perspectives. Thank you to Mr. Datta for setting out the context for this morning's deliberations, and Mr. Sinha for sharing his perspective on the various initiatives of the Government of India. A big thank you to all my co-participant speakers here, for sharing their perspective. I think every day you learn something new. And for me also, it has been a learning experience this morning, as I really got to know a lot of new things that I heard from my co-speakers here this morning. So to start with, if you can, is this slides visible? Has it already started? I can't see the slides actually. So can we go to the first? Yeah, thank you very much. So today, I'm going to spend about this next 12 to 15 minutes, actually talking about the opportunities of scaling, through e-commerce, which is, available to MSMEs. COVID actually in 1920 taught us a very important lesson that, sales cannot really always be done physically. Sometimes, we learn things the hard way. And I believe that learning is something that I would like to share, with the participants here. We've been through this journey for the past 2 years. And I do believe that some of those learnings now, even though COVID hopefully will not be such a big factor in all our lives in the coming months and years, but I think those learnings still stay with us, and it would be, I think, great benefit to every SME and every corporate, to see some of those learnings, how we can actually translate and build upon it in the coming years. So if you could go to the next slide, please. So L&T Sufin started its operations just about 5 months back in March 2022. But we've been actually, working on this platform for the past couple of years. So L&T Sufin is a B2B e-commerce platform, primarily geared towards the SMEs and ensuring them, and allowing them market access to customers who they otherwise would not have been able to reach out to. So the platform is basically based on 4 very basic constructs. One is basically product and price discovery. It's important for any e-commerce platform to be able to provide its participants, depending whether you're a buyer or a seller, either market access or availability of products and competitive prices. So that's one of the first things that the platform kind of brings to the table. We are also an integrated platform which provides end-to-end solutions in terms of providing the ability to pay for your transaction, and we also provide logistics and financing support, which is really important, especially in the SME context. And I'll actually talk about these 2 specific pillars of the platform a little more in detail in the coming slides. Can we go to the next slide, please? So starting, what are the real pain points for the MSMEs? Now, in the last 2 years, we have, talked to thousands of MSMEs, across all points, and all parts of India. And what I'm showing here and what we are putting up here are what is a kind of a collated or summarized feedback, that we've actually got from the MSME sector. And essentially, just go back to the previous slide, please. The previous slide, please. Yeah, thanks. So the key challenges, which the MSMEs, typically face, as I said, is the lack of channel to get a wider market access. Most of the MSMEs, typically what we've seen, is very active in a specific region in which they operate. While they have excellent products, they have excellent processes, but they are not in a position to make these big investments in marketing teams and sales teams. And even though they have a great product, they're not always able to access the national markets or even the global markets. So wider market access is clearly a very big challenge for MSMEs. And essentially the second point, access to large buyers, is also a really a big challenge, because many of the big buyers don't know MSMEs, and consequently they face these challenges in order to grow their business. The other big thing that we actually saw is essentially a lack of trust between operators in platforms, because in a normal physical world, people kind of know each other, they kind of interact with each other, and that's how business is done. But in an e-commerce platform, when you're trying to do things digitally, especially when the order values are higher, there is a perceived lack of trust between the participants. And how do you bridge that trust? And that is really important to be able to do so if you really want to scale up the businesses. So clearly, those are kind of some of these challenges, that we've been seeing. Getting credit is another big challenge, and that I think, is a bit of a no-brainer. Everybody knows that MSMEs historically have faced challenges in getting credit. And how do you kind of help and ensure that for the right customer, their case is presented to the right lender so they have the best possible opportunity of getting credit? And the last point, of course, is logistics. Many MSMEs today have a challenge in providing logistics services, especially if the service has to be provided to distances far away from their area of business. Large logistics companies typically don't want to engage with small MSMEs unless they have long-term contracts, or they are very expensive. They offer their service at a very high markup, which makes it unviable for MSMEs to take their services. So these are some of the pain points that we've seen. And Sufin, L&T Sufin, has basically built their entire business model in trying to actually address these pain points. And can we go to the next slide, please? So before we go about the value proposition and how we are addressing these pain points, just as a quick check, today the platform is active in about 45 product categories, and we'll show you which are the categories that we are actually active on. We have about almost 2.7 lakh SKUs, which are the SKUs that sellers have uploaded in our system, which are available for purchase by the buyers. We have about 29,000 sellers on the platform. And we also, a majority of the sellers are also buyers on the platform. Plus, we also have about 4,000 to 5,000 unique buyers on the platform who actually have come to the platform only for buying. So we've now been, in about 4 months' time, this ecosystem has actually, from the time we launched, this ecosystem has come about. So as you would have perceived and understood, that this has really kind of scaled up quite well. But this is just the beginning of the journey. And we really expect that in the coming months, and years, as more and more SMEs see value on this platform, these numbers are going to actually increase manyfold. Please go to the next slide, please. So this is just to give a sense as to what are the, sectors that the platform operates in. So SMEs from all of these sectors, have already enrolled on this platform, and we welcome more and more SMEs, to come onto this platform who are actually active in any of these, 45 product categories. As you can see that these 45 product categories pretty much cover a majority of the product categories in which SMEs are today active in, and which covers products which actually can be bought online. Because one of the things that we have also been very conscious of is that we want to actually offer those categories and offer SMEs, the opportunity where buyers are willing to buy products online. If it is a very customized product, or if it's a very, very large, high value product, or it is a very fabricated kind of product, then those products sometimes, may not be suitable for, buying and selling on the platform. But there is this whole world of products which are very standardized products, which, typically, people are comfortable buying online. And we have tried to cover as many of those products as possible in the first 5 months. And this will keep on going up in the coming months and years. The next slide, please. So just to give you a sense as to how this looks like, and this is how the MSMEs are actually placing their products on our platform. So this is basically, an MSME, who's actually, selling a safety shoe on our product. This is how it looks like on the platform. The MSME is in full control. All the specifications that you see are actually taken from the MSMEs. The MSMEs have the ability to put up whatever specification they actually need to, to market their products on the platform, and the product actually supports that in a very streamlined fashion. The next slide, please. I'll give you one more example. This is actually an angle grinder. This was basically a dealer and a distributor of Bosch who has been onboarded onto our platform. And as you can see, again, the full details have, are hosted on the platform, making it very easy for the buyer actually to make a purchase decision on this platform. The next slide, please. Coming now to, so I started off by saying what are the pain points, of the SMEs that we had actually looked at. Now, we are actually now going to talk about some of the value propositions, and as you will see that many of these value propositions are directly addressing those pain points. In this, platform, the first thing that we actually offer and which is unique is the ability to, float a request for quote. Now, this is very different from what you would actually see in a normal B2C platform, like, the platforms, the large platforms that you have today. There you simply go, place an order, make a payment, and actually buy the product. Now, while we do offer that facility also to our customers, but we do understand and appreciate that a business-to-business purchase sometimes is far more complicated. You have a lot of specifications, you want to negotiate, you want to maybe put up some specific requirement, you might want to discuss about warranties, you might want to talk about quality. So all of those are important for a B2B purchase, and this is where our request for quotation module actually comes in, and which gives full flexibility to the buyers and sellers to interact with each other so that there is no misunderstanding in terms of when you are actually buying a product and what the seller is actually providing to you. And this has really been very well appreciated by the market, and we regularly get feedback, as to how useful this is and how it kind of helps the buyer and seller to basically come to an understanding and agreement when they buy something on the platform. The second value proposition is working capital, and again, I'll talk a little bit more about this, but we today provide a variety of solutions which includes unsecured, very hard for MSMEs to get in the market, because most of the funding that in the market that is available is secured funding, where you have to give collaterals, you have to give properties, you have to give various kinds of securities. But we provide unsecured funding through our partners. Again, I want to make it clear that we are not funding ourselves, but we have these tie-ups with a large number of NBFCs and banks, and through them we offer these unsecured funding, overdraft, invoice discounting, equipment financing, and so on and so forth. The value add that we bring here is that we are able to match the profile of the customers with the requirements of the lenders, so that when a customer is actually asking for a loan, the chances, the probability of a successful sanction is much higher. Similarly, we are offering distributor financing. Wherever you have distributor and a supply chain which works with you, either vendors or distributors, we offer that financing. And we also offer a verification and trust seal, to certain buyers and sellers when they ask for it, which again brings that confidence that these are people, who actually are to be trusted and with whom you can do business, because in online transactions, this is a very important factor. And finally, logistics and payment gateway. This is something that we again have tie-ups with a variety of logistics partners. And because L&T Sufin has done these tie-ups, we are able to negotiate rates, we are able to negotiate certain kind of volume commitments, based on which we are able to get certain better rates, which we pass on to the MSME so that they get benefit from these rates, which otherwise, if they were to directly negotiate with these companies, it would be very difficult for them. Next slide, please. So this is just a quick snapshot. I won't spend too much time on this. This is a page that you can actually, where you want to place a bulk purchase for an RFQ. This is how the page looks like, and just to give you a little flavor of that. The next slide, please. And this is actually when you don't want to do a complicated RFQ. You simply want to have an experience like you have today in the large e-com sites in India. Like the Amazons and the Flipkarts of the world. So this is what we call quick purchase. You can simply go and identify the product, pay the money, and actually order the product. We offer both of these facilities on the platform. The next slide, please. On the financing solution, as I said, talking a little bit more about it. The products, working capital facility, channel finance, invoice discounting. So these are typically all the products that SMEs typically look for when they're looking for financing. And they are, the terms are quite attractive. The turnaround time is very fast because we have those, processes set up with our financing partners. And essentially, I think the most important thing, as I said, and I'll once again reiterate that, the ability, to actually forward these applications to the right partners is actually what kind of sets us apart, from the other platforms, and also, from the SMEs, approaching them themselves, because the gamut of finances is very wide, and each of them typically address certain set of customers, and it is our kind of, expertise that we have built, that we can actually direct the right customer to the right financier. Just the next slide now. Similarly, I think on the logistics side, I'll just end this by saying that the logistics also, we have a similar approach. It is not basically a single approach. Depending on the SME's requirement, we are able to provide a full truckload service or a part truckload service, or sometimes if you're doing a very small shipment within a small geographic area, we can provide an express courier service also for small shipments. So this entire gamut is there. It's basically like a menu card. Depending on what you want, where you fit in, who is your buyer, we are able to actually customize and provide the service which is appropriate. So that's, I think, has been the endeavor of L&T Sufin, and I'll end by saying that this is just a beginning of the journey. We are very, very focused and receptive to feedback from SMEs. We do not want to build anything, because we think this is useful and we think this is good. We always build things which we believe what the market wants. So if there is a need in the market, if we perceive a need coming in from SMEs, let's be assured that we will actually be working on that to make that, that requirement actually be fulfilled. So that has been the DNA of L&T Sufin, and we will continue to kind of work in that fashion and hopefully add value and make the life of the SMEs a little more streamlined and a little more little less painful with some of the challenges that they face today. With that, I conclude, and thanks, once again for giving L&T Sufin this opportunity to present some of the work that we've been doing with the SMEs.
Thank you, Mr. Bikramjit Sen. We definitely request for L&T Sufin's hand-holding and support so that our SME stakeholders can explore and can leverage your platform, especially for connecting market, exploring global market, and to be part of global value chains. Thank you once again, Mr. Sen. Now we have Mr. Orpon Nangia, Country Head of Sales, Commercial Banking, Global Liquidity and Cash Management of HSBC Bank. Mr. Nangia is attending us virtually, and he will tell us how the bank is also using the fintech platform and making it easier to access the credit, which is a hurdle for SMEs. Mr. Nangia, please.
Yeah, thank you. And good morning, everyone. I hope I am audible. Yeah, hi.
Yeah, Mr. Nangia, you were both visible and audible. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so I would like to start by welcoming all the government delegates and the industry participants in today's event. It is a great honor for us at HSBC to partner with the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry for the first ever FinTech and Credit Expo. We at HSBC are very excited to be part of this ecosystem, which is evolving very rapidly. Now, FinTech has had a significant impact on the global financial services industry over the last decade. India is actually recognized as a strong FinTech hub globally. And as the Indian entrepreneurial landscape continues to evolve, more FinTech use cases led businesses are getting developed and more investors are actually backing these businesses. Now, the promising Indian FinTech market is expected to reach close to $1 trillion in AUM and $200 billion in revenue by 2030 as per a report by EY. Now, in 2021, actually the funding in the FinTech industry actually jumped by 3 times. Now, this growth has been driven by an organic and collaborative ecosystem, which is being supported by the key government initiatives. Now, India Stack and Innovation by FinTech Hub are powered by the financial inclusion drive which is being driven in the country. The account aggregator framework, which was launched by RBI, has further catalyzed the evolution of the online lending ecosystem. Just last month in August, RBI again came out with new guidelines which prescribe that the funding should be done directly by the lender to the end customer. This now allows the banks to play even more proactive role in this space. Now, we at HSBC believe in partnering with fintechs to deliver enhanced value to our customers. HSBC in India is a full service proposition bank, which basically means that we have both the retail bank as well as the corporate bank in India. And we have exactly the similar model in Kolkata as well. We are present in 14 cities across India and provide full spectrum of services covering the personal banking customers, SMEs, multinationals, mid-market customers, and large corporate customers. Apart from the bank, we also have various other entities in India, which are shared services centers, software entity, insurance joint venture, asset management company. And we actually employ over 35,000 people in India. So India is an extremely important market for us. It's a strategic market for us, and we are very committed to this market. Now, also as of last year, HSBC India was the third largest profit contributor within the group globally. Now, for our corporate customers, we support them through various lending products and our technology-led transaction banking platform, HSBC Net, which enables the customers to make electronic payments and do seamless reconciliation of receivables. Now, we work with a variety of clients across sectors. We not only bank customers in the traditional sectors like manufacturing and services, but we are very focused on startups and new age tech companies. In fact, earlier this year, we made an announcement that HSBC India would lend $250 million to startups. Now, over the last 3 years, we have actually built a very large portfolio of startups with whom we work very closely. And we now bank a number of unicorns as well, which is a testament to our capabilities and focus in this segment, which spreads across both in terms of lending as well as our transaction banking capabilities. Now, one of the key requirements for the customers in SME and startups is working capital. There are several ways in which one can address this. You could avail working capital loan in various forms through a financial institution. And one of the key modes which is becoming increasingly popular and acceptable is corporate cards. You can actually do vendor payments through corporate cards and use it like a medium to provide working capital. To provide this solution, we actually partner with a fintech. And my colleague Nimit will be talking about this in more detail a little later in the day. Now, apart from availing financing, a corporate can also optimize their working capital by adopting certain digital receivable reconciliation solutions, which enables the corporate to not only realize and collect the money faster, but also reconcile it at a counterparty level or at an invoice level. Actually, the money travels faster, but the information travels much more slowly than that. And hence, there are a lot of solutions which we as a bank can work with our clients to provide them with speedy information which can go back and help them with these solutions. With this, I would like to once again thank the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry for taking this initiative, which is a fantastic platform for sharing knowledge. I sincerely hope that it is a fruitful day for all the delegates and all of us walk away with some new ideas on how to further collaborate and grow on our respective businesses. Thank you.
Mr. Nangia, thank you very much. And at the same time, I would like to request you to request you that your bank, if your bank interacts more closely with our SME members and take some initiatives so that the challenge they face of the flow of working capital. So I would like to request you to see that so that our SME members get the support from your esteemed bank in solving these working capital challenges. Thank you, Mr. Nangia.
No, absolutely. We look forward to that. Thanks.
Now we have Mr. Arjun Pasi, Vice President, Business Development Upskill from Credible. And Mr. Pasi will also tell us about working capital solutions by leveraging technology. Mr. Pasi, please.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this session. I want to thank BCC&I, the Bengal Chamber, for inviting us and giving us this podium to talk about our experiences in this industry. I want to welcome also the delegation on the pod who've actually given us a lot of information. So while this is the last session of this side, I've been listening to all the information that has been given. So just to quickly summarize, if that's okay, I think our delegates have, of course, covered the whole environment in terms of where is the need. They've spoken about how the ecosystems are coming together, not only from technology point of view, but also from traditional banks, new age banks, NMCs, SMEs like yourself, trying new technology and trying to move towards more seamless processes. So the whole ecosystem today is clearly moving towards how we can digitalize this. But where does it start from? I represent a company, Credible, which is a fintech. And coming from that space, I will like to just share a couple of views. They don't have my PPT for some reason, but I hope this is more interactive and I can, gauge some more. Credible is a 5 to 6 year old technology infrastructure company which has been launched purely with the aim of helping SMEs with their working capital needs. We are an organization which works in 3 different spaces. One is we work with large enterprises where SMEs like yourself, is it there? It's Credible. Okay, we got the PPT. So we come to these numbers, but so Credible is someone which works with top big entities and enterprises where SMEs like yourselves are connected. Now, in today's world, like my colleague Ms. Gupta was also talking about, that today the credit availability might be there, but how are you approaching it? Where are you going to go? Locally, you might have some banks or NBFC, but how do we kind of collaborate it together in a more seamless way so that you have the best offering and the best seamless journey towards it? This is where digitalization come in. So Credible works with a lot of entities today, and they're both into invoice discounting and PO discounting. But how do we help them? Credible or companies like Credible, if we talk about the fintech space, are trying to work at the gap issues, that where is the issue? Is it in terms of the information coming from SMEs? Is it in terms of how that information is going to a financial institution? What can we built? Is it only a relationship, or correct technology can be built to kind of give an advantage to all three, the SME, the financial institution, as well as the entity which is there. So one of the businesses that Credible works in is entity business, where we work with top entities and kind of help fund their supply chain. And we have created a whole technology for that, where SMEs can actually log in, put their invoices, and if it's approved by a financial institution, they get funded. Now, from a logic perspective, it looks clear, bro. From a technology, this is happening real time. This is one of the examples. Another example is where we're working with financial institutions for SMEs which are not backed by an entity. Now, for an SME like yourself, you must be working, for example, with an e-commerce firm. But your business with an e-commerce firm might be slightly limited. But your need for a working capital is bigger. So while some part of it can be covered through an entity model, another part comes through an open model. That is where, another product of ours, which is Upscales, which comes through and say that, hey, we have connections with around 30 odd banks, and we help SMEs to apply through that in a seamless journey and get credit. So this is coming from one part of it, is that how do we leverage it? But what is the need towards today which SME has? I've just spoken about credit. But somewhere we have, through our experience of 5 to 6 years, working with more than 2 lakh SMEs, working with more than 30 odd financial institutions, and as well as 150 entities, we have realized that is credit the only issue that an SME is facing? According to us, there are a couple of ways where the SMEs require support, especially from a fintech. Second, we also had information about trade. Trade is very important. Now, I might have money, but I also want to do business. Where can I connect with other SMEs? Where can I connect with large entities who I can do business with? While these two are always playing on an SME's mind, we believe there is a third front that has to be looked at. That third front is business intelligence. Today, we understand that the SME's focus is on building business. Can we make good business? Can we expand our business? Can we do profitable business? But at the same time, a very important aspect sometimes is missed is how are you looking at your business? What kind of softwares, what kind of programs are you using to see your business? Are my collections coming on time? Are my purchases reports fine? How are my cash flow looking at? I know that I require cash or require credit. When do I require credit? How much do I require credit? Am I actually gauging this part at the last minute and then running around? So I think business intelligence is very important, and this is where Credible is launched Upscale, which is a growth app which actually takes care of all these three parts. And we say that the business intelligence part comes as the foremost. Today, you as an SME can use this program, and we have created a technology connector which connects with Tally or other ERP system and clearly creates a dashboard which helps you look at your business in a very different way. It helps you make payments, it helps you send reminders for collections, and it gives you a lot of MISs where, as a business owner, it's very important to you to look at, which helps you make efficient decision making. This then moves towards credit. How are we improving the whole credit journey? We have created, so we are a tech firm first, so we want to call ourselves TechFin rather than FinTech, coming from there. We have created a two-step journey which allows the SMEs to come online, give certain details, but we, through a technology platform with a consent base, take information from the customer, do proper verification and filtration, and then give that customer the right financial institutes. So it's not a marketplace where you'll see different offers coming to it. I think the most important point here is for an SME that within the right time, can I get offers from different financial institutions through one attempt? This is what we provide from a credit perspective. As at the same time, the right product is important. Today, what we are doing, our analytical team, our credit team is growing through each and every customer profile, through consent-driven, and seeing what product is right for them. Is an SID or a sales invoice discountant will work better? Or an OD will work better? Then, when a product has been chosen, it goes to the right financial institution. An NBFC ROI rates would be different than a bank. So who's checking that my profile as an SME is best suited for a bank or an NBFC? Sending it there. How many times have we all seen as business owners that we are trying, putting our application at different financial institutions getting rejected? So I think from a leveraging technology perspective, while tech can be built in, there has to be built intelligence within that tech. That how do we filter in such a way that in back end, within minutes, it's happening and an SME is going with the right product to the right financial institution so that the probability of you getting approved and getting funds is there. So it's an whole ecosystem that we at Credible have created, and we believe that this as an application which holds all three units are important. The third unit, which we discussed about, was trade. So we are coming out also with a platform where SMEs can connect with each other, verify those businesses who you want to deal with, and then do business. So through that one application, you can actually work through across, where you're looking at your business very clearly through reports, very clearly through different tools. You'll be able to collect money better, you'll be able to make transfers better, and you see your business better. You can then, when you know that there is cash crunch or you're looking at credit, you move toward the credit product. Build two-step journey through these matches. We have around 20 odd financial institutions in a pure API format. We are integrated with them, and that helps them lower their cost as well, which helps them give better ROIs to it. And the third front is trade. So this is where Credible is helping SMEs like yourself to build a better business. So we call it the growth app. And when we call it growth app, if we take care of all these things for an SME, I think it gives a good start towards it. Leveraging technology as a topic is very, very important here, as we've been able to build such business intelligence and technology to help smoothen this end-to-end journey. Credible today works with close to around 2.5 lakh SMEs like yourself. We help build around transaction around 3,000 crores of credit that is going through the platform, and we work with close to around 150 entities. So this is where we wanted to just introduce, but I hope there'll be more discussions happening on the technology front later. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pasi. Actually, it's really interesting to know that everything can be done using this business intelligence application. So as we have started this process, connecting SMEs with all these digital solutions, we are indeed looking forward to the assistance of companies like yours and all other companies which are participating today, so that our SME stakeholders in true sense can leverage the technology and enhance their business in such a trying time. Thank you. Now we will move to the next session. The session is actually, where the speakers will talk about the solution for, working capital. and how like a sustainable cash flow may be ensured. So we will just change over, we'll just take 2 minutes of time for changing over and for going to the next session. So before we go to the next session, we thank all the speakers, all the distinguished speakers of the inaugural session, and we hope to work closer with your companies. Now we will shift to the next session. The next session is, as I mentioned, during the next 1 hour, we will mainly discuss about the solution for working capital and how this sustainable cash flow may be maintained. The session will be moderated by Mr. Indranil Dotto, who is the co-chairperson of Manufacturing and MSME Committee of Bengal Chamber, and who is also the CEO of Datre Corporation Limited. I now request Mr. Mithilesh Jha, Region Head of Invoice Smart, to kindly come to the dais for the technical session. I also request Mr. Nimit Desai, Senior Vice President, Business Development Upscale of Credible. I request Mr. Nimit Desai, Senior Vice President and Product Head of Corporate Cards of HSBC Bank. Mr. Arjun Pasi will be there in the session again, who is the Vice President, Business Development Upscale Credible. And Mr. Krishnendu Bhandari, Senior Manager, CPC Commercial, Bank of Maharashtra. Now I request Mr. Indranil Dotto to kindly commence the session. And you may also see us live in Facebook and YouTube.
Hello.
Good afternoon all. Hope we had a wonderful session starting today. And now to continue with our session regarding the working capital management for the MSME. That's a buzzword in today's context basically. And we have set the tone in the morning towards this direction, and we have heard beautiful things from different perspectives, representations from across the country. And going forward, we now continue with our next session. Solution for the working capital, ensuring sustainability cash flow. We have speakers, starting with Mr. Jha, Mithilesh Jha, Regional Head Invoice Smart. We have heard on the Invoice Smart earlier, and the presentation on receivable discounting on trade platform. I begin with sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Indrajit, and welcome all of you. I am Mithilesh from Invoice Smart. Basically, Riddhi has already give you a brief introduction about the trades, and I am here to explain how our platform is working and how we can connect our buyer, seller, and financer in single platform. So this is basically a new concept. Trade receivable discounting is a dream project of our government, Government of India and RBI. Basically, this trades is coming from the Nephin model, which is very much concepted by our erstwhile last governor, Raghuram Rajan. So basically, this is a Nephin model. And in this model, we are, the concept of RBI is that RBI is looking for the one single platform where all the discounting things are there. We all are, so many bankers are here. There is a lot of development in liability side of banking industry, but in credit side, for last few years, we are changing a bit. So digital platform is one of the model where we can connect more and more coverage, more and more facility to our MSME. And trades is basically for MSME only. At present, the discounting of their bills for MSME only. Sooner and later, it will also goes for non-MSME and other parts is also there. So we know the Indian economy, how dependent we are in MSME. So 31% of India GDP is based off MSME only. And out of this, 33% total manufacturing unit and 45% of exports are there. So the reason of this facility, why this is there, so there are a lot of constraint, reason and solutions. So constraint are there, MSME are a lack of adequate timely finance, their cost of borrowing is very high, and their ability to convert their receivable to liquid fund and their reduce their working capital cycle is necessary for them. So this is the main constraint for MSME. Another is a high risk reason. Their high risk perception is there, inadequate collateral is there, and weak negotiation skill. So due to this reason, trades is come. Trades is aim to resolve the constraint of leverage, the strong credit strength of corporate customer of MSME, and it is powerful tool to improve their financial health of MSME in our country. So trade is basically joint initiative of Government of India and RBI, and this is an institutional mechanism to facilitate the MSME for multiple financer on one bidding platform, online bidding platform, where rate of interest mechanism is there, and we are discovering the rate of interest, and MSME get their funds in lower rate of interest. So the basic aim of this trades platform is to connect the buyer, seller, and financer in a single platform. So there are in our trades platform, we bilaterally we onboard the buyers. The definition of buyer here is the company whose turnover is more than 250 crore comes under buyer category. The MSME seller, as you know, from the last MSME Act, below 2050 crore, any company which is below 2050 crores turnover comes under MSME, and third participant is financer. So for financer here, bank, NBFC and factoring company are also a small bank, private banks comes under MSME financer segment. So as you know, our company, Riddhi has already briefed, is one of the largest trade platforms, out of 3 platforms in our country. We are the largest in terms of throughput, in terms of coverage, in terms of participants, and in terms of our digital journey. Basically, this company is a joint venture of Axis Bank and Metal Junction. Axis Bank, you know, the third largest bank of private bank in our country. And Metal Junction is a joint venture of Tata Steel and SAIL, 50% joint venture of Tata Steel and SAIL. So at present, our presence in Bengal, we have already 2,000 more MSME has already registered in our platform, and they are transaction, there are 96 all India buyers across pan India. We are also onboarding our 2,200 MSME. They are on pipeline from different buyers. At present, in East Bengal, 105 corporate buyers are already onboarded in our platform in all steel sectors, FMCG, beverage, metal, and retail etc. All major public sector in Bengal, like SAIL, Durgapur, Burnpur, both SAIL plant is with us. West Bengal Electricity Distribution Company and Transmission Company, Garden Shipbuilder, Baman Lorry, Bengal Chemical, Hindustan Copper, all major PSUs are also with us. And few others PSU are under pipeline, which is also there. Coal India is also with us. So there are pool of 48 financer, and these pools are, InvoiceMart is a preferred platform in this in all the financer. At present, since inception, we have done more than 37,000 crore, and there are 37,000 crore invoices we have already discounted, and the percentage of overdue and NPA is very less, negligible, I think. So as you know, the basic micro, small, and definition of MSME, micro is already turnover with 5 crores. Below turnover of 5 crores comes under micro. Turnover below 50 crores comes up in a small, and more than 50 crores to up to 250 crores comes under medium category. So this is already notified by Government of India on 26/6/2020. Now traders are also included in MSME category, so trader can also discount their bills. Simply, we take the Udyam certificates for registered any MSME. So Udyam is mandatory for registration as a MSME in our platform. So there are two product offering. One is a factoring and another is a reverse factoring. So first of all, we simply onboard you as a MSME vendor as a in our platform as a seller. Once you register in our seller, if you register in our seller in our platform as a seller, then you can discount your bills for any company which is already registered with us. So like if you registered as a seller, if in like SAIL Durgapur, if you are registered as a seller, your GRDC is there, Tata Steel is there. So if you are registered as a seller in our platform, you can discount their bills. So in this factoring concept, what is happening? Suppose you have uploaded their bills in our platform, that bills will goes to the buyer as a corporate for accepting their bills. Once the corporate accept your bills, it goes to the pool of financer. And once financer give the bids, here the rate, our rate of interest is bidding. It is a bidding platform, and there is a lot of rate of interest mechanism is there. So suppose if you are a supplier of Tata Steel or SAIL or any GRDC, any company, suppose you upload your bills of suppose 1 lakh rupees. That bill goes to the company for acceptance. Once the company acceptance, immediately it goes to the financer hub, and there is a bidding start their bidding. So there is a huge rate of interest, low rate of interest is there, and once you accept that invoices, our work is started. What we did, we simply collect that money from financer account and deduct their interest and give back to financer, and balance amount give to you only. So once and after the due date, we simply collect the finance amount from financer and give to the finance bank who is already bidding their bill. So this is the factoring cases where you are taking the interest. Basic difference of factoring is here, ki interest is borne by you, and there is no recourse to you. You do not have, as a SME, you do not have any recourse. Recourse is with corporate only. So you do not have any recourse. Simply you upload your invoice, interest is borne by you, and you simply out. And at the due date, We take the amount from the buyers and give to the bank. So that is there. It is a 100% collateral-free facility for you. And this is the priority sector lending for financer also. Another product here, another product is a reverse factoring, where the interest will be borne by the buyer. So some private company are taking the uploading your invoice here and give the take the discounting facility here and give the payment to you. So there are two products. One is a factoring, another is a reverse factoring. How this trade platform InvoiceMart will help you? It is a quick here. First of all, your quick payment system is there. You can take your fund within 48 hours, maximum 48 hours. So if you are uploading the bill today, tomorrow you can get your discounting amount. There is no loan liability to you. There is no collateral involved here. Price discovery is there. You can reduce your working capital burden here. You can reduce your working capital fund here. Easy documentation. This is a one-time documentation for onboarding in our platform. And once there is no collateral facility for you, and you receive your payment on time. So this is the major benefit for you. How to onboard and registration in our platform? The simple way. First step, you have to log in our InvoiceMart platform. This is online and offline. Both the models are there. You can log in our InvoiceMart platform. Choose the option, a basic option as a buyer or seller. Upload your KYC. Upload your Udyam certificate online. Provide your bank details and cancel checks there. Third step is there. E-payment of your fee. There is a small fee is there. And e-signing of master agreement facility is also there. You can sign there your agreement from there only. So here what happened? We have a bilateral relationship between buyer, seller and financer. So there is no tripartite agreement. Tripartite agreement is there. You have to register in our platform. So there one master agreement is there. So in that master agreement between you and platform is there. So e-signing of master agreement facility is also there. General term and condition. And fourth step, if you are a sole proprietor, we go for VKYC. And if you are a private limited or partnership firm, then we go for visit of our employee will visit your place, collect all the documents and onboard you. So this is a simple process for onboarding. And once you onboard in our platform, you can access to all the buyers who are already onboarded in our platform. At present, more than 1130 buyers, PSU and buyers are already onboarded in our platform, and it is counting day by day. So you can access all those buyers. You can discount your bills for all those buyers. So this is the basic things. Any questions, any queries there? We are here. Our team is here. So we can give you all the queries from our side.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Jha. Actually, we have a question and answer session at the end of this this thing. Once we finish up with every speakers, so that time we will take all the questions from the audience, and then we will try to answer one by one. Otherwise, there will be a lot of common questions.
Thank you.
I think so. After the session. Yeah, thank you. On the next speaker is presentation on working capital improvement techniques by Mr. Nimit Desai. He's the Senior Vice President and Product Head Corporate Cards, HSBC Bank.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Datta. Just take a moment. Yeah. Okay. Yes. So we've been hearing a lot about fintechs today. So now there is a bank who is going to come and talk about why you should come to a bank also, apart from going to fintechs. The topic that we have chosen today to talk about is, we have working capital efficiency via corporate cards and the Reason why we are going to do that is we have all traditionally known the modes of financing that a corporate goes through. So it's whether an OD facility, it's a working capital facility, fund-based, non-fund-based, all of that. But one of the things that has been catching up very recently, or maybe say for the last 1 or 2 years, is funding via the cards program. And since this is one where a lot of technology is playing a role, I've decided that we should talk about funding via the cards programs that a bank has. To begin with, I would just spend some time on the bank. While HSBC per se needs no introduction, we are over 167 years present in the country. In terms of technology, we have been at the forefront, so we are not only known for the heritage buildings that we own in the country, but we also are quick and nimble in terms of adopting technology. So whether it was the first ATM in the country or doing the first transaction via blockchain between two corporates, HSBC has been the first in the forefront of adopting those technologies. Now going to what I previously mentioned about how funding can be done via corporate cards. The question that, there are a few questions of why corporate cards. Normally all of us use cards. Cards are always in, I know if I take a poll, everybody would have one card in their pocket right now. So what is so unique about the card? How will the funding be done through this card? So I would go ahead and present some data around this fund and then get into the solutions aspect of the cards programs. So in India, the overall spends on a card, today if you look at it, and these are all corporate cards. So a cards issued to a company. If you look at those numbers, they're staggering. We are at around $3 trillion in terms of card spends overall, and that number is going to go to up to 4.6 trillion by 2024. So overall, that is the kind of growth that we are seeing in cards, and these are all corporate spends that we are talking about here. Individually, if you would have seen, not too much of spends we see on the card, but when we put together the numbers, they are huge. And therefore, when corporates are going to spend this kind of money on via cards, why not look at it as a viable option itself for funding? If we further break up the spend data that we had seen, we are trying to look at a large company spend, a medium company spend, and an SME spend. So overall, if you look at the pie, the large companies are spending around 40%, and the rest is coming from middle and SME segment of the industry. The important part is that the spends which is coming on the large companies is actually growing by over 40%. So while it is 40% of the market share right now, it is growing quite fast. It's got a market share of 40%, and it's growing very fast. And this we are talking about corporates who are spending for all of their vendor payments. It's not just a swipe on a machine or an online payment. It's beyond that. If I further break up the spends for a corporate, I am looking at two segments. One is the T&E, the traditional travel and entertainment. And the second is the B2B purchases, where a business goes out and purchases for their own needs from another business. T&E per se would be the segment where all of us have it in our pocket. Today, when I'm traveling from Mumbai to Kolkata, I have stayed in a hotel, hired a car to come here. All of those spends are on behalf of the company and done via the corporate card given to me by the company. Essentially, why that card was given to me, what problem statements was it solving for us? So for any corporate, you need to have speed, convenience, control, and effectiveness when you kind of give an authority to an individual to spend or formulate a company policy. Cards by far are a part of company's overall payments policy that we have seen, and it offers a lot of speed and convenience. So today when I was checking out, traditionally, if I didn't have a card, either the corporate would have to make an arrangement or there is a credit line, and then there is a back-end reconciliation and all of that happening. All that activity is done away with when a plastic has been put into the pocket of an employee by the company. Essentially, if I were to put this thing on the screen, this is the efficiency which has come across by corporates adopting corporate cards. So there are overall some 10 to 11 steps, which could be reduced to 6 to 7 steps overall. This is not only in case of an employee, but it's a similar number also in case of a corporate to corporate payment or a B2B payment also. So immediately if you see that 30 to 40% of your steps are out, then that is automatically adding to the efficiency of a company. This is the number of time savings. So if you look, if I were doing a paper-based vis-a-vis the second diagram, if you look at the electronic payments, there is an overall 54% time savings if the same transaction, if it was paper-based and if it was an electronic one, through the card, you are able to save almost 54% of your time. So, so that is also adding to the efficiency of a company, and an employee's time is used far more effectively. So these are some of the numbers which when the research was conducted and they have come across. A lot of companies have also seen these numbers, and that's where the adoption has gone up. That's where in the previous 2 slides you have seen the spends on cards go up significantly. I would now go and talk about the corporate scenario, where the corporates use cards for the purchases, essentially dividing them into 2 parts, small purchases and the large purchases. Small purchases could be as small as your stationery expenses, and large purchases could be as large as buying coal, buying steel, buying any other raw material for a company. All of that could be carded in today's scenario. So we would talk about those and how do we go about that in detail in a few minutes from now. Some of the common scenarios out here where a card has been used very effectively. But before most of the data is on screen, I just wanted to take a rough poll. There are, this is SME, and there are companies who are SME and startups and also the large companies. If one were to look at the IT spend or the SaaS spend, software as a service spend, any idea, any guess as to what is the number of software a startup uses? Let's say startup 1 year down the line, what is the number of softwares that the startup uses? Any guess? Sorry? Somebody said a number? Any guess on the number of softwares used by a startup? Any number it could be. You can come out with whatever number that you think could be right. No one taking the guess? Yeah, please be louder. Yeah, you are right, but it's still higher. Yeah. Okay, so let me come out with that number. It's an 18. So an average startup company uses the software is 18. And when this startup moves up the chain, let's say it becomes an SME to a large company, what would be that number of softwares used? I can tell you it's more than 30, but what number more than 30 would be? Any guess? Close. So the number is 54 for a SME kind of a company. As it goes up, it goes to 100 plus. So that's the amount of softwares that are used by a company. And we don't know. As companies, we don't really know. It's just that when we really come to the table and there are some discussions happening, you realize the amount of investments that is done in buying technology. And why was I bringing up this number? Because many of the softwares can be purchased online. There is no need to kind of go ahead and put money on the table upfront when you could actually make that payment online. So whether it's buying AWS services or it is your Google payments or your LinkedIn payments or some other services, Jira payments, all of those could be carded. And why should you card it? You should card it because you get a working capital cycle here. You get a average credit period of 30 plus the payment due, which could be anywhere between 15 to 22 days extra for making the payment back to the bank. So you are looking at an average of 45 to 52 days of payment. Now you spend today, and you make payment after 52 days to the bank. So that's in straight away addition to your working capital cycle in terms of the number of days of credit available. If there is a company which is offering you already, let's say 30 days of credit and still accepts a card, you have 30 plus 52. That's additional working capital for you. So that's how this thing works. And we are increasingly seeing that the companies are now taking a stock, because these numbers are now going across. People are finding out, lot of, apart from IT companies, there are a lot of old economic companies which work on now new age softwares. And they are now realizing that, there's a lot of money input in terms of one-time purchase in AMCs and all of that activities, that how do you save money wherever possible. And a black swan event is never too far off. So, you had COVID, you have the Ukraine war, these events keep coming and going. So, you will need money at some point of time. While you are surplus today, you could be deficit tomorrow and surplus again the day after. So you need something which is nimble, fast, flexible, and available on the tap. So that's where the card typically comes and fits in. What we spoke about, I would want to kind of take you through some case studies as to how the card has been beneficial to the industry. These are some real case studies which have happened with some companies. We have an NBFC here. It's the largest NBFC in the country financing second-hand commercial vehicles. They have a monthly spends on insurance. Now, we all know that insurance companies are not really known to give you credit periods or credit days beyond probably 1 or 2 days odd if you are a big company. So how do you kind of help the company out managing those payments? The amount of, because it's one of the largest NBFCs, the amount of monies that is being spent by the company on insurance was humongous. It was in the tune of, we understand the language of lakhs and crores. So around 80 crores a month is the spend on insurance. That's the amount of money going out immediately upon sale. Now, what happens is that the segment in which they operate, which are their borrowers, are typically uneducated or little educated people. So they, while they know how to drive a truck and how to drive a commercial vehicle, make some money, but they are really not good at operating a smartphone or looking at websites, finding insurance, taking other covers which are necessary. So that's where the company steps in, the NBFC steps in and helps them take those covers. During the process of taking the covers, what was happening is the company is out of the funds today. The 80 crores is gone today. But the 80 crores will be recovered from the borrowers over a period of next 3 to 4 years in form of EMI. So it's not an upfront income back to them. So that would provide some amount of challenge in terms of money going out immediately and then it coming back to you over a period of time. Typically, how do you fund the insurance cost was the larger question. So that's where we stepped in, we kind of worked the solution. We said that if your company can accept cards, insurance companies, then that's a straight away addition of at least 30, 45 days to you in your working capital cycle. It did work out. So surprisingly for the company, 80 crores of payment every month goes through a card, either through a POS or through an online, depending upon the company, insurance company that they work with. All that payment is carded today. And this is just one use case where a corporate has adopted cards for payments. And again, because this became a company policy and it's a card, it is so easy to use. You receive an internal memo or the internal invoice about the amount of payment to be done, and then that just taps on the machine and the payment is done. So it became very easy to make those payments. Because the values were high, the security was also of immense importance for the company. So we did block the merchant category codes that were there on the card. So it could only be used for making insurance payments. If you go and try and buy some liquor at a shop, it's not going to work. So given that it's a large card with a large value, you need to have the security that can't be misused. And if you put certain blocks in place, it can effectively ensure the security of the card. So despite now a card being used by one person, but can only be used for insurance payment, the risk is fairly minimized for the company. And it's been operating very well for now, probably a couple of years now for us. So that's the first case study that we had. Second is on the variant of the cards. We have a lot of travel companies. I'm not sure if there are many travel companies today in the audience, but there are travel companies and they typically had issues facing reconciliation. So let's say when people are traveling and there are people with the same name traveling. Let's say there are two, Mr. Datta sitting here, so taking his name. So there are two Mr. Dattas traveling. For a company to identify which Datta was traveling when, where, it could be possible. Both of them are traveling to the same destination around the same period and a part of the same company. So then, if they are traveling, to assign the exact expense to that individual who has traveled to a particular location is a challenge for those companies. Again, the card adoption is there, but card per se, the plastic was not able to resolve this issue of identifying the reconciliation issue. So to understand that there is a plastic being used is one part of it. How does the plastic help you to reconcile is the other part of it. Efficiency is not coming only by using a card, but there is a whole lot of reconciliation which is going to happen after the expenditure has been made. And that is also an area where a company or a bank or whatever card service provider can step in and try and help ensure that the reconciliation happens smoothly and very efficiently. So the issue was that, how do we identify that? For most of our companies, we would all have employee IDs, right? We would all be identified by an employee ID. So whenever we write to someone, they ask for your employee ID. And that ID is unique to us. And that's the basis we are recognized. So can we do something similar for the payments which are being made to the travel agent, and travel agent further makes to hotels, to airlines, to taxi service providers, to all of them? And large issues come in when you are going international. So there is a lot of international travel happening. Travel is booming right now. As we speak, the growth, the numbers are back to the pre-COVID levels and are growing much faster than pre-COVID levels. And therefore, this issue is a burning issue for a lot of travel companies. So how will that come in and help it? So what we have done is we have created virtual cards. Virtual cards are very similar to an employee ID kind of a thing, which can be associated to an individual. A virtual card is can be also associated with a particular individual. So if it's Nimit Desai traveling, then there are two of them, I will have a unique card assigned to me. So now all my spends are going to happen only on this particular card. So if I'm traveling to the US, the card is loaded with funds for booking my hotel, my airline tickets, my taxi and my food and everything. This card has a pre-designed expiry date, can be blocked to the usage that is required. So if you say it can be only used at hotels, taxis and airlines, no other spend, then it can be done. If you say it could be used only between 8 p.m. and 7 a.m., then it can be done. If you say it can be used only in India, not outside, can be done. So it comes with a huge amount of flexibility which the corporate can do sitting in their offices. You don't really need to walk into a bank and say, now change the limit on the card, change the expiry date of the card, nothing. All of that happens sitting in the comfort of your own office. So that's how a virtual card, flexibility of a virtual card is. And importantly, it delivers the value add of ensuring your reconciliation is perfect. So in this case, when they kind of approached us, they had multiple vendors whom they had to make the payment. Then they also had multiple, they were at that point of time onboarding at least 500 customers. Now that number is over 5,000. But that's the kind of number of customers they were onboarding. And they had a team of 10 individuals only doing reconciliation because reconciliation had gone for a toss overall. So month on month, they had pending reconciliation. They were unable to give responses to their clients and the companies they were working with as to what is the amount due, what is the refund payable, what are the tax implications. All of that was pending for quite some time. With the virtual card coming in, all this went out because now the card was able to tell when the expense was made, whether it was made, not made. If the expiry of the card had to be changed, then it is yes, that card has to be changed. Only that card has to be changed, amount has to be changed. All of that were happening sitting in the company's office. And the immediate reports were being generated, transferred to the company, and reconciliation happening at the same point of time. Because the data feed would go back into their ERP, all of that was happening in real time for them. So that's the level of change that a card program with a virtual card, which is probably what the fintechs would call, AI or machine learning or what, I would not know the right word from a fintech perspective, but from a bank perspective, yes, this solution works and it has given massive benefit to them. They reduced the team from 10 to 2 for reconciliation. From 10 to 2, now those 8 people are doing treasury management because now they were surplus in funds and they know now what to do with funds. So the redeployment of resources more efficiently. So that's the kind of efficiency the virtual card was able to bring into our corporates. And now they're doing far higher volumes with still 2 resources for reconciliation. The third case study is in collaboration. What we have done is for fintech. As they say that if you can't beat them, join them. So as all banks are, we join hands with fintechs and work together. There was always a case for corporates to make payments beyond the traditional, the softwares that I spoke about earlier, or the travel expenses that we just discussed. The need for paying for raw materials was also immense. And this is where I go back to the earlier slides where 40% of the large cap companies dominates the payments market. That is the number which is coming from this kind of expenses being carded. So there is a company which is, in this case, is a pharma company. It was a digital platform. They started operating somewhere 2018-19 period. They were distributing medicines across in the region, in the southern region. Their model was pretty fine. They had medicinal distribution, plus they had a website or a platform where you could book appointments with various hospitals and you could work with them, fix appointments, make some payments, and go. The change which happened in COVID was the sudden pressure on the company of the volumes, because now everybody had to get tested and nobody had the funds, immediate upfront funds to pay. The earlier model said that you pay when you go to the hospital, or you used to get some time frame for making the payment. With this kind of scenario changing and the volumes increasing, there was a need from hospitals and other partners that you pay in advance, because even they had to buy raw materials in order to sustain that level of testing. The company was so far working on a credit cycle which the hospitals and the other labs were providing them. Now the situation was changing overnight. So how would you come up with a solution which could immediately solve for the problem? Fortunately, while they were working with us, we had given out some card limits. Now, benefit of a card limit is there is a card, there is a limit, but unlike any other working capital facility where you don't use it, even then you end up paying, here you don't end up paying if you don't use it. So there was a card with a limit available. What we kind of do was, we went ahead, we said, okay, you need to make these hospitals and labs, and they are not on any platform to accept your card. These are high value payments. All payments would be more than, let's say, 15-20 lakh of rupees in a single payment. Then how do we solve for it? So we said we'll go ahead and tie up with a fintech which would allow them to debit the card. So instead of a current account, a card is being debited now. So let's say if you're making a payment of, let's say, 100 crores, your card is getting debited instead of your current account, and the payment is now going out to all your vendors that you put across for payments or were scheduled for payment. So that's what we kind of thought, we kind of discussed with the company, it was brainstormed, and we brought in a fintech partner who would debit the card, and it operates in a very simple mechanism. So there is a net banking platform very similar to any net banking platform of a bank that you're using. Especially if anyone is using HSBC net banking platform, it's very similar to that. What would happen next would, the company would upload their vendor file on the platform, the standard vendor file with details of the vendor, bank details, amount, date, all of that. It happens on T-1, T being the date of transaction. T-1, the file is loaded on the platform and authorized as per the board resolution of the company. So there is that security also, that the payments is not being going out by in a fraudulent manner. It's the BR which is being replicated on the platform. Once that is done, the company receives, the fintech receives the file back, and then they verify the data for authenticity, and then the card is debited for the amount which is totaled in the file which was uploaded. Basis that amount being debited to the card, the payment is now sent out to all the vendors. So your current account remains as is, but your card gets debited because you had limits there, sitting there doing nothing. Now all of them are being utilized. Payment is being made to those hospitals and to the labs and all of that across the southern market. And the company was now out of the problem that it was facing of cash crunch, where they were unable to pay to their vendors on the due date or even before that. And this was all happening during COVID time, when all of us were sitting in our houses and doing it. So this all arrangement happened sitting in our homes, comfort of our homes, thanks to the technology that is now being able to allow us to do all of these activities. So, again, the benefits, I'm not going to reiterate the 52-day working capital benefits, etc., which are already there for the company. But it also helped the entire ecosystem out there, because anybody stopping that ecosystem then in that period of challenges would mean that the entire supply chain was getting blocked. So a patient trying to go and get himself tested at a lab, he might end up at the lab only to find that he can't get himself tested because the payment has not been done. See, it's a simple thing for a customer walking to the hospital and payment not being done. The entire ecosystem or the entire supply chain would have broken down had some solution not been put in place at that point in time. So this worked beautifully for them and still continues to be utilized by them because now the business has grown far too large because of this solution for them. So that's the three case studies that I had for all of you. There is just one more thing that I wanted to kind of talk about, is that we've solved as far as now about how do we make the payments, but we also need to solve from a treasurer's perspective, from a financial controller's perspective, the control and visibility aspect of it also. So while fintech is one case study, for rest everything else, we also have something called MI Vision, which is a tool where you could monitor and kind of control your spends overall. So right from putting a card application online, it's a paperless journey. You put an application online, the application gets vetted. If there are discrepancies, it goes back, comes back through the online platform. Card gets generated after that. And when it's generated, there is a systems administrator who could actually look at the card, change limits, order PIN, do a dashboard study. He can actually know that if he has 100 employees, which employees are spending the highest, which employees, or which are the spends which are the highest. Let's say if fuel is the highest spend, then that's the one which he can look at it and look at ways if it can be minimized or not. So various kind of analytics could be done using the MI Vision tool for the corporates. And that's largely what I wanted to kind of talk about. Thank you. Thank you for being patient with me.
Thank you, Mr. Desai. It's interesting to note that the card can also provide a working capital solution. Nice to hear that, sir. We'll like to know more about that in the future. And next is Mr. Arjun Pasi, Vice President Business Development, Upscale Credible. We have already heard him a few minutes back. So you're back on stage, sir. Presentation on the supply chain funding programs.
Thank you, sir. What all supply chain programs are there? I think it's better to just discuss it. I've listed it down while we were having sessions. I think the first one is what my first presentation we spoke about is where there is some kind of an entity where an SME is supplying or buying through in sales invoice discounting or PO financing. There are two sides of the business. This can be both with a comfort and without a comfort. So let me explain. So wherever the entity where, for example, an SME is selling to, where the sales invoice discounting becomes a part of it, if that entity, because they have to pay you back, there is a program that comes where they say that we'll give the comfort of that payment in any case, where the facilitation happens and there is a better ROI that brings to. So this is called the comfort portion where an entity is backing it. There can also be a place where, our other delegates had spoken about an open market where the comfort is not there, but because of your business as usual and the finances and other properties can be put in place where without comfort, a program is there which, banks and NBFCs do. Of course, the ROIs are different there. Because if there's a comfort coming from an entity, it helps banks and NBFC kind of hedge their risk, and it kind of moves slightly more, you can say, smoother, because the entity also provides other data such as, sales history and other relationships. So from an entity perspective, like we discussed, there is one which is comfort back and one which is where there is no comfort. But still, at the same time, if it's coming from an entity, an NBFC or a bank, which we go, of any financial institution, takes a bit of comfort that this supplier is working with this buyer, and so some kind of an algorithm works in terms of a virtual underwriting of the buyer, so that the program can be created. So this is coming from the entity, or we call it the anchor program. When it comes to open market, based on your own credentials, when you go to a financial institution, there are certain different programs that comes. Even financial institutions have started to look at data very differently. It's not only when it comes to CIBIL, there's a lot of GST now data that has started to kick in, and they have started to create programs for it. So we call it surrogates, they call it special program. When we say surrogates, it's based on certain specific information of your business, which a financial institution takes and underwrites it. So there are different modules today that pertains in the market, and if you provide those information, they underwrite it on this. So, it can be GST based, it can be overall financial based, but there are different ways of now financial institutions started to look at. In a normal, so here we also have, of course, like Mr. Desai was talking about, commercial cards. That's another added credit line that banks and other banks are providing. And in addition to this, we have also started to see other strategic brands such as, Visas and MasterCards that have started to come through these programs where your credit card, a commercial card or a corporate card, as from Visa, you are allowed to make payments to non-Visa as well. So these are certain programs that, these important brands, or you can say stakeholders of this ecosystem have started to come through, which is easing supply financing. So in short, we have unsecured loans. And unsecured loans would obviously be based on certain information and all. We have secured loans, which of course, as you would know, would be LAP and other security based. Within unsecured, we can have these programs like I discussed, GST based and other information which has different green channels. So it will be great for you to also explore those. Within unsecured, but a certain comfort comes the entity business that I was saying, that while a entity or an anchor or the buyer might not underwrite or might not give that comfort to the financial institution on your sales invoice, but because the financial institution knows that you're working with that buyer, that gives them some comfort. So these are unsecured. Insecured, like we discussed, LAP and all, and the other part would be anchor backed. So these are a couple of supply, the programs that are exist in the market today. So I wanted to keep it short, sweet, and straight there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pasi. So we'll be facing a lot of questions over also once the session is over. So so next and the last speaker is Mr. Krishnendu Bhandari. He is a senior manager, CPC Commercial Bank of Maharashtra. Again, the same problem, presentation, MSME loans for the working capital, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. My first question is why MSME? Now, for banks, NBFC, other intermediaries, MSME is the thrust area. So why? The main reason is employment is one of the biggest concern in our country. So MSME employs around 11 crore. It is responsible for 50% of export. Also 1/3 of India's total manufacturing output, and contribute around 29 to 30% of Indian GDP. In the year 2020, Government of India has revised the MSME definition. In that case, for micro, plant and machinery and equipment, in terms of gross block, to be up to 1 crore and sales up to 5 crore. For small, up to 10 crore and sales up to 50 crore. And for medium, up to 50 crore, plant and machinery and equipment, and sales up to 250 crores. And as a bank, at least scheduled bank, we have all kinds of product which can cater every types of MSME. Apart from the same, we have also fintech tie-up. For end-to-end customer solution, we have tie-up with Ati Technologies Private Limited. For channel financing, we have tie-up with Vayana Network. And for co-lending or co-origination lending, we have tie-up with Lending Card also. So now, why working capital is required to MSME? The funds required to acquire current asset, enable business or industry to operate smoothly. As a bank, we have MSME product, like we have scheme like GST, where you have there is only requirement, you have existence of at least 1 year, and based on your GST return, straight away we finance up to 25%. Apart from the same, mainly we have product on fund-based and non-fund-based. Fund-based, we have product in the form of working capital like CC, WCDL, short-term loan. And non-fund-based, we have product like bank guarantee, letter of credit for working, for procuring raw material as well as capital goods. And also, apart from letter of credit, we have product like buyer's credit also. And concepts of working capital. We have actually, based on types of MSME, as MSME manufactures near around 8,000 products. So, based on their functioning style, their production style, market, we have, bank has designed several types of assessment method for better financing to the MSME sector. what are the working capital sources for MSME, their own funds, it may be bank borrowings, it may be creditor, advances from customer, or other current liabilities also. MSME, as MSME caters different type of large industry, other industry also, so their production style and their working styles are also different. So based on their working cycle, we are using 6 to 7 assessment method. Like suppose mainly for manufacturing industries, we use for small industries operating cycle method, where their entire operation from the day of purchase of raw material and to the production and till the data collection of receivable, we have product like operating cycle methods. And some industries like which are seasonal, tea or sugar, which are seasonal in nature, for that we are using methods like cash budget and other. Also for infrastructure financing or small infrastructure level, we are also using cash budgets. That working capital finance, fund-based. Apart from the regular financing, we have inventory finance, bill finance. We also motivate or encourage corporates for trades. We have tie-up with 3 platforms like Arexile, InvoiceMart, and Mind Solutions. So the cycle is like when when our supplier of the large corporate, after generating invoice, they upload that portal, and through that platform, a corporate gives their consent and bank discounts the bill directly. We have separate, as I have already mentioned, we have separate assessment method for different sectors based on their business or working style. And also one of the main method we are also using MPBF 1 and 2 method. That is for MSME whose fund requirement is on and above 5 crore. We have product for MSME to finance up to 50 crore in terms of fund-based and non-fund-based. Apart from the same, as we have also product for exporters. So we have for we have product like pre-shipment credit, post-shipment credit, bills, discounted, negotiated, and also duty drawback scheme. Also in the same case, through interest equalization, the MSME exporter can get benefit of rate of interest up to 3% from the applicable rate. Also, regularly for regular MSME or regular working capital in domestic cases, we allowed working capital cycle mainly up to 180 days. For exporters, we can stretch it up to 360 days, or we can say that 1 year. We have our thrust area is also exporter scheme. The main reason is for exporter get more benefit. To motivate them, we provide them more benefit so that they get motivated, and our export sales will increase. That will also helpful for our economy. It maintains our balance of payment for the country at large level. Now I am mentioning method. Suppose operating cycle method. Suppose a farm or an unit procuring raw material, there is a time of 30 days and conversion time of 15 days. Average holding period for the finished good is 15 days. And average collection period is on an hour 30 days. The operating cycle finally is 90 days. So in that case, in a year, 4 operating cycle is there. Our finance will be, your total operating expenses or operating cost is around 60 lakh. So it is an example. So we can finance up to 15 lakh. Now, we come to drawing power method. That is for small units, where your stocks, suppose you have 100 rupees stock, we are taking 50 or 25%, up to maximum up to 25% margin for semi-finished goods and finished goods also, and booked it. And by taking 25% margin, suppose your total cost is around 16 rupees, so we may finance up to 12 rupees. turnover method, which our bank is utilizing up to 5 crore, where we are presuming that business have a cycle around 90 days, and straight away we financing, eligibility of finance is 25% and 5% to be brought by the borrower, and we straight away financing 20%. And MPBF 2, it is we use MPBF 1 and 2 also. In that case, we consider total current asset, and we deduct the current asset. We deduct the current liability excluding bank borrowing from that particular current asset, and then working capital gap derived. After that, we ensure or we consider the minimum margin available in business. It is required level is 25%, and the difference between that margin and working capital gap, we finance the same difference. And if or in MPBF 1 method, for actual NWC, we are considering 25% of sales. And also, based on the present performance, we are taking projections, and based on projections also, we are financing working capital in the form of both fund-based and non-fund based to the existing unit as well as new unit. We have also scheme for startups also. In priority sector, we finance up to 50 crore to the startups. And if there is, suppose there is a situation when the business have shortfall in NWC or their own capital or their own margin, then also we have product to develop their margin or NWC or in a longer term. In that case, for NWC financing, we have product like working capital term loan and others product where their capital level or their margin levels stage-wise developed for a longer term. Our bank generally maintains certain benchmark ratios for MSME. Like current ratio, it was around 1.15 to 1.17. TOL10W is around 4.5 for exporters, 5:1, and debt equity minimum, debt equity 3:1. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vandari, for explaining everything on accessing your working capital from your bank. So we almost complete this session. Now we'll just extend a bit, having some questions from the audience. And I have two with me now. And beyond that, if there is anything, somebody can question the panelists about the personal experience you are facing, and maybe this is a platform where we will try to solve those issues. May not be in full, but at least you will get some indication how to move ahead. So starting with me, sir, I have both for my case, I am the operational head of a small manufacturing company, and we are supplying to big industrial houses, and we also had this facing this payment issues. But of late, we are taking advantage of the trade receivables. But two things which is coming to our issue is that initially it was working fine, but suddenly after certain times, when the things were easy and we were confident, then certain new things started cropping up. Like, it is a very painful exercise after the bill is processed and sent to the organization, and it is also parallelly informed to the tradable, I mean the exchange. Now we both are having a difficulty to get it on board through approval process. Now the holding company, the buyer, they are not approving the bill. So that's a big issue, and it's taking some few more extra days. And it's a painful exercise from both our ends. He's also pushing, we are also pushing, but it doesn't get approved. So that is another problem. Okay? So I don't know how to solve this issue. The second issue is, I think it's mandatory from the government of India's direction that any company which is having a turnover of more than 500 crores, any buyer, all their bills must be put on the TRDS platform for the MSME to access to this facility. I think this is not religiously followed till date. So this is how, from your side, both InvoiceMart and Credibles, since you both are here with us today, so I'm putting this question to you, how you are settling this issue. This is number one from my side. And second, another issue which I saw, which I'm trying to handle is that, see, working capital finance is basically to procure the raw materials. In our case, it is almost 55% of our total sellable value or the cost of the product, product what we do. And in today's situation, there is hardly any credit facility from the vendors, okay? And that's a big issue. Now, here also lies an issue where we see online that there are, like the Credible also from your side, we saw that against the purchase order, you provide loans, soft loans. Now, what is all that about? That is number two. And what are the criteria for availing those loans? Which type of orders you would encourage, and what are the procedures? Because when our finance team tries to get to access to this facility, there are a lot of documents being submitted and all those things, but at the end of the day, there is no reply. So we don't know exactly where it ends and what exactly actually is holding that back. So that is number two. Number three, we have a question for Mr. Desai that regarding your card presentation, that there is a question from the audience that how do the card you talked about can be accessed? So that is number one. And second is the most interesting one. Is it the card given to the company? Of course, yes. But the most interesting is any employee, if it is given to any employee, then the employee can misuse that card beyond the business means. So that's how you address that. And second is for Mr. Pasi, another one. Is there any specific criteria for applying for fintech loans? So these are the four questions, two from my side and from the audience. I put it two across. Now to you gentlemen to address these issues.
Sure, thank you. I'll start from the last question in terms of criteria. So yeah, like I was discussing, there are different types of programs today, anchor-based, unsecured, but the criteria is, if you take for unsecured, it depends on what is the company's background in terms of the kind of business they are in. So as we are a fintech, we are facilitating loans across 30 odd banks and NBFCs. What we do is there are certain standard checks that they have. From a fintech perspective, now we can't do all checks because we are not an NBFCs ourselves or a bank, and there has to be rigorous credit checks done by financial institutions. But how it works for us is we take whatever possible checks we can do. So let me give an example. Turnover, vintage of your business, GST registered or not, certain level of information that comes through a CIBIL soft pull though, not a hard pull, because hard pull will in any case be done by the underwriting institute. So we are in an evolving stage where today we have around 10 to 12 such checks that we do on a fintech level. And this is how we also ensure the logic that the right customer is going to the right financial institution. Now the financial institution might have different rules. Like we said, GST program is there, an overall OT facility, what they are looking at. And they have their own checklist, or you can say range. So for a vintage, for an unsecured, some financial institution might look at 3 years and above, but some might look at 1 year above. So these are certain business and certain credit checks that a fintech can do in terms of ensuring that the right customer is going to the right financial institution, and as well as a product offering. So there are two types of, you can say the advantage of going through fintech is, first is this, connection between the right customer to the right financial institution, and also which product should be there. So we are also at upscale, we also do check that. So for example, there was a case that came for normal OD facility, but we were able to kind of push them towards, not push them, but actually tell them that a sales invoice discount, which is unsecured, can work better for you in terms of both ROIs and extra. So I think these are the active bit, but in short, there are this checklist that we get from financial institutions that we kind of collate it together and do it. PIN code list, negative industries would be some of them as well.
Okay, and I had the first question about what you do with the corporates who doesn't have the bill on the invoice port, on the trade portal.
No, absolutely. So when it comes to corporate, so I think one of the sessions someone took and they said that there's a Mr. Jha, I think you were talking about how these arrangements are between the three party, which is the fintech, the corporate, as well as the supplier base. Corporates have their own like internal checks in terms of what approval they have on POs. We really can't say much in terms of what criteria are there, but if there is, we tend to work with them very closely to look at that business. But at the end of the day, if we are facilitating as a fintech, we work on both the sides, even the SME is coming. But the technology basically plays a lot of this bit. This is with large entities which are integrated with us. When it comes to entities which might not be integrated but we're still working, then there's more handling to it. For example, if an SME comes and looking at purchase order financing and is working with a buyer which might not be giving that comfort, then the whole negotiation part starts to move. So we connect, or either we'll get a bank or an NBFC which underwrites them on their own profile, or we have our own NBFC will underwrite. But to answer your question, that can we push corporates to approve it? To be honest, maybe we can request, but I think it depends on their internal checks and balances in terms of why would they reject a PO, to be clear.
They don't reject, they delay.
They delay. So delay can be because of that, but generally this is where technology is coming into play, where if there is a maker-checker bit, so in any organization what happens, let's assume I'm creating something, there has to be someone there checking and approving. So that push happens better with the technology, is what I can say.
Actually, as a buyer in trades platform, the basic criteria of a buyer to onboard in a trade platform is at 250 crores above. But government has given the mandate to any company whose turnover is more than 500 crores, they have to come to the platform and they give their MSME to this facility. Earlier, what happened? There are so much things are there for last 5 years, but in last 2 years, lot of resistance are there in earlier stage with all corporates. So there are three types of resistances there. So they are willing to delay. They are willing to not to onboard. They are giving their so much excuses. But nowadays, in last 2 years, what I see, what I feel, now the corporate are using this platform as a tool, and what they did, they simply avoid their working capital facility, and they discount all their bills either on factoring or reverse factoring in this platform only. And government in last 2 years, government has also put some pressure on big corporate. Our Prime Minister has already written top 100 corporates in India, especially by PMO, to come on board on trades and give the facility to MSME vendors. So that took a lot of lot of awareness in their corporate, and now they are improving. And I hope in coming few years, next few years, it will be no problem regarding bills are not coming. They are coming. That's why in last 2 years, all the trade platform are doing more than 70,000 crore business. So this is I think, I hope, कि definitely there is a resistance is there. All corporate are not willing to do either factoring or reverse factoring. But now situation is already improving, and I hope so. कि in coming year it will be more opportunity for corporate to get their discounted their bills of MSME. And the real problem, reason of this platform is will be solved.
Just to add, I think within this ecosystem, this business as well, I think there are a lot of movement happening at the financial institution side. They are coming up with products where something like this might not be the only criteria. So like I said, that if you're working with a big buyer and you've been able to prove that this is authentic invoice or a purchase order, then a connection to them might not require. It's more towards that so of course your financials are there, your vintage is there, the stability in the business is there, and at the same time if you're working with that buyer. So I think that all now we see financial institutions started to make programs to it. So I think that might become independent moving forward, where such hindrances might be overlooked. But from a system perspective, if that is the thing, then the corporate has to take the call.
Because Mr. Jha has spoken about 70,000 crores and the outstanding as on date probably something about 15 lakh crores, 15 to 17 lakh crores for the MSME. So that amount of money we are talking about, which is just locked in the system, and we are talking about growth. So probably the solution lies there itself.
Sir, in few years back, in 2020, from 2020, Government of India, PMO, is especially monitoring all CPSC corporate every Thursday. Every Thursday, all CPSC corporate has sent one report to PMO कि how many MSME vendor are onboarded on trade platform and how many bills are discounted on trade platform. So they are very much close monitoring on this, and definitely, sir, what you have said, कि we have a long way to go. There are three things are there. At present, the corporate, which is external rating is BBB minus, BBB plus, and above that, corporate is only incorporated here. We are RBI, and we are also in touch with different state government, request them to onboard in our platform, give the same facility to their MSME vendors. Already 1, 2, 3, already we have signed a MOU in Tamil Nadu, and we are at advanced stage in fewer states where it can be done. And definitely once state government is also coming in this platform, their departments or their state PSU, definitely the figure will be increased, and hope what sir is telling कि lakhs of crore is holding, it will be removed.
Okay, thank you. Hope for the best. So
yes, sir.
So Mr. Desai, now it's your turn.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'll just hold the paper with myself. Okay, so the first question is how do you talk about the card that you can access. So you have to reach out to us. You have Shobir, my colleague here. You can talk to him in case you are interested. He will take it forward. So that will be fairly simple for us, for me to answer. Is the card given to the company? As Mr. Datta said, yes, it is given to the company. It could also be given to an individual of the company, if so desired by the company. The third part of the question is, if any employee or a card is an employee's name, then can it be misused? A card can always be misused, but there are protection measures in place. So you have PIN, you have one-time passwords, the security measures are in place, which stops the card from being misused. So let's say if your card has been stolen, taken by somebody else, unless you have the PIN or the one-time password, which will not come on somebody else's phone because your own phone number has been tagged to that. So the chances of misuse are fairly minimal in those cases. yet in case if you want, company wants a further security, it could be done basis blocking of some merchant category codes. And so you can avoid the spends, non-necessary or personal spends on the card by blocking certain codes. That's how you could manage it. Yeah. You could take any more if you have any further queries on this one.
Any more questions? কেউ যদি বাংলায় জিজ্ঞেস করতে চান, কেউ যদি বাংলায় কেউ জিজ্ঞেস করতে চান একটু বলতে পারেন, আমরা কনভার্ট করে দেবো ইংলিশে। কার প্রশ্ন আছে ফ্রম দ্য অডিয়েন্স? হ্যাঁ বলুন বলুন বলুন।
সেশনে আমার নাম দীপেন্দু চৌধুরী, দুটো সেশন শুনলাম আমরা। আমি যেহেতু সংবাদ মাধ্যমের একজন কর্মী আর কি, আমি যতদূর মনে করতে পারছি 2014 সালে কলকাতা প্রেস ক্লাবে আমরা যেটাকে বিজনেস বিট বলি, অল ইন্ডিয়া একটা বিজনেস বিটের রিপোর্টাররা একটা সেমিনার মতো করেছিল, যেখান থেকে আমরা জানতে পেরেছিলাম যে এই মোদি গভর্নমেন্ট, এনডিএ গভর্নমেন্ট, তারা এসএমই ক্ষেত্রে বেশ কিছু নতুন সুযোগ নিয়ে আসছেন। তার মধ্যে অন্যতম হচ্ছে যে জটিলতাটা আছে, ট্যাক্সেশন যে প্রবলেমটা আছে, এইটা একটা সুযোগ করে দেওয়া হবে। এবং আন্তর্জাতিক স্তরে এবং জাতীয় স্তরে যারা এসএমই নিয়ে ব্যবসা করছেন বা এসএমই উপরে যারা কাজ করছেন, সেখান থেকেও জানা গিয়েছিল যে এরকম একটা সরলীকরণ ব্যাপার আসছে জটিলতার জায়গায়। আমার দুটো প্রশ্ন আছে। একটা হচ্ছে আজকের আলোচনায় আমি যে নোটটা নিয়েছি, মিস্টার দত্ত আপনি বলেছেন, খুব সম্ভবত যদি ভুল না হই আমি আর কি, 55% MSME is shut down. This figure is in India or in Bengal? My first question.
India.
Okay. And 25% production can be achieved.
হ্যাঁ, এটা রিসার্চ বলছে, এটা আমি রিসার্চ থেকেই দেখেছি, যেটা রিসার্চ থেকেই বলছে যে টাকাটা ব্লক হয়ে থাকে সিস্টেমে, যেটা সেই টাকাটাকে যদি করে, যেন আমার পার্সোনাল ক্ষেত্রে আমরা দেখেছি যে অর্ডার থাকা সত্ত্বেও ওয়ার্কিং ক্যাপিটাল মানে ব্লক হয়ে আছে, ঠিক আছে, সেটা যদি পেতাম আরো ফাস্টার প্রোডাকশন করতে পারতাম, আরো প্রোডাক্টিভিটি বাড়াতে পারতাম। ওকে, তো এই রোলিংটাকে তো আমি ফাস্ট করাতে পারতাম। যেরকম মিস্টার ভান্ডারি বলছেন 90 ডেজ সাইকেল থাকে, বিজনেস সাইকেল, তা সেটাকে আমি 60 ডেজও করতে পারি। 90 ডেজের মধ্যে ম্যাক্সিমামটা তো আমার টাকাটা ব্লক হয়ে আছে বাইরে। সেটাই হচ্ছে আমাদের উদ্দেশ্য, আমাদের উদ্দেশ্য ওইটাই। প্লাস হচ্ছে ধরুন আমরা কোনো একটা সাপ্লাই করছি, 60 ডেজ আমার পেমেন্ট সাইকেল, 45 ডেজ পেমেন্ট সাইকেল। আমি কিন্তু যাকে আমরা সাপ্লাই করছি তারা কিন্তু বিগ কোম্পানিজ, ঠিক আছে, ওদের নিজের তো প্রসেস আছে, কিন্তু তার হয়ে আমাকে জিএসটিটা কিন্তু পরের মাসে দিতে হচ্ছে, অ্যান্ড দ্যাট ইজ সামথিং হুইচ ইজ 18%। তার মানে 100 টাকা দিলে 18 টাকা জিএসটিটা আমাকে আগে দিয়ে দিতে হচ্ছে অন বিহাফ অফ মাই কাস্টমার। তো ওই টাকাটা তো আমার ওয়ার্কিং ক্যাপিটালে তো ব্লক হয়ে গেল, ওটা তো আমার দেওয়ার উচিত ছিল না। তো এইগুলো এখনো মানে সিম্পলিফিকেশন চলছে, আমি জানি না মানে এগুলো কিভাবে হবে। তো দিস আর দ্য এরিয়াজ, মানে আমি 100 টাকা ব্যবসা করলাম, 18 টাকা আমার ব্লক হয়ে গেল হচ্ছে অন বিহাফ অফ, ওটা তো আমার টাকা নয়, ওটা তো ওনার হয়ে আমি অ্যাডভান্স দিয়ে দিলাম, তো আমার টাকাটা তো ব্লক হয়ে গেল, সেই টাকাটা তো আমি পাবো তারপরে। তো এরম ভাবে যদি দেখা যায়, তাহলে আমরা যাদের আমাদের ফান্ডটা খুব লিমিটেড, তো তারা আমরা প্রোডাক্টিভিটিটা বাড়াবো কি করে? ক্যাপিটাল তো ইজ ওয়ান অফ দ্য মেজর রিজনস। যেহেতু আমি ম্যানুফ্যাকচারিংকে রিপ্রেজেন্ট করি, আমি জানি ম্যানুফ্যাকচারিং এ প্রসেসের মধ্যে র মেটেরিয়ালটা ইজ ভেরি বিগ অ্যামাউন্ট। তারপরে ইলেকট্রিসিটি, আবার ইলেকট্রিসিটিতেও একটা অন্য প্রবলেম আছে, ইলেকট্রিসিটিতে আমরা আবার জিএসটি ইনপুট ক্রেডিট পাই না, সেটা একটা অন্য প্রবলেম। তো সেখানে আমাদের প্রচুর টাকা ব্লক হয়ে যাচ্ছে। এই সিম্পলিফিকেশন যদিও করা যায়, আর যেটা আমরা বারে বারে বলছি যে 13 লক্ষ 15 লক্ষ কোটি টাকা অলরেডি এসএমই ব্লক হয়ে আছে সিস্টেমের মধ্যে, এই টাকাটাকে বার করুক না, তাহলে তো এই এমপ্লয়মেন্ট, হ্যাঁ আমরা যদি প্রোডাকশন বাড়াতে পারি, ছোট ছোট কোম্পানিরা, আমরা তারা লোক নিতে পারি, তাতে এমপ্লয়মেন্ট অপরচুনিটি তো আমার এমনি হয়ে যাবে। আমরা নতুন করে কোনো গ্রিনফিল্ড প্রজেক্ট, নিউ প্রজেক্ট চিন্তা তো পরে করব, কিন্তু যেটা অলরেডি এক্সিস্টিং আছে সেটাকে রিডিফাইন করি না, রিফাইন করি, তাহলে তো প্রসেসটা আমার এগিয়ে যায়।
আরেকটা প্রশ্ন করতে চাইছি, এখানে আপনারা অনেকেই এক্সপার্ট আছেন, আমাদের যে অভিজ্ঞতায় দেখেছি পশ্চিমবঙ্গে এত এন্টারপ্রেনার্স মানে স্মল স্কেলে এত, ধরুন আমি একটা তাঁত শিল্পের কথা বলছি, আমি 20 বছর আজ থেকে 20 বছর আগে খবর কভারেজ করেছিলাম বীরভূমে যে তাঁতিপাড়া বলে যে জায়গাটা আছে, শান্তিপুর, এই টোটাল জোনটাই করেছিলাম আর কি। তো এখনো দেখছি যে সেইখানেই পড়ে আছে তাঁত শিল্প, তন্তুজ আছে, তন্তুশ্রী এসছে, এই সরকার আসার পরে তারা একটা চেষ্টা করছে বিশ্ব বাংলা বলে কেন্দ্র করে কিনে নেওয়ার। এইরকম এটা একটা সাইড বললাম। যেমন ধরুন হাওড়ার ফাউন্ড্রি যে ছিল শিল্পটা, এটা বন্ধই হয়ে গেল আলটিমেটলি। বা ধরুন জায়গার ক্ষেত্রেও বলছি যে কোল ইন্ডিয়ার প্রচুর জায়গা পড়ে আছে, রেল বলছে আমরা লিস্টটা 35 বছরে নিয়ে যাব, 5 বছরে আছে মাত্র। ফলে স্মল স্কেল করার মতো প্রচুর মানে করা যায়, এবং আমাদের যে তরুণ প্রজন্মরা এখন মানে কাজের জন্য ছুটছে তাদেরকে ব্যবসায় আনা, যে বাঙালি ব্যবসা করতে পারে না এটা ঠিক কথা নয়, বাঙালি ব্যবসা করতে পারে, কিন্তু ব্যাংক সেই অর্থে এগিয়ে আসছে না। হয়তো তারা অফিসিয়ালি বলছে, একাডেমিক্যালি বলছে যে আমরা লোনটা দেবো, এটা হচ্ছে, এটা করব। আমরা দেখেছি আগের গভর্নমেন্টের সময় দেখেছি, চিফ সেক্রেটারি কি ফাইন্যান্স মিনিস্টারের সঙ্গে বৈঠকের সময়, বা বর্তমান সময়েও দেখছি। এইখানে ব্যাংকের কি ভূমিকা আছে, বা দ্য বেঙ্গল চেম্বার অফ কমার্সের কি ভূমিকা আছে?
দেখুন, আজকে যে সেশনটা হচ্ছে, আপনি যদি দেখেন, ব্যাংক বেসিক্যালি বিগ ইন্ডাস্ট্রি হাউসেসের জন্য ঠিক আছে, কেন ব্যাংকের যে অ্যামাউন্ট আছে সেটা বড়, এবং তার যা ক্রাইটেরিয়া আছে সেই ক্রাইটেরিয়াটা এতটা স্ট্রিনজেন্ট যে যেটা ছোট ছোট কোম্পানির পক্ষে সম্ভব হয় না, ঠিক আছে? তো সেই জন্যই এখন এই যে আমরা যে কথাগুলো বলছি, এনারা অন্য স্টেট থেকেও আজকে এসছেন, এনাদের ইনভাইট করে আমরা নিয়ে এসছি। বেসিক্যালি এখন এইসব এই যে ব্যাপারটা হচ্ছে, ব্যাংক এখন বলা হচ্ছে ইউ অ্যাক্ট অ্যাজ এ ডিপোজিটার, মানে তুমি টাকাটা পাবলিক থেকে নাও, নিয়ে ডিপোজিট করো। কিন্তু ব্যাংকের পক্ষে এখন সম্ভব নয় বোঝা ছোট ছোট প্রত্যেকটা কোম্পানিকে সে কি ব্যবসা করে, তার রিস্ক এলিমেন্টটা কি। ব্যাংক তো রিস্ক, পাবলিক মানি না। তো সেইটার জায়গায় কি করছে, এই ফিনটেক কোম্পানি থ্রু দ্যার প্রসেস অফ টেকনোলজি, এই টেকনোলজিটাকে কাজে লাগিয়ে এই যে ছোট এই যে প্রাইভেট কোম্পানিগুলো করা হয়েছে, দে আর বেসিক্যালি দ্য লেন্ডার্স। তারা কি করছে, ব্যাংক থেকে নিচ্ছে, বা ব্যাংকের হয়ে ওরা অ্যাকচুয়ালি ব্যাংকের হয়েই কাজ করছে ধরে নিন। ইটস আ সেপারেট আর্ম, যেটা ও হচ্ছে ডিপোজিটার, এ হচ্ছে লেন্ডার। তো আগে কি হচ্ছে, ব্যাংক দুটোই করতো, সেটা নিয়ে প্রবলেম হতো। ব্যাংক একটা সেগমেন্টের জন্য রয়েছে, বড় কোম্পানি সব ঠিক আছে, কিন্তু আমাদের মতো ছোট ছোট এর জন্য ব্যাংকে গিয়ে ওই পেপার ওয়ার্ক করা, ওই টাইম স্পেন্ডিং করা সম্ভব হচ্ছে না। তো সেখানে ডিজিটালের প্ল্যাটফর্মের মধ্যে দিয়ে এনারা যারা আসছেন, ইনোভেশন তৈরি করছেন, টেকনোলজি তৈরি করছেন, এবং প্রত্যেকটা ছোট ছোট কোম্পানির সঙ্গে তারা বুঝতে পারছেন, পেপার মুভমেন্ট অনেক অনলাইন হচ্ছে, সেখানে ক্রেডিট ফ্যাসিলিটি অনেক বেটার হচ্ছে। এটা একটা প্রসেস স্টার্ট হয়েছে, এবং সেটা তো আমরা নিজেরাও দেখতে পাচ্ছি, জিনিসটা অনেকটা ইমপ্রুভ করছি আমরা, এবং ভালো হচ্ছে। তো সেই জায়গায় এইভাবে এগিয়ে যেতে হবে, নতুন সিচুয়েশন তৈরি করতে হবে, নতুনভাবে ভাবতে হবে। একই জিনিস নিয়ে ভাবলে তো চলবে না, ইউ হ্যাভ টু ইনোভেটিভ সলিউশন। এখন টেকনোলজির যুগ, টেকনোলজিটাকে ইউজ করি, তো সেই করতে করতেও তো ব্যাপারটা এগোতে পারছি। তো এইভাবেই ভাবনাটা, তো আজকে সেশনটা সেই জন্যই যে যেখানে আমরা মানে এই ফিনটেক যেটা আমরা বলছি, মানে ফাইন্যান্স থ্রু টেকনোলজি, এটাকে আমরা যেটা বলছি, এটা থ্রু দিয়েই আমরা আজকে এই ইন্টারেক্টিভ সেশনটা করছি, যেখানে কি কি প্রভিশনস আছে, কি কি অপরচুনিটি আছে। স্টেটের, আপনি ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গল বলছেন, স্টেটের বাইরে তো সবাই ভালোই করছে, তারা অ্যাক্সেস করতে পারছে, সেই জন্য তাদেরকে আমরা এখন বেঙ্গলে নিয়ে এসেছি। কারণ বেঙ্গলে একটা অ্যাডভান্টেজ হচ্ছে, বেঙ্গলে আমরা বলছি সেকেন্ড হাইস্ট এমএসএমই আফটার ইউপি। তাহলে সেই ক্ষেত্রে এই ক্রেডিট ফেসিলিটি যে ব্যাপারটা, সেটা যদি আমরা প্রোভাইড করতে পারি, এক্সিস্টিং যেটা রয়েছে, যা চলে গেছে এখন সেটা নিয়ে তো ভেবে লাভ নেই, যেটা আছে সেটাকে ভালো করে রিভাইভ করে তার অপরচুনিটিটাকে যদি এনক্যাশ করতে পারি, সেটাই আমাদের সবার কাম্য। সো ফ্রম দ্য চেম্বার আমরা এটাও চেষ্টা করছি। এই হচ্ছে আমাদের উদ্দেশ্য আজকে প্রোগ্রামটা।
ওকে স্যার, থ্যাংক ইউ।
থ্যাংক ইউ।
Thank you, all the distinguished speakers. Now we will, yeah. আপনার প্রশ্নটা বলবেন, হ্যাঁ, অবজারভেশনটা না বলে।
Thank you. Thank you to everybody. I have a simple question. Look, in banking system, there are some certain rules which we have to follow, otherwise we won't get the credit. For example, the cycle, per year cycle must be, they will lend you 1/5 of your yearly turnover, like that. What happens when we run MSME units, sometimes it happens that our turnover, our payment cycle is much lower, suppose 3.5 times or 4 times like that. In that situation, we got stuck because we have orders in our hand, but we do not have working capital to purchase the raw material. Sometimes we may got some credit from other sources, but with much higher interest rates. My question is, there were discussion about trade receivables, but what about working capital for raw material purchase? Is there any solution in that part?
Hello.
Yeah, it's on.
Hello. Actually, based on your business style, working style, bank has separate checks, ifs and buts checks. Suppose, as I already mentioned, MSME manufacture around 8,000 types of product. So suppose you are in a manufacturing sector. So we already know that you are in a capital intensive industry. Suppose your cycle is 4 months, 5 months, we check your holding period. According to that, we finance you. Then not only that, 3 months is for an example, but we can go up to 1 year.
Okay, that's fine with Bank of Maharashtra, I think.
It is standard method as designed by RBI. Not only
but banks are not willing to serve in that way. What we have found with, we have cascaded with government banks, nationalized banks, but what we have found, they are often asked for turnovers. I mean yearly turnovers when we ask for more cash credit. When the orders are in hand, if even we are not getting any short-term loan for that particular order. My question is, trade receivable, it is accessible at the end of the manufacturing. When we have supplied the product and the bill is approved, the more important part, sir told us. But what about the purchase, working capital required for raw material purchase?
Suppose if you are a newcomer to the industry or a startup, government has also scheme, bank has also schemes. The scheme starts from Mudra, right from 0 to 50 crores. Suppose you are a newcomer to the industry and you are a startup. So KVIC, KBIB, Government of India has also scheme where for manufacturing sector we can finance up to 50 lakh and you have to bring margin on and around 5%, maximum up to 35% subsidy to be given by the Government of India. There are various types of scheme for startups also.
And what about the running MSMEs?
Already we have scheme for running MSME. Because when you are running MSME, so your sales has been already generated, receivable has been created. What matters is cycle. So bank can judge your cycle based on your business style.
Okay, thank you.
So now we will take a break for an hour. This is a lunch break, and we request you all for join us for the lunch. And we will again come here at 3 o'clock. Our next session will start from 3 o'clock. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
The year was 1956. India had just witnessed the tumultuous decade of the 40s gone by. Amidst a rapidly changing social, economic and political environment, a young, ambitious India put its heart and soul behind a path-breaking vision. Its dream to support each and every Indian so that they could progress in their lives with fearlessness, security, protection and self-confidence. And with this mission was born the Life Insurance Corporation of India, or as it is more popularly known to everyone, LIC. LIC's corporate philosophy also underlines this effort to create stability and security. Yogakshemam Vaham Yaham. Loosely translated, it means, your welfare is our responsibility. LIC embodies this eternal teaching, not just as a symbol or a slogan, but as a living philosophy which breathes life into each and every aspect of its functioning. Perhaps that is why, even 65 years later, LIC has managed to create more relevance with not one, not two, but approximately 212 million individual and group policies. An impressive number of believers who have ensured that, despite the advent of private players, way back in the calendar year 2000, LIC could not only sustain its leadership position, LIC's asset under management is 15.6 times larger than its nearest competitor as at December 31st, 2021. As the largest asset manager of the country as at December 31st, 2021, LIC's role goes much beyond being a mere insurance provider. Acting as a lifeline to the nation, LIC contributes significantly to the growth and development of the Indian economy and the nation. To reach out to one and all, LIC has also created a broad and diversified product portfolio, thoughtfully covering various segments, from financial security to pension, from basic security to improvement of income, from helping people meet their responsibilities to helping make their retirement comfortable, from supporting the needy to helping improve the quality of life of the community as a whole. Missions which could not have been realized without the sincerity of the highly motivated workforce, who work tirelessly to create products and services that touch lives in real and meaningful ways. LIC has also created the largest agent network among all life insurance entities in India. More than 13 lakh agents are busy ensuring that LIC's products and support go beyond the well-banked sections of society to reach urban, rural and remote locations of the country. To cover the length and breadth of India, LIC also possesses a vast network of offices, branch offices and satellite offices that are spread across all 36 states and union territories of India, and an extensive omni-channel distribution through bank assurance partners, alternate channel partners, insurance marketing firms, brokers and corporate agents, besides sales through the corporation's website, micro-insurance agents and point-of-sales persons. For a country as vast and diverse as India, technology plays a pivotal role. It is this focus on investments in information technology that have also cemented LIC's position to capitalize on the increasing digitization of the Indian economy, allowing LIC to deliver a satisfying customer experience, drive operating efficiencies, provide smooth internal response-driven functioning, and secure a competitive advantage. LIC is also one of the world's largest insurance companies. It is the world's third strongest and 10th most valuable global insurance brand. Looking ahead, LIC is all set to conquer new frontiers. The corporation is spreading its wings with global footprints. In its endeavor to provide multifaceted financial options, LIC has ventured into other fields of financial expertise with subsidiaries and associate companies, spanning the gamut of real estate, pension, mutual funds, pension funds, and other areas. The Indian life insurance market is the 10th largest in the world and the 5th largest in Asia in terms of life insurance premium, and it offers significant headroom for growth. The combination of high GDP growth, a higher share of a younger population, rapid urbanization, a focus on financial inclusion, increasing preference towards financial savings with increasing financial literacy are all key factors that will propel the Indian life insurance sector in the years to come. In this dynamic scenario, LIC believes that, given its focus on investment in information technology, it is indeed well positioned to capitalize on the increasing digitization of the Indian economy. As the largest player in the fast-growing and under-penetrated Indian life insurance sector, LIC is ready to meet every challenge necessary to write an even greater success story. LIC, Life Insurance Corporation of India. हर पल आपके साथ.
શું વાત કરો છો તમે? ઇલેક્ટ્રિક કેબલ્સ અને પીવીસી પાઇપ્સ અવેલેબલ નથી માર્કેટમાં? હાઉ કેન ધેટ બી? हमारा कमिटमेंट है कस्टमर को, सस्ता घर अपना घर, नो? ऐसे तो बन चुके हम 100 करोड़ की कंपनी.
यस सर.
ये क्या हो रहा है शालिनी? इलेक्ट्रिक केबल्स અને पीवीसी पाइप्स अवेलेबल केम નથી?
सर हमारा जो वेंडर था ना, उसने कोटेशन बढ़ा दी है, and all because of shortage in supply of raw materials.
હવે શું કરવાનું? Where do we find the material from?
Sir, let's connect to the sellers through Sufin.
Sufin?
Yes sir, L&T Sufin.
L&T એટલે Larsen and Toubro?
Yes sir, Larsen and Toubro वाली L&T.
वो जो 80 साल पुरानी कंपनी है वो? मतलब हमारा आधा टेंशन और आधा काम तो खत्म हो गया. But how can L&T help us?
With an experience spread over more than 8 decades, L&T now brings to you Sufin, all your business solutions under one roof. Through Sufin, our valuable customers can discover sellers and buy products from across the country, purchase and sell through a specially designed online payment and settlement mechanism, get financial aid from partner banks and NBFCs to overcome liquidity constraints, avail logistics support to easily ship goods from seller to buyers. RFQ option in Sufin is a unique feature where a multi-product RFQ on both credit and immediate payment terms can be requested. The seller can also quote whole or part RFQ depending on product availability at their end. Sufin's digital platform also allows its partners to connect with each other instantly and hassle-free through a specialized chat system. The buyers and sellers can further converse with each other, resolve queries, and thus help build trust among the Sufin partners. L&T Sufin helps its buyers and sellers to not only do business but also build partnership based on trust. Sufin partners can avail unsecured financing, which is enabled through products like overdraft, invoice discounting, term loan, equipment financing, dealer financing, and vendor financing by multiple lenders. The interest rates as compared to the market are much lower and more cost-effective at Sufin. Through Sufin's digital interface, mid-corporates can also create channel financial solution for their dealers and vendors. Sufin ensures and guarantees the trust between unknown dealers sitting in various parts of the country doing business.
ये लीजिए संतोष जी, आपका बिजनेस लोन अप्रूव हो गया है.
थैंक यू मैडम जी. कड्डी मार दी छलांग मार दी, मैनू याद आवे मेरे यार.
गजब है ये सुफिन भी. हमको पापे जैसा ट्रांसपोर्ट पार्टनर भी दे दिया. ओ पापे महाराज, जरा सिंगाड़ा खाई लो और सुफिन के गुण गाई लो.
ओ चक दे सुफिन.
Sufin provides choice, convenience and accessibility, all at the comfort of your phone and computers. Business is all about creating a win-win situation. With L&T Sufin, everyone wins. To discover more, register on www.lntsufin.com.
This L&T initiative Sufin is really a savior. I have found so many sellers which otherwise would have been impossible to find without the L&T trusted and verified stamp. This actually takes away the worry of discovering suppliers through manual means and verifying their credentials. Thank you, Sufin. मेरी मानिए तो आईडीएफसी फर्स्ट बैंक के सेविंग्स अकाउंट को इंडिया के बेस्ट सेविंग्स अकाउंट्स में गिना जाता है। पूछे क्यों? क्योंकि ये देता है सही इंटरेस्ट रेट, वो भी क्वार्टरली नहीं बल्कि हर महीने। सिर्फ यही नहीं, आईएमपीएस, डेबिट कार्ड और चेकबुक पे है लो चार्जेस, यानी आप इंटरेस्ट पे कमाते हैं ज्यादा और चार्जेस में बचाते हैं ज्यादा। यही तो है इनकी ऑलवेज यू फर्स्ट वाली सोच। मैं तो जुड़ चुका हूं इनके साथ, आप भी जुड़ जाइए ना। IDFC First Bank, always you first.
More than 30 years ago, with a mission to simplify everyday lives for small and medium business owners across the world, Tally was born. A hub of innovation to deliver cutting-edge technology for business growth, built with a single-minded focus of delivering the best experience for you, because your life, your challenges, your aspirations inspire us. In the course of the last 3 decades, our deep-rooted purpose to delight has translated to delivering the best in speed, flexibility, reliability, and simplicity, helping you become efficient and allowing you to focus on growth. Through the tectonic shifts that business and technology have witnessed, we have stood strong as a trusted partner, finding newer and better ways to empower you with technology made for you. Today, we stand on the precipice of yet another disruption that would transform business operations, bringing extraordinary efficiency and flexibility to the fore. Tally ERP9, that ruled the roost for years, makes way for its new and improved successor, as simple gets even more simpler and the joy of usage goes up several notches. Presenting Tally Prime, make every day simple.
परिवार। परिवार वो होता है जहां नन्हों के सपनों की उंगली थाम उसे मंजिल का रास्ता दिखाते हैं, जहां बुजुर्गों के सपने साकार करने के लिए हाथ बढ़ाए जाते हैं, जहां नौजवानों का हौसला बढ़ाया जाता है, जहां छोटी से छोटी खुशी का फासला मिटाया जाता है। हर कदम साथ चल के हमने ये परिवार बनाया है। परिवार भी ऐसा जो अमृत का सरमाया है। इंद्रधनुष सा सतरंगी है हमारा परिवार। हिंदू, मुस्लिम, सिख, ईसाई सभी हैं हमारी नींव का आधार। सोलह सितंबर 1935 से जन कल्याण का संदेश फैलाते आए हैं। 87 सालों से अपने परिवार की मुस्कुराहटें बढ़ाते आए हैं। उस समय जब जरूरत थी देश को आगे ले जाने की, हर नौजवान को सहारा देकर उसकी आय बढ़ाने की, हर आम इंसान के दिल की आवाज सुनकर शुरू हुआ ये परिवार। और इस खूबसूरत सपने को ऐसे ही आम लोगों ने किया साकार। बैंक ऑफ महाराष्ट्र, आइए इसे जानें थोड़े करीब से। जब खाता खुलता है तो एक रिश्ता शुरू होता है, जीवन भर का साथ शुरू होता है। और इसीलिए हमारे हर काम में समाया जज्बात होता है। जज्बात अपना पहला खाता खुलवाने का, जज्बात अपने और अपनों के ख्वाबों को पूरा कराने का, चाहे गाड़ी हो या घर, चाहे बच्चों की पढ़ाई, आसान करता है बैंक ऑफ महाराष्ट्र इस जीवन की हर एक लड़ाई। नए जमाने के साथ साथ कदम भी बढ़ाते हैं। कागज के बिना अब हर सुविधा को उंगलियों तक पहुंचाते हैं। कामयाबी की तरफ हर एक कदम साथ में बढ़ाया है। यही विश्वास रख के चला हमारे साथ हर कांधा है।
On this occasion of Bank's 87th Foundation Day, I salute to the founders of Mahabank and I pay my gratitude to all the stakeholders of the bank for their patronage.
We salute our customers, and this 87th Foundation Day is very special for us because this year our bank had been ranked #1.
And our ratio is almost 55% of CASA, one of the highest in the industry. That also main reason is the support from the customers only.
Sincere thanks to all the stakeholders, namely our valuable customers and our own employees too, that's all of course.
Mahabank Parivar, sometimes I call them Bohemians also. Our bank have improved manifold when Government of India awarded us Best Improver Award. We feel that it could happen because of our Bohemian. They are excellent.
We are in Bank of Maharashtra #1 in terms of business growth, and at the same time we want to be #1 in terms of integrity in tax and in terms of compliance, in terms of transparency.
मैं इस बैंक में लास्ट 42 ईयर से आ रहा हूँ। मैं कंपनी में नौकरी करता था, तो मैं मैनेजर को एक बार बोला, सर मेरे को बिजनेस करने को दिल है। बोला आपके पास कितने पैसे हैं? बोला मेरे पास 5,000 है। तो उन्होंने बोला अगर आपके पास 5,000 है हम आपको 10,000 देंगे। फिर मैंने भाड़े पे जगह ली, फैक्ट्री खोली, कॉस्मेटिक्स एंड टॉयलेटरीज बनाना चालू किया। मैं चाहता हूँ कि मेरी फैमिली, मेरे बच्चे ये बैंक के साथ रहें। ये जो है एक परिवार एक बैंक, वो स्लोगन नहीं है, इट्स अ फैक्ट।
हर उम्मीद भरी आंखों में खुशियों को झलकाना है। जीवन की इसी आपाधापी में मिलजुल कर बहुत दूर तक जाना है। हम हैं बैंक ऑफ महाराष्ट्र, एक परिवार एक बैंक।
बैंक ऑफ महाराष्ट्र, एक परिवार एक बैंक, बैंक ऑफ महाराष्ट्र।
Datre Corporation Limited, an ISO 9001-2015 engineering company specialist in manufacturing high chrome casting, white iron casting, NI hard casting and high alloy based steel casting at our integrated foundry in Falta, West Bengal, India. Datre is playing an important role in railway safety and is one of the major manufacturing suppliers of the Indian Railways considering human safety. One such product is the CBC coupler, to which Datre has developed premium quality CBC couplers casting used specially in the fastest trains like Shatabdi, Rajdhani, Duronto and other high-speed trains in India. These couplers prevent coaches from override during accidents, ensuring minimum casualty. Datre Corporation Limited have a strong presence in the mining sector, being one of the pioneers in manufacturing and development of high chrome liner casting used as a part of liner product. These castings have the characteristics of high hardness, highly anti-abrasive, which increases the longevity and durability of the product and its functionality. Its predominant usage are in the grinding mills of copper, gold, silver, diamond and other minerals, and is used globally, supplied through our OEM partners. Datre is a key supplier of castings for undercarriage of construction equipment manufacturers like idlers, links and trackpads. These are manufactured from no-bake sand with complex high, medium alloy, carbon steel melting and heat treatment process, ensuring high standard quality benchmark meeting global standards.
The year was 1956. India had just witnessed the tumultuous decade of the 40s gone by. Amidst a rapidly changing social, economic and political environment, a young, ambitious India put its heart and soul behind a path-breaking vision. Its dream to support each and every Indian so that they could progress in their lives with fearlessness, security, protection and self-confidence. And with this mission was born the Life Insurance Corporation of India, or as it is more popularly known to everyone, LIC. LIC's corporate philosophy also underlines this effort to create stability and security. Yogakshemam Vahamyaham. Loosely translated, it means, your welfare is our responsibility. LIC embodies this eternal teaching, not just as a symbol or a slogan, but as a living philosophy which breathes life into each and every aspect of its functioning. Perhaps that is why, even 65 years later, LIC has managed to create more relevance with not one, not two, but approximately 212 million individual and group policies. an impressive number of believers who have ensured that, despite the advent of private players, way back in the calendar year 2000, LIC could not only sustain its leadership position, LIC's asset under management is 15.6 times larger than its nearest competitor as at December 31st, 2021. As the largest asset manager of the country as at December 31st, 2021, LIC's role goes much beyond being a mere insurance provider. Acting as a lifeline to the nation, LIC contributes significantly to the growth and development of the Indian economy and the nation. To reach out to one and all, LIC has also created a broad and diversified product portfolio, thoughtfully covering various segments, from financial security to pension, from basic security to improvement of income, from helping people meet their responsibilities to helping make their retirement comfortable, from supporting the needy to helping improve the quality of life of the community as a whole. Missions which could not have been realized without the sincerity of the highly motivated workforce, who work tirelessly to create products and services that touch lives in real and meaningful ways. LIC has also created the largest agent network among all life insurance entities in India. More than 13 lakh agents are busy ensuring that LIC's products and support go beyond the well-banked sections of society to reach urban, rural and remote locations of the country. To cover the length and breadth of India, LIC also possesses a vast network of offices, branch offices and satellite offices that are spread across all 36 states and union territories of India, and an extensive omni-channel distribution through bank assurance partners, alternate channel partners, insurance marketing firms, brokers and corporate agents, besides sales through the corporation's website, micro-insurance agents and point-of-sales persons. For a country as vast and diverse as India, technology plays a pivotal role. It is this focus on investments in information technology that have also cemented LIC's position to capitalize on the increasing digitization of the Indian economy, allowing LIC to deliver a satisfying customer experience, drive operating efficiencies, provide smooth internal response-driven functioning, and secure a competitive advantage. LIC is also one of the world's largest insurance companies. It is the world's third strongest and 10th most valuable global insurance brand. Looking ahead, LIC is all set to conquer new frontiers. The corporation is spreading its wings with global footprints. In its endeavor to provide multifaceted financial options, LIC has ventured into other fields of financial expertise with subsidiaries and associate companies, spanning the gamut of real estate, pension, mutual funds, pension funds, and other areas. The Indian life insurance market is the 10th largest in the world and the 5th largest in Asia in terms of life insurance premium, and it offers significant headroom for growth. The combination of high GDP growth, a higher share of a younger population, rapid urbanization, a focus on financial inclusion, increasing preference towards financial savings with increasing financial literacy are all key factors that will propel the Indian life insurance sector in the years to come. In this dynamic scenario, LIC believes that, given its focus on investment in information technology, it is indeed well positioned to capitalize on the increasing digitization of the Indian economy. As the largest player in the fast-growing and under-penetrated Indian life insurance sector, LIC is ready to meet every challenge necessary to write an even greater success story. LIC, Life Insurance Corporation of India, हर पल आपके साथ।
શું વાત કરો છો તમે? ઇલેક્ટ્રિક કેબલ્સ અને પીવીસી પાઇપ્સ અવેલેબલ નથી માર્કેટમાં? હાઉ કેન ધેટ બી? हमारा कमिटमेंट है कस्टमर को, सस्ता घर अपना घर, नो? ऐसे तो बन चुके हम 100 करोड़ की कंपनी।
यस सर।
ये क्या हो रहा है शालिनी? इलेक्ट्रिक केबल्स અને PVC પાઇપ્સ અવેલેબલ કેમ નથી?
सर हमारा जो वेंडर था ना उसने कोटेशन बढ़ा दी है एंड ऑल बिकॉज ऑफ शॉर्टेज इन सप्लाई ऑफ रॉ मटेरियल्स.
તો હવે શું કરવાનું? Where do we find the material from?
सर लेट्स कनेक्ट टू द सेलर्स थ्रू सूफिन.
Sufin.
यस सर, L&T सूफिन.
L&T એટલે લાર્સન એન્ડ ટુબ્રો.
यस सर, लार्सन एंड टुब्रो वाली L&T.
वो जो 80 साल पुरानी कंपनी है वो? मतलब हमारा आधा टेंशन और आधा काम तो खत्म हो गया. But how can L&T help us?
With an experience spread over more than 8 decades, L&T now brings to you Sufin, all your business solutions under one roof. Through Sufin, our valuable customers can discover sellers and buy products from across the country, purchase and sell through a specially designed online payment and settlement mechanism, get financial aid from partner banks and NBFCs to overcome liquidity constraints, avail logistics support to easily ship goods from seller to buyers. RFQ option in Sufin is a unique feature where a multi-product RFQ on both credit and immediate payment terms can be requested. The seller can also quote whole or part RFQ depending on product availability at their end. Sufin's digital platform also allows its partners to connect with each other instantly and hassle-free through a specialized chat system. The buyers and sellers can further converse with each other, resolve queries, and thus help build trust among the Sufin partners. L&T Sufin helps its buyers and sellers to not only do business but also build partnership based on trust. Sufin partners can avail unsecured financing, which is enabled through products like overdraft, invoice discounting, term loan, equipment financing, dealer financing, and vendor financing by multiple lenders. The interest rates as compared to the market are much lower and more cost-effective at Sufin. Through Sufin's digital interface, mid-corporates can also create channel financial solution for their dealers and vendors. Sufin ensures and guarantees the trust between unknown dealers sitting in various parts of the country doing business.
ये लीजिए संतोष जी, आपका बिजनेस लोन अप्रूव हो गया है.
थैंक यू मैडम जी. कड्डी मार दी छलांगा मार दी मैनू याद आवे मेरे यार.
गजब है ये सुफिन भी, हमको पापे जैसा ट्रांसपोर्ट पार्टनर भी दे दिया. ओ पापे महाराज, जरा सिंगाड़ा खाई लो और सुफिन के गुण गाई लो.
ओ चक दे सुफिन.
Sufin provides choice, convenience and accessibility, all at the comfort of your phone and computers. Business is all about creating a win-win situation. With L&T Sufin, everyone wins. To discover more, register on www.lntsufin.com.
This L&T initiative Sufin is really a savior. I have found so many sellers which otherwise would have been impossible to find without the L&T trusted and verified stamp. This actually takes away the worry of discovering suppliers through manual means and verifying their credentials. Thank you, Sufin.
मेरी मानिए तो IDFC फर्स्ट बैंक के सेविंग्स अकाउंट को इंडिया के बेस्ट सेविंग्स अकाउंट्स में गिना जाता है. पूछे क्यों? क्योंकि ये देते हैं सही इंटरेस्ट रेट, वो भी क्वार्टरली नहीं बल्कि हर महीने. सिर्फ यही नहीं, IMPS, डेबिट कार्ड और चेकबुक पे हैं लो चार्जेस. यानी आप इंटरेस्ट पे कमाते हैं ज्यादा और चार्जेस में बचाते हैं ज्यादा. यही तो है इनकी ऑलवेज यू फर्स्ट वाली सोच. मैं तो जुड़ चुका हूं इनके साथ. आप भी जुड़ जाइए ना. IDFC First Bank, always you first.
More than 30 years ago, with a mission to simplify everyday lives for small and medium business owners across the world, Tally was born. A hub of innovation to deliver cutting-edge technology for business growth, built with a single-minded focus of delivering the best experience for you, because your life, your challenges, your aspirations inspire us. In the course of the last 3 decades, our deep-rooted purpose to delight has translated to delivering the best in speed, flexibility, reliability, and simplicity, helping you become efficient and allowing you to focus on growth. Through the tectonic shifts that business and technology have witnessed, we have stood strong as a trusted partner, finding newer and better ways to empower you with technology made for you. Today, we stand on the precipice of yet another disruption that would transform business operations, bringing extraordinary efficiency and flexibility to the fore. Tally ERP9, that ruled the roost for years, makes way for its new and improved successor as simple gets even more simpler and the joy of usage goes up several notches. Presenting Tally Prime, make everyday simple.
परिवार। परिवार वो होता है जहां नन्हों के सपनों की उंगली थाम उसे मंजिल का रास्ता दिखाते हैं, जहां बुजुर्गों के सपने साकार करने के लिए हाथ बढ़ाए जाते हैं, जहां नौजवानों का हौसला बढ़ाया जाता है, जहां छोटी से छोटी खुशी का फासला मिटाया जाता है। हर कदम साथ चल के हमने ये परिवार बनाया है। परिवार भी ऐसा जो अमृत का सरमाया है। इंद्रधनुष सा सतरंगी है हमारा परिवार। हिंदू, मुस्लिम, सिख, ईसाई सभी हैं हमारी नींव का आधार। सोलह सितंबर 1935 से जन कल्याण का संदेश फैलाते आए हैं। 87 सालों से अपने परिवार की मुस्कुराहटें बढ़ाते आए हैं। उस समय जब जरूरत थी देश को आगे ले जाने की, हर नौजवान को सहारा देकर उसकी आय बढ़ाने की, हर आम इंसान के दिल की आवाज सुनकर शुरू हुआ ये परिवार। और इस खूबसूरत सपने को ऐसे ही आम लोगों ने किया साकार। बैंक ऑफ महाराष्ट्र, आइए इसे जानें थोड़े करीब से। जब खाता खुलता है तो एक रिश्ता शुरू होता है, जीवन भर का साथ शुरू होता है। और इसीलिए हमारे हर काम में समाया जज्बात होता है। जज्बात अपना पहला खाता खुलवाने का, जज्बात अपने और अपनों के ख्वाबों को पूरा कराने का। चाहे गाड़ी हो या घर, चाहे बच्चों की पढ़ाई, आसान करता है बैंक ऑफ महाराष्ट्र इस जीवन की हर एक लड़ाई। नए जमाने के साथ साथ कदम भी बढ़ाते हैं। कागज के बिना अब हर सुविधा को उंगलियों तक पहुंचाते हैं। कामयाबी की तरफ हर एक कदम साथ में बढ़ाया है। यही विश्वास रख के चला हमारे साथ हर कांधा है।
On this occasion of Bank's 87th Foundation Day, I salute to the founders of Mahabank and I pay my gratitude to all the stakeholders of the bank for their patronage.
We salute our customers, and this 87th Foundation Day is very special for us because this year our bank had been ranked #1.
and our ratio is almost 55% of CASA, one of the highest in the industry. That also main reason is the support from the customers only.
Sincere thanks to all the stakeholders, namely our valuable customers and our own employees too, that's all of course.
Mahabank Parivar, sometimes I call them Bohemians also. Our bank have improved manifold when Government of India awarded us Best Improver Award. We feel that it could happen because of our Bohemian. They are excellent.
We are in Bank of Maharashtra number one in terms of business growth, and at the same time we want to be number one in terms of integrity in tax and in terms of compliance, in terms of transparency.
मैं इस बैंक में लास्ट 42 ईयर से आ रहा हूँ। मैं कंपनी में नौकरी करता था, तो मैं मैनेजर को एक बार बोला, सर मेरे को बिजनेस करने को दिल है। बोला आपके पास कितने पैसे? बोला मेरे पास 5,000 है। तो उन्होंने बोला अगर आपके पास 5,000 है हम आपको 10,000 देंगे। फिर मैंने भाड़े पे जगह ली, फैक्ट्री खोली, कॉस्मेटिक्स एंड टॉयलेटरीज बनाना चालू किया। मैं चाहता हूँ कि मेरी फैमिली, मेरे बच्चे ये बैंक के साथ रहें। ये जो है एक परिवार एक बैंक, वो स्लोगन नहीं है, इट्स अ फैक्ट।
हर उम्मीद भरी आंखों में खुशियों को झलकाना है। जीवन की इसी आपाधापी में मिलजुल कर बहुत दूर तक जाना है। हम हैं बैंक ऑफ महाराष्ट्र, एक परिवार एक बैंक।
बैंक ऑफ महाराष्ट्र, एक परिवार एक बैंक, बैंक ऑफ महाराष्ट्र।
Datre Corporation Limited, an ISO 9001-2015 engineering company specialist in manufacturing high chrome casting, white iron casting, NI hard casting and high alloy based steel casting at our integrated foundry in Falta, West Bengal, India. Datre is playing an important role in railway safety and is one of the major manufacturing suppliers of the Indian Railways considering human safety. One such product is the CBC coupler, to which Datre has developed premium quality CBC couplers casting used specially in the fastest trains like Shatabdi, Rajdhani, Duronto and other high-speed trains in India. These couplers prevent coaches from override during accidents, ensuring minimum casualty. Datre Corporation Limited have a strong presence in the mining sector, being one of the pioneers in manufacturing and development of high chrome liner casting used as a part of liner product. These castings have the characteristics of high hardness, highly anti-abrasive, which increases the longevity and durability of the product and its functionality. Its predominant usage are in the grinding mills of copper, gold, silver, diamond and other minerals, and is used globally, supplied through our OEM partners. Datre is a key supplier of castings for undercarriage of construction equipment manufacturers like idlers, links and trackpads. These are manufactured from no-bake sand with complex high, medium alloy, carbon steel melting and heat treatment process, ensuring high standard quality benchmark meeting global standards.
The year was 1956. India had just witnessed the tumultuous decade of the 40s gone by. Amidst a rapidly changing social, economic and political environment, a young, ambitious India put its heart and soul behind a path-breaking vision. Its dream to support each and every Indian so that they could progress in their lives with fearlessness, security, protection and self-confidence. And with this mission was born the Life Insurance Corporation of India, or as it is more popularly known to everyone, LIC. LIC's corporate philosophy also underlines this effort to create stability and security. Yogakshemam Vaham Yaham. Loosely translated, it means, your welfare is our responsibility. LIC embodies this eternal teaching, not just as a symbol or a slogan, but as a living philosophy which breathes life into each and every aspect of its functioning. Perhaps that is why, even 65 years later, LIC has managed to create more relevance with not one, not two, but approximately 212 million individual and group policies. An impressive number of believers who have ensured that, despite the advent of private players, way back in the calendar year 2000, LIC could not only sustain its leadership position, LIC's asset under management is 15.6 times larger than its nearest competitor as at December 31st, 2021. As the largest asset manager of the country as at December 31st, 2021, LIC's role goes much beyond being a mere insurance provider. Acting as a lifeline to the nation, LIC contributes significantly to the growth and development of the Indian economy and the nation. To reach out to one and all, LIC has also created a broad and diversified product portfolio, thoughtfully covering various segments, from financial security to pension, from basic security to improvement of income, from helping people meet their responsibilities to helping make their retirement comfortable, from supporting the needy to helping improve the quality of life of the community as a whole. Missions which could not have been realized without the sincerity of the highly motivated workforce, who work tirelessly to create products and services that touch lives in real and meaningful ways. LIC has also created the largest agent network among all life insurance entities in India. More than 13 lakh agents are busy ensuring that LIC's products and support go beyond the well-banked sections of society to reach urban, rural and remote locations of the country. To cover the length and breadth of India, LIC also possesses a vast network of offices, branch offices and satellite offices that are spread across all 36 states and union territories of India, and an extensive omni-channel distribution through bank assurance partners, alternate channel partners, insurance marketing firms, brokers and corporate agents, besides sales through the corporation's website, micro-insurance agents and point-of-sales persons. For a country as vast and diverse as India, technology plays a pivotal role. It is this focus on investments in information technology that have also cemented LIC's position to capitalize on the increasing digitization of the Indian economy, allowing LIC to deliver a satisfying customer experience, drive operating efficiencies, provide smooth internal response-driven functioning, and secure a competitive advantage. LIC is also one of the world's largest insurance companies. It is the world's third strongest and 10th most valuable global insurance brand. Looking ahead, LIC is all set to conquer new frontiers. The corporation is spreading its wings with global footprints. In its endeavor to provide multifaceted financial options, LIC has ventured into other fields of financial expertise with subsidiaries and associate companies, spanning the gamut of real estate, pension, mutual funds, pension funds, and other areas. The Indian life insurance market is the 10th largest in the world and the 5th largest in Asia in terms of life insurance premium, and it offers significant headroom for growth. The combination of high GDP growth, a higher share of a younger population, rapid urbanization, a focus on financial inclusion, increasing preference towards financial savings with increasing financial literacy are all key factors that will propel the Indian life insurance sector in the years to come. In this dynamic scenario, LIC believes that, given its focus on investment in information technology, it is indeed well positioned to capitalize on the increasing digitization of the Indian economy. As the largest player in the fast-growing and under-penetrated Indian life insurance sector, LIC is ready to meet every challenge necessary to write an even greater success story. LIC, Life Insurance Corporation of India, हर पल आपके साथ।
શું વાત કરો છો તમે? ઇલેક્ટ્રિક કેબલ્સ અને પીવીસી પાઇપ્સ અવેલેબલ નથી માર્કેટમાં? હાઉ કેન ધેટ બી? हमारा कमिटमेंट है कस्टमर को, सस्ता घर अपना घर, नो? ऐसे तो बन चुके हम 100 करोड़ की कंपनी।
यस सर।
ये क्या हो रहा है शालिनी? इलेक्ट्रिक केबल्स અને पीवीसी पाइप्स अवेलेबल કેમ નથી?
सर हमारा जो वेंडर था ना, उसने कोटेशन बढ़ा दी है, एंड ऑल बिकॉज ऑफ शॉर्टेज इन सप्लाई ऑफ रॉ मटेरियल्स।
હવે શું કરવાનું? Where do we find the material from?
Sir, let's connect to the sellers through Sufin.
Sufin?
Yes sir, L&T Sufin.
L&T એટલે Larsen and Toubro?
Yes sir, Larsen and Toubro वाली L&T.
वो जो 80 साल पुरानी कंपनी है वो? मतलब हमारा आधा टेंशन और आधा काम तो खत्म हो गया। But how can L&T help us?
With an experience spread over more than 8 decades, L&T now brings to you Sufin, all your business solutions under one roof. Through Sufin, our valuable customers can discover sellers and buy products from across the country, purchase and sell through a specially designed online payment and settlement mechanism, get financial aid from partner banks and NBFCs to overcome liquidity constraints, avail logistics support to easily ship goods from seller to buyers. RFQ option in Sufin is a unique feature where a multi-product RFQ on both credit and immediate payment terms can be requested. The seller can also quote whole or part RFQ depending on product availability at their end. Sufin's digital platform also allows its partners to connect with each other instantly and hassle-free through a specialized chat system. The buyers and sellers can further converse with each other, resolve queries, and thus help build trust among the Sufin partners. L&T Sufin helps its buyers and sellers to not only do business but also build partnership based on trust. Sufin partners can avail unsecured financing, which is enabled through products like overdraft, invoice discounting, term loan, equipment financing, dealer financing, and vendor financing by multiple lenders. The interest rates as compared to the market are much lower and more cost-effective at Sufin. Through Sufin's digital interface, mid-corporates can also create channel financial solution for their dealers and vendors. Sufin ensures and guarantees the trust between unknown dealers sitting in various parts of the country doing business.
ये लीजिए संतोष जी, आपका बिजनेस लोन अप्रूव हो गया है।
थैंक यू मैडम जी। कड्डी मार दी छलांगा मार दी, मैनू याद आवे मेरे यार।
गजब है ये सुफिन भी, हमको पापे जैसा ट्रांसपोर्ट पार्टनर भी दे दिया। ओ पापे महाराज, जरा सिंगाड़ा खाई लो और सुफिन के गुण गाई लो।
ओ चक दे सुफिन।
Sufin provides choice, convenience and accessibility, all at the comfort of your phone and computers. Business is all about creating a win-win situation. With L&T Sufin, everyone wins. To discover more, register on www.lntsufin.com.
This L&T initiative Sufin is really a savior. I have found so many sellers which otherwise would have been impossible to find without the L&T trusted and verified stamp. This actually takes away the worry of discovering suppliers through manual means and verifying their credentials. थैंक यू सुफिन।
मेरी मानिए तो आईडीएफसी फर्स्ट बैंक के सेविंग्स अकाउंट को इंडिया के बेस्ट सेविंग्स अकाउंट्स में गिना जाता है। पूछे क्यों? क्योंकि ये देता है सही इंटरेस्ट रेट, वो भी क्वार्टरली नहीं बल्कि हर महीने। सिर्फ यही नहीं, आईएमपीएस, डेबिट कार्ड और चेकबुक पे हैं लो चार्जेस, यानी आप इंटरेस्ट पे कमाते हैं ज्यादा और चार्जेस में बचाते हैं ज्यादा। यही तो है इनकी ऑलवेज यू फर्स्ट वाली सोच। मैं तो जुड़ चुका हूं इनके साथ, आप भी जुड़ जाइए ना। आईडीएफसी फर्स्ट बैंक, ऑलवेज यू फर्स्ट।
More than 30 years ago, with a mission to simplify everyday lives for small and medium business owners across the world, Tally was born. A hub of innovation to deliver cutting-edge technology for business growth, built with a single-minded focus of delivering the best experience for you, because your life, your challenges, your aspirations inspire us. In the course of the last 3 decades, our deep-rooted purpose to delight has translated to delivering the best in speed, flexibility, reliability, and simplicity, helping you become efficient and allowing you to focus on growth. Through the tectonic shifts that business and technology have witnessed, we have stood strong as a trusted partner, finding newer and better ways to empower you with technology made for you. Today, we stand on the precipice of yet another disruption that would transform business operations, bringing extraordinary efficiency and flexibility to the fore. Tally ERP9, that ruled the roost for years, makes way for its new and improved successor, as simple gets even more simpler and the joy of usage goes up several notches. Presenting Tally Prime, make everyday simple.
परिवार। परिवार वो होता है जहां नन्हों के सपनों की उंगली थाम उसे मंजिल का रास्ता दिखाते हैं, जहां बुजुर्गों के सपने साकार करने के लिए हाथ बढ़ाए जाते हैं, जहां नौजवानों का हौसला बढ़ाया जाता है, जहां छोटी से छोटी खुशी का फासला मिटाया जाता है। हर कदम साथ चल के हमने ये परिवार बनाया है। परिवार भी ऐसा जो अमृत का सरमाया है। इंद्रधनुष सा सतरंगी है हमारा परिवार। हिंदू, मुस्लिम, सिख, ईसाई सभी हैं हमारी नींव का आधार। सोलह सितंबर 1935 से जन कल्याण का संदेश फैलाते आए हैं। 87 सालों से अपने परिवार की मुस्कुराहटें बढ़ाते आए हैं। उस समय जब जरूरत थी देश को आगे ले जाने की, हर नौजवान को सहारा देकर उसकी आय बढ़ाने की, हर आम इंसान के दिल की आवाज सुनकर शुरू हुआ ये परिवार। और इस खूबसूरत सपने को ऐसे ही आम लोगों ने किया साकार। बैंक ऑफ महाराष्ट्र, आइए इसे जानें थोड़े करीब से। जब खाता खुलता है तो एक रिश्ता शुरू होता है, जीवन भर का साथ शुरू होता है। और इसीलिए हमारे हर काम में समाया जज्बात होता है। जज्बात अपना पहला खाता खुलवाने का, जज्बात अपने और अपनों के ख्वाबों को पूरा कराने का। चाहे गाड़ी हो या घर, चाहे बच्चों की पढ़ाई, आसान करता है बैंक ऑफ महाराष्ट्र इस जीवन की हर एक लड़ाई। नए जमाने के साथ साथ कदम भी बढ़ाते हैं। कागज के बिना अब हर सुविधा को उंगलियों तक पहुंचाते हैं। कामयाबी की तरफ हर एक कदम साथ में बढ़ाया है। यही विश्वास रख के चला हमारे साथ हर कांधा है।
On this occasion of Bank's 87th Foundation Day, I salute to the founders of Mahabank and I pay my gratitude to all the stakeholders of the bank for their patronage.
We salute our customers, and this 87th Foundation Day is very special for us because this year our bank had been ranked number 1.
And our ratio is almost 55% of CASA, one of the highest in the industry. That also main reason is the support from the customers only.
Sincere thanks to all the stakeholders, namely our valuable customers and our own employees too, that's all of course.
Mahabank Parivar, sometimes I call them Bohemians also. Our bank have improved manifold when Government of India awarded us Best Improver Award. We feel that it could happen because of our Bohemian. They are excellent.
We are in Bengal Maharashtra number 1 in terms of business growth, and at the same time we want to be number 1 in terms of integrity in tax and in terms of compliance, in terms of transparency.
मैं इस बैंक में लास्ट 42 ईयर से आ रहा हूँ। मैं कंपनी में नौकरी करता हूँ।
मेरी मानिए तो आईडीएफसी फर्स्ट बैंक के सेविंग्स अकाउंट को इंडिया के बेस्ट सेविंग्स अकाउंट्स में गिना जाता है। पूछे क्यों? क्योंकि ये देता है सही इंटरेस्ट रेट, वो भी क्वार्टरली नहीं बल्कि हर महीने। सिर्फ यही नहीं, आईएमपीएस, डेबिट कार्ड और चेकबुक पे है लो चार्जेस, यानी आप इंटरेस्ट पे कमाते हैं ज्यादा और चार्जेस में बचाते हैं ज्यादा। यही तो है इनकी ऑलवेज यू फर्स्ट वाली सोच। मैं तो जुड़ चुका हूं इनके साथ, आप भी जुड़ जाइए ना। आईडीएफसी फर्स्ट बैंक, ऑलवेज यू फर्स्ट।
We will start our B2B session with National Stock Exchange. And we now request Mr. Abhik Gupta, Senior Manager, National Stock Exchange, to start the B2B session on behalf of NSE. And the main focus of this session is how SMEs may raise capital through listing. And this will be, his presentation will be followed by a question answer session. Mr. Gupta, request you to kindly come to the dais, please.
A very good afternoon to the dignitaries of the dais and ladies and gentlemen. I am from the National Stock Exchange, Kolkata Regional Office. And as we all know, NSE is the largest stock exchange in India and one of the largest stock exchange in the world. Over the last couple of years, many of you have been seeing there's a festival of IPOs going on. IPO is a process where I invest in the equity of your company. So there has been large number of IPOs in the last couple of years, starting with Paytm, Nykaa, Zomato, even a Kolkata-based company called Manyavar came up with their IPO. But why we are here today is not to tell you about the main board IPO. We are here today to tell you that NSE also has an SME board, where small and medium enterprises like yours can also come up with an IPO. আপনারা জিজ্ঞেস করতে পারেন এটা কি পসিবল, এসএমইরা কি আইপিও নিয়ে আসতে পারে? So just to give you an example, গত 8 মান্থসে, গত 8 মাসে কলকাতা থেকে 8টা কোম্পানি লিস্ট হয়েছে এনএসসির এসএমই আইপিওতে। টোটাল ইন্ডিয়াতে 264 companies are listed on the SME platform. And last 2 বছরে it was around 100, মানে 264টার মধ্যে 100 came in the last 2 years. So such is the traction which is there in the market. 1st of August, গত মাসের 1 তারিখে আমি রুবি কসবা রুবি গোলপাক আছে, ওখান থেকে একটা কোম্পানিকে লিস্ট করলাম যারা সোলার এনার্জি প্যানেল তৈরি করে। ইকো পার্কে যে পুরো সোলার প্যানেল যেটা তৈরি করা, সেটা ওই কোম্পানিরই তৈরি করা। ছোট ইস্যু সাইজ ছিল, এরা এটা পেটিএম এর মতো বা অন্য কোম্পানির মতো 20,000 কোটি বা 10,000 কোটি টাকার ইস্যু ছিল না। ইট ওয়াজ আ ভেরি স্মল ইস্যু অফ 5.25 crores, 5 কোটি 25 লাখের ইস্যু ছিল। ইস্যু খুললো, অ্যাপ্লিকেশনস এলো, প্যান ইন্ডিয়া থেকে অ্যাপ্লিকেশনস এলো অফ 360 crores against 5 crores issue size. The issue got oversubscribed 75 times. তার মানে একজন যে শেয়ার পেয়েছে তার अगेंस्ट 75 জন অ্যাপ্লাই করেছিল। So such is the acceptance of the SME companies in the markets now. I will keep it very simple and short. আমি আপনাকে বলবো যে কারা কারা এলিজিবল আইপিও আনার জন্য এসএমই ক্যাটাগরিতে, কি অ্যাডভান্টেজেস আছে আর কি কি ডিসঅ্যাডভান্টেজেস আছে সেটাও আমি বলে দেবো। This is the figure 261, আজকে 3খানা লিস্টিং হয়েছে, তো it has reached 264. Total capital raised around 4,000 কোটি টাকা. Number of sectors 20. So there are many sectors who come across. কলকাতা থেকে আমি 6 মাস আগে একটা কোম্পানি ফাইল করেছিলাম কুল ক্যাপস বলে, বিসলারির যে ব্লু কালারের ক্যাপটা হয়, দ্যাট কোম্পানি ম্যানুফ্যাকচার্স দ্যাট। এখন একটা আইপিও চলছে কলকাতার একটা কোম্পানি মেগা ফ্লেক্স বলে, ওরা পিপি লেনো ব্যাগস বানায়। So there are many sectors, 20 around sectors who are there. So we are completely sector agnostic. The best facility holo SME boarded je once you are listed in the SME platform, 2 বছর পর, after 2 years, automatically your company will migrate to the main board at no other extra cost. So out of this 264 companies, 107 companies have already migrated to the main board. সেখান থেকে কলকাতার প্রচুর কোম্পানিজ আছে which has migrated to the main board. কৃতিকা বায়াস বলে একটা কোম্পানি আছে কলকাতা থেকে, হাওড়া থেকে একটা গার্মেন্টস কোম্পানি আছে, আইরিস ক্লোদিং বলে, ডোরেমি বলে একটা বাচ্চাদের ব্র্যান্ড হয়, তারা বানায়। They came up with the IPO 3 years back. Now they have migrated to the main board. So this is the West Bengal story so far. These are the list of companies which got listed in the last couple of years. Starting with Pansari Developers, which is in real estate, Cool Caps, which is in plastic, Hincon Chemicals, which is in chemicals. You have Agni Green Power, which is in solar. There are logistic companies, there are security services, so we are completely sector agnostic. So I will just come up with the basic criteria. Any company whose turnover is more than 10 crores can come up with an IPO. 10 কোটি টাকার যদি আশেপাশে আপনার টার্নওভার থাকে, you can come up with the IPO. সেকেন্ড ক্রাইটেরিয়া যেটা আমরা দেখি যে কোম্পানির অপারেটিং লেভেল যেন প্রফিট থাকে at least 2 out of the last 3 years. গত 3টে ফিনান্সিয়াল ইয়ারে 2 out of the last 3 years your company should be having operating level profit, not PAT profit. And third, নেটওয়ার্ক যেটা আছে সেটা যেন পজিটিভ থাকে, মানে অ্যাকিউমুলেটেড লসেস যদি না থাকে, কারণ কি ইনভেস্টার্সদের সাথে আপনারা ডিল করবেন once you are getting listed. So very simple criteria. Many of the SME will fulfill these criteria. Advantages কি কি আছে লিস্টিং করাতে? The first advantage is that একবার আপনি যখন ইকুইটি মার্কেটে লিস্ট করে নিলেন, আপনাকে ডেট ক্যাপিটালের রুট না নিয়ে আপনি ইকুইটি ক্যাপিটালের রুট নিতে পারবেন। 3 years down the line, 5 years down the line, যখনই আপনার ক্যাপিটাল রিকোয়ারমেন্ট হবে, you can come up with an equity issue and raise equity capital. Second advantage হলো, once you are listed down the line 1 or 2 years later, আপনার equity shares you can pledge as collateral and also get debt. আজকে যদি আপনি ব্যাংকের কাছে লোন নিতে যান, ব্যাংক আপনার কাছে একটা collateral চায়, it might be land, building, whatever. Your equity shares will become an asset and you can pledge it at a collateral after you are listed 1 or 2 years later. Third advantage হলো, once you are listed, আমরা দেখেছি যে লিস্টেড আপনার কোম্পানিতে যতই ডেট থাকুক, লিস্টেড কোম্পানিতে ইন্টারেস্ট কস্টটা কমে যায়, কেন কি ব্যাংকদের স্ট্রাকচারে লিস্টেড কোম্পানিজ হ্যাভ আ ডিফারেন্ট ইন্টারেস্ট রেট স্ট্রাকচার and unlisted companies have a different interest rate structure. So we have seen that there is a benefit of 0.5 to 1% in your interest cost once you are listed. So ওটা আপনি কমে যাবে। The most important part is that ki apni after you are listed, the entire mindset of the promoter changes. যেটা আমি দেখেছি in my 11 years of tenure in NSC. আগে কোম্পানি প্রমোটাররা ভাবে যে আমাকে নেক্সট ইয়ার 2 কোটি প্রফিট বাড়াতে হবে, 1 কোটি প্রফিট বাড়াতে হবে, 3 কোটি প্রফিট বাড়াতে হবে। সেই মাইন্ডসেটটা কমপ্লিটলি চেঞ্জ হয়ে যায়। কি করে চেঞ্জ হয়ে যায়? স্টক মার্কেটে আমি জানি না আপনারা কারা কারা ইনভেস্ট করেন, কিন্তু আপনারা হয়তো জানবেন স্টক মার্কেটে একটা পি বলে একটা জিনিস চলে, প্রাইস আর্নিং রেশিও। কিছু কিছু কোম্পানি আছে 10 এর পিতে চলে, কিছু 15 এর পিতে চলে। এফএমসিজি কোম্পানিগুলো দেখবেন ওরা আবার 30-40 পিতেও চলে। পি জিনিসটা কি? আপনার 1 টাকা প্রফিট যদি হয়, ইনভেস্টররা কত টাকা ইনভেস্ট করতে রাজি আছে ওই 1 টাকার প্রফিটের বিনিময়ে। 10 পি মানে আপনার 1 টাকা প্রফিট হলে ইনভেস্টার্স আর রেডি টু ইনভেস্ট 10 রুপিস ইন ইয়োর কোম্পানি। 30 পি মানে আপনার 1 টাকার প্রফিট হলে investors are ready to invest 30 rupees in your company. তো যখন আপনার কোম্পানি লিস্ট হবে, অ্যাভারেজে যদি আমরা দেখি 10 বা 12 পি তে চলে, আপনি যদি 1 টাকা মানে 1 কোটি টাকা যদি আপনার নেট প্রফিট বাড়ান, অটোমেটিকলি আপনার 10 করোড়ের ওয়েলথ ক্রিয়েশন হয়ে যাবে বিকজ অফ দ্য পি এফেক্ট। সো ওভার দ্য লাস্ট ফিউ ইয়ার্স যতগুলো কোম্পানি লিস্ট হয়েছে কলকাতা থেকে, আই হ্যাভ সিন দ্যাট দেয়ার ইজ আ কমপ্লিট চেঞ্জ ইন দি প্রমোটার্স মাইন্ডসেট ফ্রম প্রফিট ইনক্রিজ টু ওয়েলথ ক্রিয়েশন। Because they are seeing that 1 crore profit can actually create 10 to 12 crore wealth for them. There are a host of other advantages. এখন GST আর etc. compliance এর জন্য almost all companies are actually very very particular about their finances. So when you are already following all compliances, why not you take advantage of the listing also? Disadvantage কি আছে? Disadvantage বলবেন বা একটা বলবেন একটা অ্যাডভান্টেজই বলতে পারেন হলো আপনার কমপ্লায়েন্স বেড়ে যাবে। আজকের ডেটে আপনি ইয়ারলি ফিনান্সিয়ালস বানাচ্ছেন, আফটার ইউ আর লিস্টেড SME প্ল্যাটফর্মে আপনাকে হাফ ইয়ারলি করে করে ফিনান্সিয়ালস বানাতে হবে। সো এভরি 6 months ইউ নিড টু রিপোর্ট ইউর ফিনান্সিয়ালস। মেইন বোর্ডে আপনি যখন চলে যাবেন, ইউর ফিনান্সিয়ালস হ্যাভ টু বি ডান অন আ কোয়ার্টারলি বেসিস। অবভিয়াসলি বোর্ডটাকে রিকনস্টিটিউট করতে হবে, আপনার ইন্ডিপেন্ডেন্ট ডেটাস ইন্ডাক্ট করতে হবে, বাট অল দিস থিংস উইল অ্যাকচুয়ালি ক্রিয়েট আ further benefit for you going ahead. So this is what I wanted to highlight, and whether you are eligible or not, whether you should come up with an IPO now or 2 years later, whether it is a good industry you belong to come up with an IPO, that we can discuss one-on-one. My contact details are given here. আমি IPO ডিপার্টমেন্টটা টেক কেয়ার করি ফর ইস্টার্ন রিজন। আপনাদের যদি কোনো কোয়ারি থাকে যে আমার কোম্পানি এলিজিবল কিনা, আমার IPO আনা উচিত কিনা, এখনো আনা উচিত কি 2 বছর পরে আনা উচিত, we can have a one-on-one discussion for that. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
আপনাদের কারোর যদি কোনো প্রশ্ন থাকে মিস্টার গুপ্তার কাছে, তাহলে আপনারা সেই প্রশ্ন করতে পারেন।
গুড আফটারনুন। আপনি যে অপশনসগুলো বলবেন এগুলো 2 বছর বিজনেসের পারফরমেন্সের পরে গিয়ে এটা SME করতে পারছে। কোনো স্টার্টআপের জন্য কি এরকম অপশন কিছু আছে আপনাদের, যাদের কোনো ব্যাকগ্রাউন্ড এখনো তৈরি হয়নি সেভাবে?
রাইট স্যার। তো বেসিক্যালি হোয়াট উই লুক ইনটু ইজ আ 3 years ট্র্যাক রেকর্ড। একটা SME IPO আনার জন্য 3 বছরের একটা কোম্পানির ট্র্যাক রেকর্ড দেখা হয়। কিন্তু যারা স্টার্টআপ আছেন তাদের জন্য আলাদা প্ল্যাটফর্ম আছে। সেবিরই একটা ITP বলে প্ল্যাটফর্ম আছে, সেখানে স্টার্টআপ ক্যান গো অ্যান্ড দে ক্যান অলসো সি দ্যাট কি করে তারা লিস্ট করতে পারে। তো আমি আপনাকে সাজেস্ট করবো আপনি একবার সেবি ওয়েবসাইটে যান, সেবি ITP প্ল্যাটফর্মটা আপনি ভালো করে স্টাডি করুন, ওখানে স্টার্টআপ লিস্টিং এর যে প্রসিডিউরটা আছে ওটা আপনি পুরো পেয়ে যাবেন।
গুড আফটারনুন স্যার। ফার্মার্স প্রডিউসার কোম্পানি কি আসতে পারে, লিস্টেড হতে পারে? ফার্মার্স প্রডিউসার কোম্পানি FPC, ফার্মার্স প্রডিউসার কোম্পানি FPC।
Sir, আমাদের we have more than 20 sectors who have been represented in the listing space. তো আমরা completely sector agnostic, তো any sector is welcome। তো যে কোনো সেক্টর থেকেই কোম্পানিরা লিস্ট হতে পারে।
নিধি কোম্পানির ক্ষেত্রে নিধি কোম্পানিজ
নিধি কোম্পানিজের দেখুন লিস্টেড তো হতে পারে ফর শিওর, কিন্তু ডেফিনেটলি নিধি কোম্পানিজ লিস্টেড হলে কমপ্লায়েন্স যে চেকলিস্ট আছে আমাদের, ক্রাইটেরিয়াগুলো আছে, ওগুলো একটুখানি ডেফিনেটলি একটু হায়ার সাইডে থাকে। তো ডেফিনেটলি উই উইল হ্যাভ আ থরো চেক ইনটু ইট। যদি এলিজিবল হয়, সব চেকসে যদি ক্লিয়ার করে যায়, তাহলে ডেফিনেটলি লিস্ট হতে পারে।
থ্যাংক ইউ স্যার।
থ্যাংক ইউ।
Good afternoon. So this question is more of a theoretical aspect. Suppose when I'm subscribing to a shares, it is well known that the company has come to the market. Now, given the scale of a MSME, it might not be a very well known company across the country. So my question is that how do NSE assures the firm that their shares will not be undersubscribed, there will be underwriting services, or there will be proper advertisement through which the people will come to know and that this company is available for for the IPO and they can subscribe to the shares?
This is a very good question. Thank you so much for asking this question. The biggest apni বুঝতে পারেন, the biggest advantage in an SME issue is ki SEBI এখানে 100% underwriting mandatory করে দিয়েছে। তার মানে যদি একটা SME IPO আসে আর যদি সাবস্ক্রাইব না হয়, ধরুন 60% সাবস্ক্রাইব হলো বা 70% সাবস্ক্রাইব হলো, বাকি যে পোর্শনটা আছে সেটা আপনার মার্চেন্ট ব্যাংকার আছে তাকে ওই শেয়ারগুলো কিনে নিতে হবে, তাকে বাকি পোর্শনটা সাবস্ক্রাইব করে নিতে হবে। তার মানে যদি একটা এসএমই কোম্পানি আইপিও নিয়ে আসে, there is no question of a failure of the IPO. মেন বোর্ডে এটা হতে পারে, কিন্তু এসএমইদের জন্য সেবি এই দুটো ফিচার অ্যাড করে দিয়েছে ফর দ্য বেনিফিট অফ দ্য এসএমই কোম্পানিজ। একটা হলো 100% আন্ডার রাইটিং, যেটা মার্কেট মেকারকে রেসপন্সিবিলিটি নিতে হবে, মার্চেন্ট ব্যাংকারকে রেসপন্সিবিলিটি নিতে হবে। আর সেকেন্ড হলো একজন মার্কেট মেকার অ্যাপয়েন্ট করতে হবে 3 বছরের জন্য, যাতে কোম্পানির শেয়ারটায় লিকুইডিটি থাকে। মার্কেট মেকারের কাজ হবে মানডে টু ফ্রাইডে যতক্ষণ শেয়ার মার্কেট খোলা আছে 75% অফ দ্য মার্কেট টাইমিং, এনএসসির যে টাইমিংটা আছে 9:15 থেকে 3:30, তারা এসে বাই আর সেল কোড দুটোই দেবে কাউন্টারে, যাতে কোনো রিটেল ইনভেস্টর যদি আপনার কোম্পানির শেয়ারটা কিনতে হয়, হি উইল ফাইন্ড আ সেলার, আর যদি কেউ যদি বিক্রি করতে চায়, হি উইল ফাইন্ড আ বায়ার। সো দিস আর 2 অ্যাডভান্টেজেস which is there, which will answer your question কি যদি ফেলিয়ার হয়, কারণ কি ফেলিয়ার হওয়ার কোনো প্রভিশন নেই because of the SEBI feature which SEBI has added.
Any other question?
गुड आफ्टरनून सर, माय नेम इज प्रकाश किल्ला। सर मैं इन्वेस्टर्स के बिहाफ से आपसे एक क्वेश्चन करना चाहता हूं। जैसे आप लोग तो हर कंपनी को जो आईपीओ दे देते हैं, जैसे कार ट्रेड है, पेटीएम है, वो वैसी कंपनियों का भी आईपीओ आया है। तो मैं इन्वेस्टर्स की ओर से बोलना चाहता हूं कि जब से आया लिस्टेड हुआ है 1/4 का भाव चल रहा है उसका, तो इस तरह की कंपनियों को अगर आप लोग आईपीओ लाएंगे तो इन्वेस्टर्स का कितना लॉस हो रहा है, इसके ऊपर कौन ध्यान देगा?
सर मैं प्राइसिंग में तो ज़्यादा कमेंट नहीं कर पाऊंगा, बिकॉज टू बी वेरी ऑनेस्ट देयर आर अदर रेगुलेटर्स आल्सो इन्वॉल्व्ड, एंड हाउएवर आई कैन से दैट एक बहुत बड़ा स्टेप है आईपीओ में इन्वेस्ट करने का, इज टू रीड द DRHP, ड्राफ्ट रेड हेरिंग प्रोस्पेक्टस, जो एक 300-400 पेज का डॉक्यूमेंट होता है जिसमें कंपनी का पूरा हिस्ट्री, पूरा रिस्क फैक्टर दिया हुआ रहता है। जिस कंपनी का नाम आपने लिया अभी, जिन कंपनी का, अगर आप जाके उनका DRHP पढ़े, उनका रिस्क फैक्टर्स पढ़े, तो ये सब चीजें लिखी हुई थी रिस्क फैक्टर में आईपीओ आने से पहले। सो द ऑप्शन टू वेदर टू इन्वेस्ट इन द आईपीओ और नॉट टू इन्वेस्ट इन द आईपीओ इज विद द इन्वेस्टर, नो वन इज फोर्सिंग एनीवन। बट व्हाट वी ऑलवेज से, एनएसए का जो टैगलाइन भी है, इस सोचकर समझकर इन्वेस्ट कर। सो एक बार वो DRHP पढ़ के, रिस्क फैक्टर्स पढ़ के, उसके बाद सोच के इन्वेस्ट करने से आई थिंक मोस्ट ऑफ दिस क्वेरीज एक्सेट्रा वुड गेट रिजॉल्व्ड। That is all I can say from an exchange perspective.
Any other question?
Yeah, hello. My name is Sirok Roy, and I actually wanted to know about your investors' perspective. And like in retail investors can invest in IPOs of all around, right? But the MSME is very stringent over the, who is it open to? Because as a retail investor myself, I cannot go and purchase anything from SME board, and the IPOs done there. So what's your take on that? Are you getting involved in the retail investors also, or only a level of investors like HNIs and other? Thank you.
Right, sir. So first of all, this SME IPOs, retail investors can very easily invest. There is no difference between applying for a main board IPO or an SME IPO. Like you apply for a main board IPO, you can also apply for an SME IPO. Like you want to buy shares of, say, State Bank of India or LIC, you can give a call to your broker and say, I want to buy this much shares of SBI or LIC. Similarly, you can give a call to the same broker and say that I want to buy shares of an SME company. The case in point, the company which I listed from Ruby, the retail category got oversubscribed 45 times. So retail investors are definitely investing in the SME IPOs in a very, very, at a large scale. The current IPO which is going on, if you actually go and see it in the website, there's a huge amount of retail investors who applied. So it is not that the SME platform is only for HNIs or for QIBs. It is equally for everyone, and anyone can apply for the shares.
Any other question? Thank you, Mr. Gupta. Thank you for sharing the knowledge with us, and we'll be in touch with you. So our next B2B session is with LIC, Mr. Sandeep Chaudhary, Manager PNGS DM, KMDO 1, LIC of India, will be attending this B2B session for LIC.
Good afternoon, dignitaries, off and on the dais, and also the participants here. I am S. Chaudhary. I am privileged to be here and get the opportunity to present before you the risk management factor and also how we can leverage the same with the help of our products, especially group products. I basically from Life Insurance Corporation of India, so insurance that will be leveraged through is life insurance, and there are another aspect of insurance, that is general insurance, that is done by another segment of the insurance. Now first, this is not a slide. Let us start. No way, that will not be any difficulty. First, I will give you some understanding about the risk. Risk here means risk for the business, risk for the individual, etc. Now, what is risk? Risk is exposed to something which can be a danger and some loss or hazard. So this loss can be of an asset that is of value and also life of human being. Now, if we go by that, there can be three types of risk. First one is business risk, second is non-business risk, and third one is other risks. Now, what is business risk? For example, every business people wants to do business for profit and to maximize the benefit for their shareholders. If you are in a MSME, if you are a sole proprietorship, your goal is that to maximize your profit through business. Now, while maximizing the profit or fulfilling the objective of maximizing the profit or getting benefit out of the business, there are some risks are to be taken. For example, if you are doing business in some products, that product is at present not that of market demand, you are shifting to a new product or having some research and development work in the new product. Then also there are certain type of risks that if you go into a new product business or having a new product launch, then that product may or may not succeed. So these type of risks are associated with the business. Now, there are non-business risks also. For example, your business is affected, but that is not directly related to your doing or not doing something. For example, if there is a political situation, a war, or a government decision, for example, before up to previous year, you are getting some tax exemption on your product or something else, or your GST rate was 5%. Suddenly, government has raised the GST rate to 12%, or some tax exemptions has been withdrawn. So in such cases, though you don't have any control over that, but such type of risk also affects business, because that is a non-business risk but affects business. Now, another type of risk is financial risk. Financial risk is associated with the changes in the financial market, ups and downs of interest rate. For example, you are taking bank loan at an interest of say 11%. If the bank reduces the interest rate, that will be profitable for you. If the bank or the financial sector exceeds the 11% mark, then that will be an additional financial burden to pay you the interest. There may be fluctuation in the stock market or even fluctuation in the interest rate also in your investments. So these are the risks, basically 3 types of risk. One is business risk, where you have direct doing or you're direct doing or not doing something has an effect. And also second is non-business risk, where any political situation or government decision will affect your business, and third is financial risk. Now, if we say that how risk can be controlled or risk can be avoided, etc., or how you can manage the risk, basically. I am keeping it very simple. First one is that you can just avoid the risk. Avoid the risk means you want to launch a new product, but you are not sure that whether that product will be successful or not. In that case, you just withdraw yourself from launching that product. Or you may not say, or in the daily life, you are afraid of a car accident, you are not riding a car. But that will not do actually any business for you. Because for doing the business, you have to be in business and you have to diversify. And for that purpose, this is almost a no-no for the businessman, that is avoiding risk. But that because business is taking risk and be successful by taking risk. And second is that you can minimize the risk or reduce the risk. How you can minimize or reduce the risk? Say if your plant, if your office is subject to fire hazard, you can have a fire fighting equipment, you can have fire alarm, something like that. Or if you are thinking that this particular instrument may in future may not give that much of benefit in the stock market, you can sell that product. In that way, you can minimize your risk. And third is just accept the risk. That means whatever the loss it goes, you accept it, and that is also a big no-no for a businessman. And fourth one is what I am now going to talk about is shifting the risk. Shifting the risk means transferring the risk to someone else. Your risk is going to be transferred to someone else. What is that? It can be done through insurance only. That means through insurance, a person, a businessman, an individual, whatever may be, can shift the risk from his risk to a insurer risk. But how? By taking an insurance policy. But this is possible only when an insurance policy is by taking an insurance policy, and by doing that, a person or individual or a businessman has to pay a fee. That fee is called premium. You have to pay the premium so that LIC or any other insurer can take the risk, whether it is a general insurer or a life insurer. That is done through a life insurance policy. So that is shifting of risk to an insurer. This is the most common and most safest way of transferring the risk and to be in business. Now, again, what I have told previously, that risk management can be of 2 types. One is general insurance and other is life insurance. Now, theft, risk of theft, risk of fire, risk of any natural calamity, etc. are dealt with by the general insurance people. Any asset loss of assets out of that. But loss of human lives out of illness, out of accident, out of any other natural calamity is being taken care of by the life insurance segment. Now, how you can leverage your risk through life insurance policies, especially a group insurance policy. Now, there are 2 types of segment where LIC is directly dealing with. One is individual segment, where you can see the agents and the branch offices of LIC, where individual policies are sold, and you are getting individual policy certificates on, and you are paying agency commission at whatever rate, or LIC also doing direct business previously. Now, that is an individual risk that is covered through our individual policies. Now, group risk, that is you are as new entrepreneurs or MSME entrepreneurs also have some business risk, life risk out of the business that can be taken care of by our group products. Now, how that can be taken care of by our group products? Basically, there are 2 types of group products. One is group insurance, that is the basic policy, and other one are funded schemes. Now, what are group products? Group insurance. Group insurance is simple group term insurance. It is paid only when a person dies. Term insurance means it is paid only when a person dies. There is no savings element associated with it. Now, how can a group term insurance help you? As an entrepreneur, you are employing a large number of people, maybe 50, 60, maybe hundreds, maybe 500, 1,000. But these people also have a hazard, life hazard. Life hazard out of the operation, maybe business operation, or outside that. That means it can be your business operation may be such that such operations have some life hazard, or it may be possible that the natural calamities, illness, accidents may happen to anybody. That type of risks are also there. And in the pandemic situation and various other natural calamities, we have seen that we have to pay a large number of people at one time. And if we can't pay, then the business entrepreneur or the MSMEs can face some labor unrest, labor agitation, etc. But this type of risk can be managed by taking group term insurance policy, where Life Insurance Corporation of India, at a very nominal rate, is giving insurance to a large number of groups under a particular organization. Why this is also advantageous for individual policy, there are individual underwritings, but in the group insurance, we have group underwritings. That means no separate KYC are required for the members of the group. Only we have to know the employer, and then under the employer, we take them as members. So no separate KYC, no separate underwritings. Beside that, there may be a liquidity risk also. When you are, you are going to pay the persons who have died, but whether you have enough money to pay them equally or pay them as per their demand or as per your wish, that is also an important factor. Now, this risk also can be minimized by, or can be litigated by taking life insurance policy. So that life insurance companies, especially LIC of India, the biggest life insurance insurer of India for the last 66 years, even after 20 years of opening up the sector, can help you in a big way. And you are also can have some, if some under some statute, you have to give some group insurance to anybody, that can also be taken care of through our group insurance policy. Example of that is our EDLI, in group insurance in lieu of EDLI. That means employees deposit link insurance, which is part of the PF rules. That PF rules states that through deposit link, 35 times of the PF deposits to be covered as group insurance. That is our group insurance product is also there, which also gives a slightly better benefit than the EDLI of the PF department, and also takes care of the statutory requirement or requirement of the PF rules, and in such a way we can help the MSMEs also. Especially those MSMEs don't have that much legal experts with them like big companies, that much consultants with them like big companies. So we can do on behalf of the consultants, on behalf of the legal experts, we can help them. These are the way our group products can help you, especially group insurance. Now, again, when you are actually giving loans to someone, there are always risks that that person may die. Whoever you are giving risk, you are giving loan, that person may die. So that type of risk also can be covered by covering through GI of loanee members. So where there are risk of this financial risk can also be taken care of Life Insurance Corporation of India through GI, credit GI, that is GI for your group insurance for your loanee members. Now, so all types of risk cannot be covered. For example, risks that we cover are called insurable risk, and the risks we can't cover are called non-insurable risk. For example, non-paying of repayment of loan by someone is cannot be covered by insurance. If you cannot cover the non-repayment of loan, but we can actually cover the death of a person who has taken loan from you, and that way you can minimize your financial risk. These are the way that group insurance products, group term insurance can help you. And others are funded scheme. The most popular funded scheme for us is the group gratuity. Group gratuity again helps you in many ways to leveraging the risk. How you can leverage the risk? Number one, gratuity is as per statute. You know, any establishment who is employing more than 10 or more people are bound by the law to pay gratuity to its employees if he has served 5 years, minimum 5 years. And also he has to pay persons who died within 5 years, even though he has not served for 5 years, he has to pay the gratuity to that person. This is as per statute. Now, LIC as a fund manager, the biggest fund manager in India, over 8,63,000 crores of fund we are having under group business, and 42 lakh assets in our hand, can help you in a big way. As our Anurada Manna madam in the previous session has told, that you can be a part of that big fund even though your company may not be that big, in the way that you will get the benefit of a even biggest fund that India possesses. Now, group gratuity fund, through group gratuity fund management, we help you to leverage the risk of statute, that is Gratuity Act 1971. Whatever the provisions of the Act, whatever the clauses of the Act, accordingly we do fund management. What are the clauses? It says that fund management, for getting income tax benefit, you have to invest the fund in such a way that is as per the Income Tax Act. Otherwise, you will not get the tax benefit for the contribution you are making in the gratuity fund, and your gratuity fund also will not get the tax benefit, that is the interest the fund earns will also not be eligible for exemption under Income Tax Act. Now, for this purpose, you can manage your fund through LIC, so that LIC can take care of your requirement as per statute, take care of requirement as per Income Tax Act. Both the Gratuity Act 1971 and the Income Tax Act 1961 are taken care of. And again, there is a liquidity risk. For example, if 5 persons, 10 persons are actually retiring or taking leave from your company, in that case, paying gratuity at a time may be a financial burden for you. You may not have that much financial liquid assets in your hand to pay them. So through fund management, year after year, LIC can advise you through actuarial valuation how fund can be managed, so that that risk of liquidity also can be taken care of. Now, what I have told at the time of taking risk of liquidity is the actuarial valuation. Actuarial valuation is another requirement as per prudent accounting policy, and also being suggested by Institute of Chartered Accountants of India in AS 15, that is Accounting Standard 15. Accounting Standard 15 says that there should be actuarial valuation of 4 liabilities. Number 1, gratuity liability. Number 2, superannuation liability, if you have a pension product in vogue in your company. And number 3 is group leave encashment. That is, if you are paying leave, whatever leave to the credit of an employee at the time of retirement or at the time of resignation or any type of exit, any other type of exit, even unfortunate death. If you are paying them, that leave encashment also to be funded. And another thing is that post-retirement medical benefit. If you are giving the post-retirement medical benefit to some of the employees or all of your employees, that also can be funded and to be funded as per Accounting Standard 15 of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. So that regulations also are taken care of by LIC of India. How it is taken care of? We give you an actuarial valuation every year if the fund is managed with us, and that actuarial valuation is accepted under Income Tax Act and also as per, by Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. And we also give a sizable interest, fixed and very safe interest each and every year. That is not much fluctuation, because Madam has already mentioned in this session that almost 70 to 80% we keep in government securities, and balanced 20 to 30% are in bonds. That is also AAA bonds, and also in equities which are of reputed companies and blue chip companies. And very few, or less than 1%, are in other liquid assets. So interest rate is stable and competitive, and attractive as well. And in that way, it also covers your financial risk. Now, this gratuity policy is associated with an insurance cover also. What is the insurance cover? This insurance cover is future service gratuity protection. This is a very important thing. Future service gratuity protection means, for example, a person has served, who has joined the service at say 25 years. He has unfortunately died at the age of 35 years. The normal retirement age was 60 years. So what is the unexpired portion of his service? It is 25 years. That is from 35 years to 60 years, for which he didn't do the service. When he didn't get the, his nominee didn't get the unexpired portion gratuity also, which would have been has served the whole service life. This unexpired portion of service, that is future service gratuity, is protected by an insurance policy. That is, we will pay the balance 25 years of service gratuity by the help of a insurance policy of very nominal rate. So that is also give you a better opportunity to your employees, so better service condition to your employees, and the skilled laborers, the experts in your company will think twice before leaving your company, because you are giving a better service conditions, not only at the time when he is in service, but when he is not in service, or in case of unfortunate death also, you are giving a better service condition to him, and that will help you in reducing the labor turnover and keeping your skilled laborers. Our group superannuation product is there. Group superannuation, there are actually in life, there are two types of risks in life. One is dying early. Dying early means if a person dies early, then he has a huge financial family responsibility he keeps behind, and that financial liability of his family can be taken care of by our group insurance product. But at present, we see that there are another type of risk, that is living too long, that is longevity is another risk. Because if a person lives too long, then his assets reduces and the cost of inflation, etc., increases. So at the time he retires at 60, whatever asset he has, whatever liquid asset, whatever earning he has, is going to reduce with the passage of time. So that can be taken care of by our group insurance superannuation product, where we manage the fund, also provide annuity. What is the annuity? That actually leverages the risk of reducing interest rate. At the age of 60, when he starts at a certain rate of annuity, that will go lifelong without any reduction. That will go lifelong. That is the guarantee from Life Insurance Corporation of India, that even if there are reduction of interest rate, that interest rate will hold firm. And for example, in 1995 or 2000, whoever taken our group insurance annuity or even individual assurance annuity, in that case also they are giving 11%, 12% rate of interest till date. If he has lived for 30 years. But today interest rate is in bank 5 to 5.5%. So that way he is getting more than 2 times of the whatever the current interest rate that is prevailing. That means once the interest rate is fixed in the annuity, that will be there lifelong. And there is also a facility to get the return of capital. That is, in case of his death, the nominee will get back the capital. And at the same time, there is a joint life policy or annuity is guaranteed for say 30 years, 20 years, 20 years, 15 years, 5 years, etc. Not 30 years. So these type of guarantees are also there. So annuity policy and coupled with our group superannuation takes care of the risk of the living long. So these are the ways that our group products helps in leveraging risk through insurance. And LIC, the biggest life insurer and the biggest financial institution in India, and one of the biggest in with the world as well. It is coming within the Fortune 500 companies, are having the sovereign guarantee of the government, central government, and also has the biggest fund manager of the country, and also has a experience of maintaining funds of almost all the banks, both in public sector and private sector, all the big companies, and you can be associated with LIC and get the benefit of this and leverage your risk, minimize your risk through our group products. And we welcome you to have interaction session and questions in a way. And I once again thank BCCI to give this opportunity to me and to LIC of India in this August gathering. Thank you.
Do you have any question? Do you have any question for Mr. Chaudhary? Okay, thank you then. Thank you, Mr. Chaudhary. We will now shift to the next session. The next session is actually on e-procurement, because in the morning we were talking about exploring market for SMEs and providing B2B platforms for them. So we have L&T Sufin here with us. Mr. Partho Basu, State Head of L&T Sufin, is with us. And Mr. Basu will present on automation and streamlining of supply chain. Mr. Basu, please come to the dais, please.
Very good afternoon. I hope post-lunch, not too many people are sleepy. I was feeling sleepy, by the way. So, আমি বাংলায় বলবো, যদি কার অসুবিধা থাকে বলবেন। সকালে মিস্টার বিক্রমজিৎ সেন, আমাদের চিফ অপারেটিং অফিসার, উনি স্লাইডটা রান থ্রু করেছেন। তো আমি তাড়াতাড়ি স্লাইডটা রান থ্রু করব, আর যদি আপনাদের কোনো প্রশ্ন থাকে প্লিজ করতে পারেন। দিস ইজ অ্যাকচুয়ালি দিস ওয়াজ স্টার্টেড। তো প্রথমে বলবো, হাউ ডাজ সুফিন নেম কাম? সুফিন ইজ SU stands for supply chain, Fin is for finance. Okay, so that is the way the Sufin name came about. This is the brainchild of SNS sir, SN Subramaniam, our CEO, L&T Group CEO. কেননা দেখা গেল যে the entire day we have been looking into the SME and their pain points. So what we saw is that, sorry, I'm back to English, I will come back to it. The supply chain, there are some major pain points যেগুলো দেখা যাচ্ছে। একটা হচ্ছে আপনার একজন এসএমই জন কলকাতায় বসে আছে, বা ধরুন আসানসোলে আছে, বা ধরুন হাওড়ায় আছে, ধরুন কোনো ফোর্জিং ইন্ডাস্ট্রি বা কোনো ট্রেডার, ওকে, বা কোনো ম্যানুফ্যাকচারিং ইন্ডাস্ট্রি ধরুন ফলতায় আছে, ওকে। তো ওনাদের কি হয়, দে ডোন্ট হ্যাভ দ্যাট সর্ট অফ মার্কেট। ওনারা যদি পাঞ্জাবে কোনো বায়ার থাকে, দে কান্ট ফাইন্ড আউট, বা ধরুন যদি আন্ধ্রায় কোনো বায়ার থাকে, ওনারা খুঁজে পাবেন না। তো একটা জিনিস ছিল টু গিভ দ্য এসএমইজ দ্যাট মার্কেট প্লেস। কেন এখানে কি হয়, বায়ার্স কাম অন দিস মার্কেট প্লেস অ্যান্ড দে সার্চ ফর প্রোডাক্টস। তো একটা মেজর রিকোয়ারমেন্ট হচ্ছে যে এখানে যেরকম আমি যদি কোনো দোকানে যেতে হয়, আমি ফিজিক্যালি ভিজিটিং, আমি যদি এজরা স্ট্রিটে যেতে আমি ভিজিট করব, বা ধরুন হাওড়ায় যেতে আমি ভিজিট করব, এখানে ডিজিটাল লিস্টিং অফ প্রোডাক্ট, দ্যাট ইজ ইউর মার্কেট প্লেস, দ্যাট ইজ ইউর অ্যাড্রেস, ওকে। তো আপনি যে প্রোডাক্টগুলো ডিসপ্লে করছেন, দ্যাট ইজ হোয়াট ইজ বিং সিন বাই দ্য প্রসপেক্টিভ বায়ার, দ্যাট ইজ ওয়ান থিং। আরেকটা যেটা মেজর পেন পয়েন্ট দেখা যাচ্ছে ইজ দ্য লজিস্টিক্স পার্ট। কেন এসএমইর পক্ষে অনেক ক্ষেত্রেই যদি একটা ছোট শিপমেন্ট করতে হয় কলকাতার ভেতরে, বা কলকাতা থেকে দুর্গাপুরে, বা অনেক সময় যদি সাউথে পাঠাতে হয়, তখন অসুবিধা হয়। ভেন্ডাররা অনেক লেন ওয়াইজ রেট দেয়, এফটিএল ফুল ট্রাক লোড ছাড়া পার্ট ট্রাক লোড হলে জিনিস 4 দিনের মাল হয়তো 20 দিনে পৌঁছাচ্ছে। অল দোজ থিংস হ্যাপেন। একটা ড্রাইভারের নাম্বার দিল, প্রথমে যখন কলকাতায় লোড হলো, তারপর যখন কোয়েম্বাটোরে পৌঁছাচ্ছে তখন হয়তো ড্রাইভার চেঞ্জ হয়ে গেছে, ট্রাক চেঞ্জ হয়ে গেছে, মাঝখানে ট্রান্সশিপমেন্ট হয়ে গেছে, সো মেনি থিংস হ্যাপেন, রাইট? তো সেই জন্যে আমরা নিজেরা গ্রাউন্ড লেভেল সাপ্লায়ার্সের সাথে মানে লজিস্টিক্স প্রোভাইডারের সাথে ইন্টিগ্রেট করেছি। Aggregators are there, but we have also connected with primary suppliers, okay? That is another thing which we have done. Third point is obviously the point of today's discussion, which is financing, the lending part. A lot has been discussed today, but I am sure although I am basically a career banker, before coming to this role I was a banker in the SME and corporate domain. তো আমি জানি প্রবলেমটা কি হয়। বাংলা কথায় বলতে গেলে অনেক ব্যাংকার আছেন হয়তো আমায় বাইরে দেখলে বকবেন, ব্যাংকাররা তেলা মাথায় তেল দেয়, দ্যাট ইজ দ্য ওয়ে ইট হ্যাপেন্স, রাইট? তো SMEs will abide by that, right? বাট কি হয় ওনাদেরও অসুবিধা আছে। অ্যাকচুয়ালি উই আর ডিলিং উইথ পাবলিক মানি অ্যান্ড ওভার দ্য ইয়ার্স lot of businesses have run away with money. But today running away from the country is becoming tougher. I am a bit digressing from the point, but point is things are becoming tougher to মানে টাকা মেরে পালানো মুশকিল হয়ে যাচ্ছে, so which is good, I mean, for the, so that means that a lot of the money which is being lent will be recycled and ultimately that will benefit all of us. Possibly that is the way that will progress, right? তো এখন আমি L&T সুফিনের এটায় আসবো। I will just scroll through the slides. এটা তো আমি বলেছি, এটা আর যাব না। Challenges also we have discussed, but see আমরা এই প্রোডাক্ট ক্যাটাগরিতে আছি। আপনি যদি দেখেন এখানে যদি দেখেন যে ইস্টে কি কি করা যায়, ইস্ট ইজ ভেরি স্ট্রং ইন, ধরুন একটা তো যদি ইস্টে দেখা যায় মেটালসে ইস্ট ইজ ভেরি স্ট্রং, কেন উই আর দ্য, যেটা আমরা জিওগ্রাফিতে আগে পড়তাম, উই আর দ্য রুর অফ ইন্ডিয়া, মানে আপনার যদি ঝাড়খণ্ড বিহার এই বেলটা থাকেন, দ্যাট ইজ ওয়ান, ওড়িশা অলসো, ওকে। কলকাতা ট্র্যাডিশনালি স্টার্টিং ফ্রম ইস্ট ইন্ডিয়া কোম্পানি উই হ্যাভ বিন দ্য হাব অফ ট্রেডিং ফর ইন্ডিয়া। থিংস হ্যাভ গন ডাউন, কিন্তু তাও অনেকটা এখনো কলকাতা ইজ দ্য হাব ফর এন্টায়ার ইস্ট, বিকজ আনফর্চুনেটলি ইস্টে যেরকম অন্য রিজনগুনায় দেয়ার আর আদার সাব locations which are very strong. ইস্টে এখনো কলকাতাটা ইজ স্টিল দ্য স্ট্রং। আপনি যখন মহারাষ্ট্রে যদি থাকেন আপনি পুনে আছে, নাগপুর আছে, সাউথে যদি দেখুন আপনি ব্যাঙ্গালোর আছে, হায়দ্রাবাদ আছে, আদার দ্যান চেন্নাই, আই এম জাস্ট টেলিং। সো দ্যাট ইজ হোয়াট। তো ইস্টে কলকাতা being the metro, there are not so many satellite towns that have come up in the way it was envisaged. Okay, so we are coming back to the one, we are in these segments basically 40, we are now in 49 product categories, okay. Basically engineering, industrial and manufactured segments, okay, that is what we are. And I think the audience over here, the SMEs who are there, they will also be mostly in that segment. Just last week we had a brainstorming session. So now we are, if you see, we are just selling products. But going forward, we will also be moving into services, okay? And because services forms a major part of that also, okay? My dhon apna jodi manpower sourcing services, ba dhon kono fabrication services, ba kono tooling services, ba plumbing services, ba electrical services, we will be also going into services. So that is something we have discussed. The implementation timelines are not yet clear, but we will be going into that. Don't renting services, don't heavy earth moving machinery অনেকে rent করে। আমার এত সিএফটি মাটি ক্লিন করতে হবে, তো আমি কি থোড়ি আমি টেরেক্স নেব না, আমি একটা কোনো ভাড়া করে কাজ করব। তো দোজ থিংস অলসো উই উইল মুভ ইনটু, কেন দিজ আর পেন পয়েন্টস হুইচ নিড টু বি রিজলভ, বাট দ্য টাইমলাইন্স অফ দ্যাট সার্ভিস পার্ট ইজ নট ইয়েট স্টিল আইডেন্টিফাইড, বিকজ দিস ইজ জাস্ট আর্লি ডেজ। উই ওয়ার বর্ন অন 7th of March, দিস ইজ জাস্ট 5.5 months, 6 months, তো দ্যাটস হোয়াট। আরেকটা যেটা বেনিফিট হয় বায়ার সাইডে আমি বলবো, L&T নিজের অনেক প্রকিউরমেন্ট এর থ্রু দিয়ে করছে। Because A, it is saving them time, and B, we are taking a lot of the load which the L&T's procurement team korto. Don't L&T construction, by L&T valves, by L&T transmission, so, and other ICs, hydrocarbon, heavy civil, all those things. L&T has many sub-units. So all of them, most of them rather, are procuring through us. I'm also type C, not type B or type A. Fabrication আমরা করতে পারবো না, but they are procuring a lot of the items through this L&T SUFIN. So if somebody is enrolling on L&T SUFIN, that also gives them an access to receive the request for quote for L&T requirements. Okay, so that is also a benefit which will come if people are registering on L&T SUFIN platform. এটা একটা জাস্ট দিস আ ফ্যাগ একটা গ্রুপ বিয়ারিং এর আপনি যদি lntsufin.com এ যদি স্ক্রল করেন আপনি দেখতে পাবেন যে আপনি এটা সার্চ করে দেখতে পাবেন যে কি জিনিস খুঁজছেন কিছু জিনিস হয়তো পাবেন অনেক জিনিস হয়তো পাবেন না বিকজ লাইক আই টোল্ড ইউ উই আর জাস্ট 2,50,000 SKUs এই জিনিসটা হচ্ছে SKU যে ফ্যাগ এর বিয়ারিংটা দিস ইজ আ সিঙ্গেল কি ইউনিট ওকে সো দ্যাট ইজ অ্যান SKU আপনি লিস্ট করলে ইউ ক্যান লিস্ট 100 of your SKUs or maybe 500 of your SKUs there is no upper limit on how many SKUs you can list. যতই SKU list করবেন the probability of getting an RFQ goes up. So আপনি কখনো দুটো তিনটে SKU list করে লাভ নেই. You should list as much SKUs as you can. Okay. So that is what আমাদের প্রত্যেক buyer বা seller এর সঙ্গে there is an RM involved because ultimately as I was discussing with some of you over lunch manual involvement না হলে B2B তে there is no confidence right. So because Amazon has taught us B2C over the last few years, last 10 years maybe. But B2B, I mean, online is, digital is very new. So there has to be a human interaction. There are technical aspects involved. There are grades involved, I mean, specifications involved. There are drawings involved. Okay. There are various questions. Ei natta ekhane, fast natta ekhane ki kore lagano hobe, all those things are there. So there is always a human interface. There is a relationship manager who is involved with each buyer and seller and যখনই কোনো এনকোয়ারি থাকে ধরুন বায়ার কোনো এনকোয়ারি রেজ করলো it goes to the seller they also have their queries and we reach out to the buyer in that case আমরা কথা বলিয়ে দিই যে কোনো রিকোয়ারমেন্টের কোনো ডাউট থাকলে we get it done that is what we do these are boss products these are different products East we are present as of now my manpower is present in Kolkata, Durgapur, Midnapur, और আপনার তাছাড়া উড়িষ্যায় আছে উড়িষ্যায় I have to scale up and বাকি রাঁচিতে আছে পাটনাতে আছে I will be putting people in Dhanbad and northeast also that is the plan তো সেটা আর কি we are scaling up and in other locations we have seen north NCRA we have got more than 70 staff. As of now, we are about 220. এটা হচ্ছে সেলসের লোক তাছাড়া ব্যাকএন্ডের লোক আছে ক্যাটাগরির লোক আছে সফটওয়্যারের লোক আছে our software is done by Mindtree and LT Infotech. Okay, so that's what. The platform is Microsoft Azure, but our entire development is done by Mindtree and LT Infotech, which is captive L&T group company. So that is there. And we have got our other finance and other teams are there. So that's what. I will come to this part, working capital solution we have discussed. Verification and trust still is something which I would like to harp on. আমাদের কোনো কাস্টমার যখন অনবোর্ডিং হয় যদি সে ডিজিটালি অনবোর্ডিং করে still we have a physical visit to the client and we verify that the client exists, that they have got the capacity to do a B2B transaction because B2B and B2C is very different. If somebody is doing a B2B transaction, we try to see that they have, even if he's a trader, we try to see he has got a go down, there is stock over there, we try to see the papers, we try to see his vintage. More or less we try to see that there are no signs that he is a fly-by-night operator. That is very important. Because it should not happen that the buyer has given the money, he is telling I need 25% advance or 25% advance लेके उड़ गया, फिर problem हो जाता है. Then there is a platform risk. Because that counterparty risk is always there. So we try to do the due diligence. We have got third-party people who verify each onboarding. Okay, that the KYC is matching, physical दुकान उसका है, factory अगर है तो factory also is verified. We try to do the due diligence. Okay. So that is something which we do because trust is something that will be built over time. And we are very, what I will say, cognizant of that. L&T as a group is very cognizant of that because these are very early days. And क्या होता है, if you look at some of the others which we are doing, I think after me Moglix is also there, but Moglix क्या करता है, they have got a marketplace, but they are buying themselves also. तो क्या होता है, if I am doing end-to-end, including fulfillment, then these are things we need to be very cognizant about the seller and also the buyer. If somebody is buying on credit, we do a deep dive into their bank report, their rating, their compliances, statutory compliances and all that. We do a deep dive into that also. But still you cannot restrict everything. Some things happen which is not, which is unwanted. But to the maximum extent possible, we try to do our due diligence. That is what we do. Trust and verification. This is something, see, we are basically not doing the lending ourselves, but we do some sort of due diligence first, and then we try to map what sort of supplier will be fitting into the credit appetite of which sort of a bank's requirement, okay, which sort of structured products which they will be fitting into. We have tied up with most of the private sector banks, and also SBI is on the cards. One or two other public sector banks are also on the cards. Invoice discounting is very common. And other than that, we have got unsecured ODs, okay. And we have also got strong equipment financing tie-ups with two banks, which is already there, and there are others in the fray. Term loans is also there, because many times what happens, a buyer is going for a capex, and the cost may be huge. It may be 2 crore, 3 crore, 4 crore in terms of that, I am telling. So then they want a term loan. So we have got tabs for that, and some transactions are happening also on those lines. That assessment happens, that takes time, okay. A term loan का assessment होगा तो उसको time लगता ही है, but things are happening to the platform. We are taking the buyer to that bank and getting that assessment done. That's what we are trying to do. Papers देना पड़ेगा, but we are taking you to that bank. That's what we are trying to do. We are trying to do some due diligence and doing the aggregation and then taking it to that level. That is what in brief. Channel finance is also there. We are already in good talks in channel finance with some major companies in India. Okay, quite a few are very interested, and we are trying to do that. We are also, there are some companies like maybe they are based out of East. They want, this is not pertaining to finance, I am just diverging from the discussion. They want us to find dealers, distributors for them in South. Somebody wants to find dealers, distributors from them in North. So we are doing those things also. Those things are also in the work. So these are early days, but as you spell out your requirement, we are trying to see how best we can fit in the scheme of things and add value to that. That is what we are trying to do. লজিস্টিক্সের কথা মিস্টার বিক্রমজি তো সকালে বলেছেন, কেন কি লজিস্টিক্স আমরা দেখেছি মেজর পেন পয়েন্টস, অনেক সময় কি এই পিনকোডটা কভার্ড নয়, আপনারা তো শিপমেন্ট যাবে উত্তরাখণ্ডে কোনো একটা জায়গায়, ইউ হ্যাভ গট আ শিপমেন্ট টু ডু বাট ইট ইজ নট কভার্ড. সো উই ট্রাই টু see, we have got tie-ups. I won't say 100% of the pin codes in India are covered as of now, but every day is a work in progress. So we try to see to it that you can deliver the goods at a cheaper rate than what you are getting as of now. The choice is obviously yours. Sometimes the rates which the supplier gets, the seller gets is lower than what we are able to quote, but we give them an option. এখন অব্দি লজিস্টিক্সের অপশন মোস্ট অফ দ্য কোম্পানিজ দেয় না, তো লজিস্টিক্স ইজ অ্যান অপশন, কারণ আমরা লোকাল লেভেল টাই আপ অনেক সার্ভিস প্রোভাইডারের সাথে করেছি, মানে ট্রাক ওনারদের সাথে করেছি, অ্যান্ড বিকজ দে হ্যাভ এ টাই আপ উইথ আস, উই ক্যান get a better bargain out of them than maybe a SME player can get at an individual level. So that strength obviously helps. And obviously we have got our vendors who are transacting for 20-30 years with for L&T group companies. So that closed user group is also a part of the database. So we can capitalize on that. That is also there. There's free transit insurance and all that. That is part of the given. We have got a RFQ is a very strong thing. I mean, if you are interested, we can, this is not a proper forum and time is also not there, because RFQ is something that is the way offline transactions happen. কি হয় আপনার একটা quote চান, a buyer looks for a quote, there are 4 or 5 vendors who give a quote, and there are some negotiation, there are some technical specs involved, কখনো quality testing হবে, pilot পাঠাতে হয় প্রথমে, sample পাঠাতে হয়, তারপরে ওটা হয়। তো এখানে আমরা we are replicating the same thing. Online we are replicating the same thing as happens offline, and request for quote it happens for many customized products. এখন আমরা অনেক দেখেছি roofing sheet, fabrication, roofing sheet with gutter, everything that they need those fabrications and all that. That is also happening on the platform in a good way. And East, typically we have seen that we are very strong in some categories. We are strong in foundries, we are strong in metals, we are strong in quite a few other items also. So that is the way it is happening. And what is happening is that wherever we are strong, we are trying to sell it pan-India. যেটা আগে হয়তো ওই সেলার গুলো পাচ্ছিল না। So that is what, there were agents involved and we are being able to delayer that. So the seller's margin is going up, or maybe for the buyer the buying cost is going down. Either of that is what, if the band was here, if there was a 10% margin in between two layers, we are removing that. Okay. And going to the commercials, our commission on commercials on metals and similar generic products is 0.5% of that PO value. Okay. And other than that, for other products, if you are a non-subscribed seller, it is 1.5%. If you are a subscribed seller, it goes down by 25 pips. So it is 1.25%. That is the commercial. But depending on the value and some other things, things can change. That is the standard card rate. That's what it is. Okay. This is the bulk RFQ. You have got a one-time order. You can have a rate master. That a rate master is basically a rate contract. You can have an annual order, and you can have the monthly requirements placed like that. You can have X works, or you can have a landing price. Payment type can be immediate, or it can be on credit. On credit, we do a due diligence on the buyer, and not everybody is eligible for an on-credit payment. So we do the due diligence, and if you run you can clear it, then only on-credit payment is allowed. That's the way it happens. And now we have also launched WhatsApp RFQ. That is for a single SKU as of now, but it will be scaled up later. So because launching RFQ platform में login करके ID देके वो सब करने people find it is timely. So we have launched WhatsApp RFQ also recently. Last month we launched that, and as it gains traction, we will launch it for multiple SKUs also. That is what it is. So that's in brief. This is the B2B held desk number, or I can share your card. I've got my team members. Some of my sales guys are over here. They will reach out to you. You can take my number in case it is you feel it, or my other team members are also there. If you have got any questions, you can please put it forward. I'll be happy to take it.
Thank you, Mr. Basu. Do you have any question for Mr. Basu? Yeah.
One, you explain the pricing of between 0.5 to 1.5, and I'm assuming that all your logistics, all services are excluding that. Yeah. Obviously, those are all add-on. You have not included any insurance, in-transit insurance into the pricing? That is there. Okay. Okay. And how much, is it DIY kind of onboarding process, or you also help the vendors, supplies?
We have an RM involved.
Okay.
Okay. You can just call. It is a DIY, but most of the time it is supported, because there are technical specs. आपको जो कोई भी SKU load करेंगे ना, in an Excel there will be at least 15-16 specs which will be required.
Okay. Okay.
So we help you in that. See, you give the details, but we help you in that.
Sure. And I was just going through your site. So there is a set UN standard of codes that you use. So nomenclature of the codes, is it following the nomenclature or it is a universal code with which that product can be traced anywhere?
It is a universal nomenclature that is followed.
Okay, so for that particular bearing, that particular code globally, it's been marked as that, right? With all technical specifications. Okay.
And then that HSN code also comes in.
HSN code is involved in that. Okay. Another is, I was very inquisitive about this is, are you already opening up your platform to ONDC initiative which Government of India is running? Open ONDC, Open Network Commercial.
We are an open platform.
Okay.
We are an open platform. So it is not restricted to anybody. Okay? So we are an open platform. And I've not gone into the, I've just heard about the ONDC of something like that. But
okay.
We are an open platform. That's not nothing on that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Sorry?
Any other question? No.
Yeah, I have gone through your e-portal today itself, but I didn't found any healthcare or pharmaceutical products there, means non-prescription product.
No, if you see the categories, we are not there in those categories. We are not there in, we are in chemicals, but we are in industrial chemicals. Okay?
Okay.
So we are not there in API and all those things. We are not there as of now.
Yeah.
We may scale up later, but as of now, we are basically in industrial engineering and those manufactured products. That's what we are in. We are not there in pharma as of now.
Sure.
Any other question? Okay, then we will shift to the next session. Thank you, Mr. Basu. Thank you for enlightening us. And we will shift to the next session. That is a presentation on supply chain finance by Credlix, domestic and export financing. Mr. Kailash Rathi, Director Moglix, and Mr. Mayur Totla, Director Moglix, they will make the presentation and they'll make the presentation virtually.
Hi, good afternoon everyone. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible.
Hi. Hello everyone. Good afternoon. Thanks for having us. Unfortunately, we couldn't join physically and hence this virtual session. This is Kailash Rathi. I am Director at Credlix. Background-wise, I am a chartered accountant. Have been into lending for over a decade, a large part of which was fintech lending to MSMEs and strategic initiatives in NBFCs. Currently, I lead the domestic supply chain finance business at Credlix. I have my colleague Mayur. Mayur, if you can please introduce.
Yeah, hi. Good evening, everyone. So this is Mayur Totla. I look at the export piece within Credlix. Background-wise, I have spent 8+ years in Yes Bank, more on the investment banking side. I have been a trade finance professional. I had my own startup, NewFi, which we incorporated in Singapore, and we were funding SMEs in India. This was acquired by Moglix last year, and we're leading the export financing piece here now. Kailash, you can move on to the presentation.
Yeah. I'll share a presentation to cover our topic today. To start with, I'll cover who we are. So Credlix is a 100% subsidiary of Moglix. Credlix is a supply chain financing arm of Moglix. We, as Mayur briefed, we provide domestic as well as cross-border working capital financing. Moglix, as you may all know, is India's largest industrial B2B commerce company as we speak. Moglix was founded 7 years back by Rahul Garg, who's our founder and CEO. What we specialize in is procuring and supplying indirect material to more than 700+ large enterprises and their 3,000+ plants. We procure these indirect materials from over 20,000+ suppliers that are part of the Moglix ecosystem. And we have set up 40+ warehouses in industrial hubs all across the country where we procure, store these goods and supply to these large enterprises. We are a team of more than 1,500+ employees today. And other than the customized offering that we have for these large enterprises, We also have Moglix.com store, which is an online commerce platform, just like Amazon and Flipkart, where SMEs can come online and procure industrial products. Today, there are more than 5 lakh SMEs that come on our platform and transact on Moglix.com. Moglix has overall raised $470 million so far. Our last fundraise was in February this year, where we were valued at $2.6 billion. We've been fortunate to have a great combination of institutional as well as individual investors. As you can see, we have on the institutional side, Sequoia, Falcon Edge, IFC, Tiger Global, and in the last funding, we also received funding from Harvard Management Company, which is an endowment fund of Harvard Institute. This is the first direct investment in a B2B commerce company in India. On the individual side, Ratan Tata was the first person back in 2015 who signed up for Moglix. Others include Vikram Pati from JK Group. We have Neeraj Arora from WhatsApp. We have Kalyan Krishnamurthy from Flipkart. In terms of our headquarters, we are based out of Singapore. Majority of our operations in India. We also have a team and office in Dubai catering to the UAE market, and we're setting up operations in the US as well. These are a few names of large enterprises that we cater to. We are spread across in terms of sectors. We cater to mining through Tata Steel, Vedanta. We are also catering to automotive sectors. We're powering supplies for PNG and HUL in terms of FMCG. And we are also present in chemicals. So what actually is Credlix solving for? MSME credit gap, and I think we've seen these numbers umpteen number of times. 60 million MSMEs registered, contributing to more than 30% in terms of GDP, more than 100 million jobs that MSMEs generate, and a credit gap of more than 20 trillion Indian rupees. How we look at it from a Credlix standpoint is we break this gap into 3 different shades. The first being MSMEs who have lack of data and financial strength. These are typically smaller MSMEs who in banking terminology are unbankable. These are unserved by banks. And these are prone to informal and unorganized sources of funds. Very, very high rate of interest, non-bankable MSMEs. The second is a typical MSME who's in growth stage but underserved by banks. Think of a manufacturer who is procuring from a large supplier and selling to a large buyer. Here in this case, he would be squeezed by the supplier by asking in advance, and the buyer would squeeze him by asking for a large credit period. So he's stuck in a particular turnover range because of the working capital bottleneck that he's facing, right? And in this case, the banks would need additional collateral that the MSME has got none. And that's where this growing out of the this turnover range is something that MSMEs is facing a problem with. And the third piece is, I think all of us as bankers are guilty of selling or juxtaposing the products that we know how to sell to MSMEs, but irrespective of whether they want those or not. So selling LAP, large 3 years, 7 years loan against property, selling unsecured business loans to MSMEs who actually need 30, 60 days of credit. This typically involves ALM mismatch for MSMEs. Now, with the advent of supply chain finance, obviously India is late to the party. If you look at China, Europe, more than 50% of their working capital needs is solved through by bill discounting. Although late, but there's a spurt of fintechs, B2B commerce companies, trades platforms, and there are a couple of them on this forum as well that are solving for this. And I'm pretty sure, although late, but we'll be able to solve this. How Credlix is looking at this problem is, when MSMEs typically look for a commerce transaction, they have to look at it in silos. Commerce transactions separately, getting a purchase order, getting those sales, and then getting the finance for the transaction separately. Why not look at this in a symbiotic way where commerce and credit transaction go hand in hand, and we do embedded lending and hence solve for the supply chain finance and the short-term working capital need. The second is, these loans typically are either end-use monitored or these are self-liquidating loans where the manufacturer is selling to a large buyer. The funding goes to the manufacturer, but the repayment typically comes from this large buyer. So in our terminology, we call this quasi-secured. And these are self-liquidating loans, which gives us a comfort to fund these MSMEs, even though they don't have the level of financial strength and collateral that a traditional bank would need. And most importantly, with the advent of account aggregator, token, traceability of payments, GST formalization, and lay on top of that the fact that Credlix is strategically placed within the Moglix ecosystem, we have very, very high frequency lead indicators through which technology can play a large part to solve for short-term credit that we want to solve for. I think there is enough and more in terms of problem to solve. The problem is pretty large for all fintechs, banks, NBFCs, and Fred's platform to kind of compete as well as collaborate, but solve this problem in a meaningful way. That's in terms of the problem that we want to solve for. So Credlix has broken this problem into two parts. One is where we do anchor-led or enterprise-led supply chain financing, and the second is SME-led supply chain financing for both domestic as well as exporters. On the enterprise side, what we do is, since Credlix is part of the Moglix ecosystem, Credlix has access to more than 700 large enterprises that Moglix caters to. What we've done is we've built a very, very powerful supply chain finance platform, which integrates with the large enterprises. All the information in terms of the vendors as well as dealers of this enterprise, in addition to the invoices, the flow of information, all that on a real-time basis flows into Credlix platform, including the chronology of events, starting from goods being dispatched to the GRN to the proof of delivery to invoice being booked. This information goes into the algorithm that we've built in terms of making invoices eligible for the vendors and dealers to get discounting for. So a vendor will be able to see which invoices out of the invoices that he's raised on the corporate are eligible for discounting and can raise a request digitally for that discounting. And on the back of this platform is the source of funds, and these funds are fungible in terms of whether the corporate wants to use its own treasury or lenders. Lenders may include banks, private sector banks, NBFCs, as well as the trades platform. The whole platform is designed such that the entire solution in terms of a full stack operation is available on the platform. Why anchors love us is because we are a lender agnostic platform. We give the option to the anchors to fungibly use treasury as well as bank options to do their funding. We are an integrated operating system, so all the manual efforts that an anchor would do in terms of emails, Excel calculations can be done away with. And the option for vendors and dealers to come on the platform and do the seamless and touchless delivery is what our platform provides. What kind of value we provide to the lenders? For the lenders, in terms of the anchor leads as well as vendors and dealers, is what we provide. We do a complete program management for the vendors and dealers, their account management, the flow information, the reconciliations, as well as the statement of accounts. In addition to that, we have this powerful transaction platform that banks can use. I have a short case study on how Credlix has solved for vendor finance for a large apparel giant. In the last couple of months, we've done more than 1,000 crores of disbursals for this particular company. We've seen over 70% vendor adoption rate and 80% efficiency has increased in terms of the procure to pay process. It's a pretty simple single click supplier onboarding process. And in the previous session, I was hearing Mr. Partha Basu mentioned a very, very critical point in terms of how to identify whether the vendor or a dealer is a fly-by-night operator. Here in this case, that since the anchor is coming on, since these vendors and dealers are coming on from the anchor platform, that is the piece that can be done away with. Also mentioned in the last conversation was the fact that vendors won't come in on a platform and log in. So about 1.5 years back, we deployed a WhatsApp solution where the vendors receive a interactive WhatsApp message as soon as an invoice gets eligible on the platform. This is an interactive message which basically talks about whether this invoice is eligible and it can be discounted. When the vendor clicks on a yes, this consent is recorded in our platform in terms of the IMEI number, the phone number, the time and date stamp. And on a real-time basis, the invoice gets discounted and money gets credited to the vendor. That's the power of technology that we've built in this whole ecosystem. That's on the enterprise side. I'll invite Mayur for the SME solutions.
Thanks, Kailash. Yeah, so I think on the SME side, what we focused and we've narrowed down is a large and a niche focus, which is exporters. So you know, India is exporting $400 billion worth of goods, manufacturing goods every year. This was the first year we crossed $400 billion. This should be a new base going forward. And when you closely look at the way exporters are still struggling for getting the basic working capital financing, it is really alarming. So that is an area that we thought we wanted to really double click and address on. That's what we've been focusing on. And mind you, about 50% of the exports are from MSMEs, and about 70% of India's total exports are to the developed world, which means that the exporter has actually gotten an order from US, Europe. The buyer has visited the manufacturing facility, the products are audited, quality is tested. He has been supplying for multiple years. The purchase orders are increasing now with people moving in from China to India. China Plus strategy is in multiple categories, but still the exporters are only able to get secured financing, most of them. Unsecured or invoice factoring as a solution is completely absent, and that's what we've been focusing on for the last few years. If we can move on to the next slide, please, Kailash. Yeah. So this is, you know, in a very simplified way, our solutions as of now for exporters as well as for the domestic piece. For the export market, we wanted to cover the entire spectrum. Our focus area is that once we zero in and we underwrite an exporter, we want to offer him not only post-shipment but also pre-shipment. We will start with pro-shipment, where we analyze the buyer credit risk. We look at the track record with the buyer. And I think most critical aspect for the exporter is to get the raw material and to finance for the order that he has received, because most of them are out of the collateral that they can give to their banks. So pre-shipment and PO financing is a very interesting element and very critical element for the exporters. That's what we offer. Domestic, Kailash briefly touched upon it. It is invoice factoring and early pay solutions that we offer for the domestic suppliers. If we can move on to the next slide, please. Yeah. So you know, principally, this concept is very simple. In fact, you know, in US, Europe, you know, this is how exactly every supplier gets their limit or get their working capital finance. You don't have CC limits in US, Europe. You know, there are thousands of factoring companies. It is really plug and play. You can walk into a branch, you can just call your buyer, and there will be a financing company ready to purchase your invoice and finance you up to 90% of the invoice value. And this is the broad concept. It's as simple as this gets. What we just need is underwriting of the buyer, and once the buyer confirms, the factoring company will pay. It obviously is an unsecured, where we don't need any hard collateral. Another added advantage here is that the exporters do not need to even take an credit insurance by themselves, either an ECGC or any other alternate cover, because they've anyways encashed for their invoice. And a credit insurance policy is anyways more like a claim process. So you get the money upfront. Also, it's extremely simple in terms of digital. Once the onboarding is done, on a daily basis, weekly basis, invoices can be uploaded, and it's a complete digital funding that we do. That's what we've been focusing on. If we can move on to the next one, please. And yeah, so just this is exactly what. So I've been into export financing for now 4 years, and these are some of the case studies that you know, or my summary of a few exporters that we've seen in person. So when you talk to an exporter and with their PCFC or PSFC limit that they are already having with their bank, they will that limit will not increase by say 15 or 20% maximum year on year unless they are able to furnish a new collateral. What impact we get, if you can just move on. Am I audible or not?
You are audible.
Okay. Yes. So what really impacts the factoring limits get on a business is that it is completely an additional limit. It can be an equivalent limit to your banking limits. It can be an additional limit to the banking limits, which really makes the business double by the same capital that the SME exporter has actually deployed. So you don't need to really furnish more equity from the same capital that you have. You can take in many more orders that you were not able to take in the absence of a factoring limit, and that's exactly what we are providing for. Most banks do not offer this for SMEs, MSMEs. Only larger clients are able to get a factoring limit from the banks, and that's the area where what will in fact let us grow from 400 billion to probably $1 trillion of exports, which we want to achieve in the next 4-5 years. If we can just move on, these are some of the. Obviously, this is I think the biggest benefit for this is that even the buyer bankruptcy is protected in case we now also see a large macroeconomic risk looming on US, Europe for the mid-size, smaller size buyers. This will help all factoring companies help in completely absorbing that risk, and so that the exporter can focus on their business, and we can take care of the credit risk and fund the invoice value upfront to them. If we can move on. I just wanted to also share the global perspective. Can you just double click again? Yeah, yes. So these are some numbers, food for thought. This is based on Factor Chain International's annual report, which actually shows the penetration of factoring globally versus what is there in India. This is cross-border as well as domestic. When you see Europe put together, which is largely international within Europe, that is about almost 2 trillion euros. But India, that will be less than about $3.5 billion, despite being a $400 billion large export economy as well as a very large domestic marketplace. So that's exactly where we are lacking, and this is what we are solving for. And I think another interesting aspect when we look at factoring is that, or when we look at exports, is there are very interesting underwriting data points that you get from either from Indian customs or the customs of the destination port, the track record, etc. The shipment data can be verified independently and via technology. That really helps in the underwriting and makes it extremely fast and reliable. I think that's from our side. We can open the forum for questions, if any.
Thank you, Mr. Kailash Rathi. Thank you, Mr. Mayur Totla. Do you have any question from the audience for them? I don't think there is any question, so thank you, Mr. Kailash Rathi, and thank you, Mr. Mayur Totla. We'll be in touch with you if, like, any of our SME members wish to connect with you. We'll definitely connect them with you. Now we move to the next B2B session, which is like e-invoicing and e-waybill in Tally Prime, using Tally Prime. We have Mr. Ritobroto Pal, Business Manager, Tally Certified Partner, Sparsh Innovators Private Limited. I request Mr. Ritobroto Pal to kindly come up to the stage and present and interact with the stakeholders.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ritobroto, and I am from Spursh Innovators Private Limited, which is 5-star sales and solution partner in Tally Solutions Private Limited. आज हम लोग ई-इनवॉइस के बारे में बोलने से पहले हम एक बार बहुत छोटा सा एक ब्रीफ इंट्रोडक्शन स्पर्श के बारे में देना चाहते हैं. स्पर्श Innovators Private Limited is a 5-star sales and solution partner. Last 20 साल से 20 years we are dealing with Tally. And हम लोग का कलकत्ता में ब्रांच है, हम लोग का झारखंड में है. We are mainly Bengal, all over the West Bengal and all over the Jharkhand में हम लोग Tally सॉफ्टवेयर के ऊपर काम करते हैं. और सबसे बड़ा बात यह है कि टैली तो एक प्रोडक्ट आप लोग सबको ही जानते ही है. टैली मोस्ट प्रोबेबली आप लोग जो लोग यहाँ पे है तो बहुत सारे आप लोग यूज़ भी करते होंगे टैली. बट आवर मेन स्पेशलाइजेशन इज़ कस्टमाइजेशन दैट यू नो, जो कि बाय डिफ़ॉल्ट टैली में ऐसा बहुत सारा फीचर्स है जो टैली में नहीं होता है. तो वी आर डूइंग कस्टमाइजेशन इन टैली. Anyways, हम मेरे साथ है मिस्टर बिपिन कुमार यादव. आप लोग को जो अभी जो ई इनवॉइसिंग टैली में हो रहा है, जो अभी टैली में होगा, तो वो एक आपका एक डेमो प्रेजेंटेशन आप लोग को दिखाना चाहते हैं. यहाँ पे मेरा नंबर भी है. आई एम रिचेबल, नो इश्यूज इन टर्म्स ऑफ टैली सॉफ्टवेयर. एंड आप लोग के पास मेरा कार्ड भी होगा, सो यू कैन कनेक्ट मी एज वेल. मेरा टीम मेंबर्स बंगाल में, ऑल ओवर बंगाल में एंड झारखंड में जो है, आई विल कम्युनिकेट एवरीथिंग. एनीवेज, हम बिपिन को बोलते हैं कि जो टैली का ई इनवॉइसिंग किस तरह से होता है वो चीज़ आप लोग को एक बार दिखा देंगे.
गुड इवनिंग एवरीवन. टैली के साथ ई इनवॉइसिंग के लिए जो भी इंटीग्रेशंस है उसमें कुछ प्री स्टेप्स है जो कि नॉर्मली हम लोग को फॉलो करना पड़ता है. ई इनवॉइस और ई वेबल दोनों के लिए लगभग सेम है, बस दोनों का पोर्टल डिफरेंट है. तो कभी कभी क्या होता है, जिनका अगर सिर्फ ई इनवॉइस है और या फिर ई वेबल है तो दोनों को सेपरेटली यूज़र आईडी बनाना पड़ता है. और अगर दोनों ही अप्लाई हो रहा है तो आप किसी भी यूज़र आईडी से चाहें तो अपना यूज़ कर सकते हैं. तो उसका कुछ स्टेप है जो हम नॉर्मली दिखा रहे हैं. देखिए, हम लोग पहले प्रोफाइल क्रिएट करते हैं अगर आप रजिस्टर्ड नहीं हैं, और अगर ऑलरेडी रजिस्टर्ड हैं तो कोई बात नहीं है. तो उसमें पोर्टल में जाके रजिस्ट्रेशन का जो भी प्रोसेस है वो कंप्लीट करेंगे. देन हम लोग टैली के लिए ना एपीआई या फिर जीएसपी यूज़र क्रिएट करेंगे, क्योंकि टैली एक एप्लीकेशन है, जीएसटी सुविधा प्रोवाइडर है. तो उस केस में हम लोग को उसके लिए सेपरेट यूज़र आईडी और पासवर्ड क्रिएट करना होता है. तो ये अभी ई इनवॉइस के पोर्टल के लिए अकॉर्डिंग दिख रहा है स्क्रीन, ठीक है ना. तो इसमें टैली इंडिया प्राइवेट लिमिटेड के अकॉर्डिंग आपको एक यूज़र ऐड करना है, और सेम इसी तरह ई वेबल के लिए भी है. इसमें भी देखिए, इसमें भी सेम रजिस्ट्रेशन प्रोसेस है जीएसपी के लिए, जीएसटी सुविधा प्रोवाइडर के लिए. तो ये प्री स्टेप्स है जो टैली के पहले आपको करके रखना होता है. देन हम लोग आते हैं टैली में कि कुछ स्टेप्स फॉलो करना है. तो सबसे पहले ये टैली का गेटवे ऑफ टैली स्क्रीन है, टैली प्राइम का. तो इसमें बहुत कुछ चेंज हो गया है, तो इसी के अकॉर्डिंग बता रहे हैं. जैसे ई वेबल और ई इनवॉइस को एनेबल करने के लिए हम लोग को जीएसटी के फीचर्स में जाना पड़ता है, जो F11 से होता है, लगभग सबको ही जानते होंगे. F11 प्रेस करने से यहाँ पे देखिए गुड्स एंड सर्विसेज टैक्स है, इस पे इंटर करेंगे तो यहाँ पे बेसिक डिटेल्स के साथ साथ इस साइड में एक ऑप्शंस दे रहा है ई वेबल के लिए, है ना. इसमें और साथ में ई इनवॉइस का भी है, और इसमें एक ऑप्शन भी होता है कि सेंड ई वेबल विथ ई इनवॉइस. अगर आपको दोनों एक साथ करना है तो वो भी आप कर सकते हैं, या फिर सेपरेटली आप करना चाहते हैं तो दोनों आपके लिए ऑप्शनल है. और इसमें ई इनवॉइस के लिए बिल फ्रॉम प्लेस वाला फील्ड है जो फिल करना होता है, तो वो करके हम लोग इसको सेव कर लेते हैं. देन हम लोग कोई भी एक इनवॉइस ओपन करते हैं या फिर क्रिएट करते हैं, तो हम ऑलरेडी बना के रखे हैं ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं होने के कारण। जैसे एक इनवॉइस है, ठीक है ना, तो इसमें देख रहे होंगे नीचे एक ऑप्शन है जिसमें प्रोवाइड जीएसटी ई वे बिल और ई इनवॉइस डिटेल्स है। अगर हम इसको यस करते हैं तो यहाँ पे ऐसे स्क्रीन खुलेगा। पहला स्क्रीन जो होगा वो ई इनवॉइस ई वे बिल के लिए होगा, तो जिसमें बेसिक नेसेसरी डिटेल्स हम लोग को फिल करना है कि बिल फ्रॉम और शिप टू जहाँ भी है। और इसमें एक रूल है कि डिस्टेंस इन किलोमीटर आपको देना पड़ता है जो मैंडेटरी है, तो यहाँ पे दे देंगे। और अगर देखिए इसमें और एक कंडीशन है कि अगर आपके पास ट्रांसपोर्टर है देन आप अपना व्हीकल्स का डिटेल नहीं देंगे, और अगर नहीं है तो आपको व्हीकल नंबर के अकॉर्डिंग डिटेल देना पड़ेगा। तो हम यहाँ पे कोई भी एक नंबर दे देते हैं रैंडमली, और व्हीकल का टाइप रेगुलर जो भी होगा। और इसके बाद देखिए ई इनवॉइस का डिटेल आया, तो अगर ई इनवॉइस डिसेबल्ड रहेगा तो ये स्क्रीन नहीं आएगा, और अगर इनेबल है तो आएगा। अब इसमें आगे करके हम इसको सेव करेंगे तो यहाँ पे ऑप्शन आ जाता है डू यू वांट टू जनरेट ई इनवॉइस। अगर इसको हम यस करेंगे तो यहाँ पे जो यूज़र आईडी हम बनाए थे जीएसपी के लिए वो यहाँ पे डालना है, और ये वन टाइम है। अगली बार जब तक आप टैली को क्लोज नहीं करते हैं तब तक ये पासवर्ड सेव रहेगा, और अगले टाइम से ये ऑटोमेटिकली हर बार आपका जनरेट होते रहेगा। ये 1 बाय 1 इनवॉइसेस के लिए है। और इसमें एक पूरा पैनल है जिससे हम लोग पूरा चीज़ को कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं। जैसे यहाँ पे गो टू का ऑप्शन है जिससे कि किसी भी रिपोर्ट में जंप किया जा सकता है, तो हम यहाँ पे ई इनवॉइस में चले जाएंगे सीधा, और यहाँ पे जिस भी दिन का काम कर रहे हैं उसका डेट डालना है। तो यहाँ पे फॉर IRN जनरेशन एक दिख रहा है, जितना भी होगा वो दिखेगा। अब इसमें हम लोग चाहें तो बल्क जनरेशन कर सकते हैं कि सारा का इनवॉइस बना के रेडी किए, देन हम लोग एक बार में एक्सचेंज करके सिंक करेंगे। ये मैक्सिमम उन लोगों के लिए होता है जिनके यहाँ पे नेट का इशू होता है, कुछ भी होता है, हर टाइम वो करना नहीं चाहते हैं, तो उसके लिए यहाँ पे है। और साथ में इसमें एक्सचेंज का ऑप्शन है जिससे कि हम लोग सेंड फॉर ई इनवॉइसिंग और ई वे बिल दोनों के लिए वैसा ही ऑप्शन है, ठीक है ना। अगर हम इस पर क्लिक करेंगे तो ये वैसा ही स्टेप फॉलो करवाएगा कि यहाँ पे एक जनरेशन के लिए रेडी है। अगर कैंसिलेशन के लिए होगा तो वो भी कर सकते हैं, और इसको सेंड करेंगे तो ये एक बार आईडी पासवर्ड मांगेगा अगर नहीं दिया हुआ है तो ये टैली की तरफ से है। अच्छा, इसके साथ में हम लोग वैसे ही ई वे बिल के लिए भी कर सकते हैं। जैसे यहाँ पे दिख रहा है, तो हम लोग अभी दोनों को एक साथ यस किए हैं इसलिए एक जैसा रिपोर्ट दिख रहा है, नहीं तो दोनों में हम लोग सेपरेटली। अच्छा, इसके साथ में देखिए साइड में बहुत सारा ऑपरेशंस है। जैसे हम लोग आउटलुक वगैरह में काम करते हैं कि ऑफलाइन सारा वर्क कंप्लीट करके एक बार एक्सचेंज करना होता है, सेम यहाँ पे है कि ई वे बिल का कुछ इन्फॉर्मेशन अगर पोर्टल में अपडेट किए हैं तो टैली में अपडेटेड नहीं है तो आप गेट इन्फो करके कर सकते हैं। पार्ट भी अपडेट करना है या फिर एक्सटेंड करना है, कैंसिल करना है, ये सारा ऑपरेशंस आपके टैली के स्क्रीन से हो जाएगा और डेटा भी अपडेटेड रहेगा। तो ये सारा करने के बाद फाइनली हम लोग को एक्सचेंज करना होता है, क्योंकि ये टैली हमेशा ऑनलाइन कनेक्टेड नहीं रहता है। आप जब तक काम करेंगे अपने हिसाब से डेटा आपके पास रेडी होगा, देन एक्सचेंज करके आप इसको सिंक कर सकते हैं पोर्टल के साथ, ठीक है। तो ये बेसिक सा इंटीग्रेशन पार्ट है जिसमें कि कोई भी प्रॉब्लम नहीं आया है अभी तक, और ये टैली का 2.1 है, स्टार्टिंग हुआ था 2.0 से, तो अभी तक बहुत बड़ा कुछ इशू नहीं आया है। तो आप इसको अपडेट करके अपना काम कर सकते हैं, ठीक है ना। और टैली प्राइम के साथ कुछ नया चीज़ भी मिला है जो हम लोग को रेगुलर काम करने में इशू होता था। जैसे एग्जांपल के लिए अगर हम डे बुक खोलते हैं, किसी किसी को होता है कि डे बुक देखते समय वो अपना डिस्क्रिप्शन या नरेशन को एक्स्ट्रा देखते हैं हमेशा कन्फिगर ऑन करके, है ना। जैसे यहाँ पे हम शो नरेशंस को यस करते हैं। अब ये सारा कॉन्फ़िगरेशन जो है वो नॉन वोलेटाइल है, यानी बाहर जाएंगे तो ये वापस से रीसेट हो जाता है ना। तो ये जो व्यू है हम अपने हिसाब से इसको सेव कर सकते हैं ताकि हम लोग क्विकली इसको एक्सेस कर सकें। जैसे साइड में देखिए सेव व्यू का ऑप्शन है। अब इसमें हम अपने टाइटल लेके इस रिपोर्ट को सेव कर लेते हैं विथ नरेशन। अब क्या है कि हम लोग इसको गो टू से भी डायरेक्टली एक्सेस कर सकते हैं वैसे ही नाम पे, यानी कि किसी भी रिपोर्ट को हम लोग जैसे कॉन्फ़िगरेशन में चाहे सेव करके रख सकते हैं ताकि क्विक एक्सेस में हमको काम आएगा। अब इसको ओपन करेंगे तो ये वैसा ही खुलेगा, लेकिन नॉर्मल जो डेबुक होता है वो जैसे का वैसा ही खुलता है। तो ये सारा चीज़ टैली प्राइम में है, और इसके साथ में कुछ कुछ चीज़ और भी ऐड हुआ है। जैसे हम लोग को और एक प्रॉब्लम होता है रिटर्न फाइलिंग्स के टाइम कि किसी का जीएसटी नंबर सही है, गलत होता है तो वो ERP9 में भी बता देता था कि रॉन्ग है, लेकिन अगर नंबर सही है लेकिन वो रिजेक्ट हो गया है तो वो तो आपको पता नहीं चलता था। तो उसके लिए भी नया अपडेट दिया है ताकि आप ई-वेबिल या ई-इनवॉइस के यूज़र आईडी के थ्रू आप वेरीफाई कर सकते हैं कि आपका जो जीएसटी नंबर दिया हुआ है पार्टी का वो सही है या गलत है, जिसको हम लोग लेजर वाले स्क्रीन में देख सकते हैं। किसी भी पार्टी को ओपन करेंगे तो यहाँ पे देखिए गेट जीएसटी इन्फो है ना। अगर इसको यस करेंगे तो हम लोग को वही यूज़र आईडी पासवर्ड के थ्रू वेरीफाई कर लेना होगा, जिससे हमको एक लाइव डेटा मिलेगा कि ये जीएसटी नंबर एक्टिव है या इनएक्टिव है, या कोई भी कुछ भी इशू होगा वो आपको दिख जाएगा, ठीक है। और सेम कंडीशन स्टॉक आइटम के साथ भी होता है। हम लोग HSN में भी गलती करते हैं बहुत बार, तो उसको भी वेरिफिकेशन के लिए हम लोग ऑप्शन दिया हुआ है। जैसे स्टॉक आइटम, अगर जीएसटी डिटेल्स स्क्रीन में जाएंगे तो यहाँ पे देखिए सेम ऑप्शन है। तो ये टैली प्राइम में बहुत सारा चीज़ जीएसटी से रिलेटेड भी है और नॉर्मल यूजेस के लिए भी दिया है। जैसे कि गो टू बताए, ये क्या होता है कि हम लोग मल्टीटास्किंग के लिए यूज़ कर सकते हैं। अभी हम जितना रिपोर्ट्स ओपन किए हैं एक एक करके, ये सारा एक एक करके स्टेप बाय स्टेप बैक चला जाएगा। जैसे एग्जांपल के लिए डेबुक देखते समय कुछ एंट्री पास करना है तो हम क्रिएट वाउचर में चले जाएंगे। इसके बाद मान लीजिए किसी का लेजर देखना है तो हम लोग यहाँ से सर्च करके भी लेजर में जा सकते हैं, लेजर वाउचर्स में, ठीक है। अब यहाँ से अगर हमको वापस से सीधा एंट्री वाले पोर्शन में जंप करना है तो हम यहाँ पे शो ओपन रिपोर्ट में देखेंगे 3 रिपोर्ट हम ओपन करके रखे हैं, जिसमें से हम किसी में भी डायरेक्टली जंप कर सकते हैं। तो मल्टीटास्किंग के लिए हेल्प है, प्लस सर्चिंग के लिए, क्योंकि ERP9 में आपको स्टेप याद रखना पड़ता है कि DAS लिखने से हम लोग सेल्स रजिस्टर को खोलते हैं, DAL से लेजर्स को खोलते हैं। तो ऐसे करके हम लोग वो सारा याद न रख के हम लोग डायरेक्टली सर्च कर सकते हैं, ताकि हम लोग का काम थोड़ा सा ईजी होगा। और ऊपर से ये जो पैनल है वो स्टैटिक है, तो ये आपको हर जगह मिलेगा। और हाँ, इसमें ऑप्शन एक और चीज़ है, जैसे देखिए अगर हम यहाँ पे कंट्रोल P करते हैं ना तो सीधा प्रिंट में आ जाएगा, जो कि ERP9 में ऑल्ट लगा के करना पड़ता था, ऑल्ट P, है ना। और इसके साथ में एडिशनल ऑप्शंस है कि जैसे देखिए अगर प्रिंट में हम क्लिक भी करते हैं तो देखिए करंट रिपोर्ट या फिर अदर्स भी है। तो हम चाहें तो जो रिपोर्ट पे खड़े हैं उसको प्रिंट ना देके लेजर अकाउंट्स भी प्रिंट दे सकते हैं, जो हर जगह अवेलेबल होता है। तो वो सारा चीज़ के लिए दिया है, प्लस कन्फिग्रेशन के लिए भी दिया है। मतलब हर चीज़ रिलेटिव है। प्रिंट का कन्फिग्रेशन प्रिंट वाले ऑप्शन में मिलेगा, एक्सपोर्ट के लिए जो PDF या इमेज में बनाते थे उसके लिए एक्सपोर्ट में मिलेगा। तो ऐसे करके ये है, ठीक है ना। तो ये बहुत सारा चीज़ प्राइम में अपडेट हुआ है। तो अगर आप लोग इसको जल्दी से अपडेट करेंगे तो ज़्यादा अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस पाएंगे। क्योंकि और एक चीज़ है, इसमें एक कंडीशन है कि आपका सिस्टम जो है 64 बिट का होना चाहिए, चाहे वो विंडोज 7 हो या 10 हो। मिनिमम विंडोज 7 का है, ठीक है ना। तो इसमें किसी का कोई क्वेरी या क्वेश्चंस है?
आप लोग के पास मेरा नंबर भी होगा। आप लोग के पास जो ब्रोशर है वहाँ पे मेरा नंबर होगा 8272900054। So if you people any doubt regarding e-invoicing or regarding tally, you people can connect me at any time. Correct?
Thank you, Mr. Paul. And we have distributed the, the booklet for tally. So our next, we'll just go to the next B2B session, which is on cyber resilience in fintech ecosystem. And Mr. Shaket Jha, project engineer, CDAC partner, he will make the presentation. And this is the last physical presentation. And the next, the last one will be on virtually.
All right. So, very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And like in T20 and ODI, this is the penultimate over. तो अपना ध्यान केंद्रित रखिए. अगर किसी को नींद आ रहा है बस जाने की जल्दी है, बस 15 मिनट की बात है. So my topic today would be cyber resilience in fintech ecosystem. I am from CDAC R&D Premier Institute, working on different domains for research and development. And I am working in CDAC from last 9 years on cyber security and forensics. तो सुबह से जो अभी तक आए, first of all, let me take a minute to thank BCCI to have a thought to organize a workshop and discussion around this topic. This is really, and we really appreciate from CDAC and all the experts who have brought up their minds and discussed. To me, it was enriching and I have learned a lot. Coming to this session, in this 10-15 minutes, whatever has been given to me, I would like to focus on what is cybersecurity, why do we always keep on hearing it, why it is relevant to you all and you all will agree, and why cyber resilience, this topic has been chosen for this session. To start with, our agenda is this. First, we will look into the evolving cyber threat landscape, then the need for security and cybersecurity concept in fintech, the cyber resilience for fintech, what are the major pillars, components through which we can be cyber resilient, and then if we know everything, अगर मैं यहाँ भी पूछूं, अब लोग सब खाना खा के अच्छे चाय कॉफी पी के बैठे हुए, अगर मैंने पूछा ये करना चाहिए साइबर सिक्योरिटी के लिए, आप कहेंगे हाँ, ये नहीं करना चाहिए, आप कहेंगे नहीं. But then also why we hear कि अभी MSMEs, the backbone of Indian economy, has been targeted by cyber attacks like anything. Major Amazon has been targeted by largest DDoS attack. So why we keep on hearing this? So the last agenda would be where I would like your inputs on what is the missing pieces, where we are lagging कि सब कुछ जान के भी चीजें place में हो के भी why there is not forming a synergy where we can call ourselves or you can call your industry and MSME that we are cyber resilient. So that would be the total layout. Starting with, so this is just a brief technological evolution in India and major, not all, but a major technological evolution from 80s where we had ATM launched, and currently what I am trying to show with this stats is how quickly we the people of India adopt. कितने जल्दी हम किसी टेक्नोलॉजी को reluctant नहीं है. We are not reluctant to anything. By culture we are not. So anything which is progressive, we as an Indian are very open to it and we adapt to it. So currently we have more than 238,000 installations of ATM. Mid-90s internet was launched. We are largest number of internet users when compared to globally other countries. 1998 internet banking was launched. Currently we have more than 200 million users profile on internet banking. Mid-2000s we have IoT Foundation, Internet of Things, जहाँ पे कोई अभी पानी पी रहा है, चाय पी रहा है और वहाँ पे automatically वो चीज़ जो है वो इंटरनेट से बात करके इन्फॉर्म करती है कि ठंडा हो रहा है कॉफी, it should be reheated. So this concept in सरल भाषा, this IoT devices was launched in 2000 and now we are seeing more than 7 billion devices connected and exchanging data over internet. AWS Cloud was launched in 2011 and cloud service provider and our infrastructure as a service, software as a service, this has grown like anything for all government sectors, private sector, industry, startups. Now coming to the recent times and the theme of this session, the theme of the day, the fintech. So the advanced technologies you would be hearing, blockchain hai, AI hai, data analytics hai, cryptocurrencies, these things. For around 2-3 years back, जो हम लोग सुन रहे थे कि ये चीजें कुछ impractical हैं. ऐसा हो सकता है कि कुछ हम लोग देख रहे हैं और ये उसी according recommendation आ जाए. अगर मैं शर्ट देख रहा हूँ तो मुझे ऑफर शर्ट के अराउंड आए. 5 साल 10 साल पहले ऐसा नहीं होता था. Where we didn't have that much engine and model to build or to work on data. Recently we have blockchain concept. We were like, how can a government centrally regulated India could work on distributed computing, distributed ledger computing of blockchain concept. But recent times from last 1-2 years, we are seeing huge projects which are being implemented in this direction, and fintech is one of those. Fintech is one of those. With this grow in technology and adoption by we the people, this is the risk if I see the negative part of it, the data being generated in a minute, I can just put 2 examples. Around 5.7 million searches are conducted on Google in a minute. So around 44 million views for a post is done on a minute in a Facebook. So huge amount of data being generated. And these are the data trends. With the induction of 4G, the mobile devices, it is, if you see 60 times the data being generated, data traffic. कौन से region को क्या पसंद है? BJP. In 2014, it was the first political party to use data analytics for campaigning. Let's not discuss कि वो जीत गए, but let's not discuss that. Discuss the motive, discuss the mindset, where they felt कि data is being generated like anything. कुछ करने की जरूरत नहीं कि physically जाके पूछा आपको क्या पसंद है, कौन सा स्कीम है. Take the data from Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, their likes, dislikes, comments, and then use it for your analytics. So as a business unit, आप ये कर सकते हैं. Then internet users, we are also one of those largest in world. And with this all, एक खराब चीज क्या है? The cyber attackers are using it. We should use it for our business, and then being cyber resilient, we will earn profit. But since our interest is very low on cyber security, okay, this is just a term. ठीक है, ये सुन लिया है, करते हैं, नहीं करते हैं, इसको seriously नहीं लेना है. Business के बारे में सोचते हैं, पैसा कैसे आएगा. But वो पैसा तुरंत चला जाएगा अगर आप cyber security के प्रति जागरूक नहीं है. But ये attackers जागरूक है. Attackers को पता है कि वो sincerity किसकी कितनी है. इसलिए these are some of the snaps which I have kept, which is currently very hugely of concern. Current threat landscape, ransomware. Every 11 seconds a ransomware attack is launched. It was 42 seconds 2 years back. So you see the quantum of attack being launched. Ransomware, I hope you all will be aware, where a malware, that is a software form, malicious software, in the form of which encrypts your data, will ask you ransom, firoti. If you provide it in terms of cryptocurrency, it will decrypt and will be available. If you don't, business gone. Your data is lost. Second is unstoppable mobile malware and their huge distribution frameworks. So malware is one of those things. If you see, around 3 lakhs malware are created daily. So if you see this, आपके मन में ये सवाल आया होगा कि इतना malware जब बन रहा है, तो ये हम तक पहुंच कैसे रहा? क्योंकि कोई बना तो अपने शौक के लिए नहीं रहा होगा ना. उसको पता है ये पेनेट्रेट हो सकता है आप तक. तो इसके डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन फ्रेमवर्क्स बहुत ज्यादा फैले हुए हैं जो हम लोग यूज कर रहे हैं. अनट्रस्टेड वेबसाइट्स, हम लोग मोबाइल ऐप डाउनलोड कर रहे हैं अनट्रस्टेड ऐप स्टोर से. किसी दोस्त ने रिकमेंड कर दिया, बहुत अच्छा है यार, हम लोग डाउनलोड कर लेते हैं. So these are just adwares. These are clicking on links of an email. That is not the scope of this presentation, but just giving you brief from where these malwares are coming onto your device and systems. And this is very relevant आप सब business units के लिए. ऐसा किसी को भी ना लगे कि ये off the topic है हमारे, नहीं. क्योंकि आप जितना भी मेहनत करते हैं, और मेरे हिसाब से business person ज़्यादा मेहनत करते हैं जो हम लोग जो नौकरी करते हैं उनसे, लेकिन आपकी जितनी भी मेहनत है वो एक साइबर अटैक से बिजनेस लॉस तो होता ही है, ब्रांड डैमेज बहुत ज्यादा होता है. क्योंकि आपके कस्टमर को लगता है कि इफ ही कांट प्रोटेक्ट माय डाटा, हाउ कुड आई ट्रस्ट यू विथ माय फ्यूचर ट्रांजैक्शंस, राइट? तो कस्टमर ब्रांड डैमेज इज ह्यूज लॉस. देन वी हैव डिनायल ऑफ सर्विस अटैक. इफ द हार्डवेयर इज नॉट सिक्योर्ड एंड रेगुलर पॉलिसी चेक इज नॉट देयर, इट कैन फेस DDoS अटैक. द लार्जेस्ट अटैक, इफ यू सी, 26 million requests per second attack was launched recently, or 2 months back. So 1 second में denial of service, when a server or a hardware is not able to provide the service which it is intended to. Why? Because it is involved in providing the service to malicious user. 26 million requests. Data theft, around 160% increase since 2019. And most new and very lucrative for the attackers is supply chain attack, which would be relevant to you. Recently we heard in USA also, right? तो ये supply chain attack क्यों ज़्यादातर हम लोग सुन रहे हैं? Because attackers face कि अगर ऐसा attack मैं targeted करके करूं तो इससे cascading effect होता है. एक तो ब्रांड डैमेज होता है, फॉर एग्जांपल एक कंपनी का पैसा जाता है, ब्रांड जाता है, लेकिन उससे जो एसोसिएटेड कस्टमर है सबका डाटा मेरे पास आता है, अब मैं उन पे भी अटैक कर सकता हूं. सो विद अगर आपकी कंपनी वल्नरेबल है और मैंने थोड़ा स्टडी करके आप पे टारगेट किया, तो आपके टारगेट करने से जो मुझे आपसे फायदा होगा वो होगा ही, बट जो एसोसिएटेड कस्टमर से उनसे भी मुझे अब फायदा हो पाएगा. तो विद दिस perception, the attackers are mounting on it. Cloud centric, when we don't read the cloud SLA, service level agreement, and we switch on cloud. Vulnerability exploits, when we go live without security audit from certain impaneled organization. कुछ organization है, government certain impaneled, जो security auditing करती हैं आपकी websites की, apps की before going live. तो वो जब आप नहीं करते हैं, तब ये exploit होता है. And infrastructure, as I discussed, for DDoS. Some of the stats, some of the news snippets, which will make you understand what I have explained in previous slide. Cybercrime to cost world $10.5 trillion annually by 2025. So if you invest 0.1% of it, you would be cyber resilient. This is, I can say, with my research and development experience in this domain. Then cost for data breaches have averaged around 17.6 crore in 2022, highest ever till now. And if you see these two images, this is related to ransomware, most prone attack to MSME as businesses and fintech industry. So anyone, I hope everyone would be of that industry only. Be very cautious about ransomware. If you don't know, read about it. You can ask me in the Q&A session or afterwards. How can you be resilient of it? So if you see, 37% were forced to lay off employees after ransomware attack. 37%. 35% reported C-level resignations, the CEOs, CTOs, CFOs, after ransomware attack. Because this is just an indication to make you understand कि ransomware का impact कितना बड़ा होता है. I am not saying कि phishing, malware इसका impact बड़ा नहीं है, but ransomware, as I said, it will encrypt all the systems in your organization. Will ask you from any, कोई भी आपको amount बोल देंगे इतना ransom दो. And if you don't have the solution alternative to it, you have to give it ना, otherwise आपका business क्या होगा? Zero. आप जहाँ 10 साल में पहुंचे हैं, डाटा के बेसिस पे ही पहुंचे हैं, वो डाटा ही आपके पास नहीं है, तो what we can do? So this is 33% acknowledged they were forced to temporarily suspend business operation after ransomware attack. So this is a big number, guys. Now coming to the second part of agenda, the need for cybersecurity in fintech, as we are aligned to fintech theme in this event. This is few attacks which are relevant to you guys for your industry and which you have to look for the preventive measures against it. First is identity theft. It means impersonation. Impersonation, takeover of your accounts on Amazon, your accounts on internet banking. Only solution to it is good validation by your portal and by the customer. Then second is vulnerability exploit, where you are coding an app, where you're making an app, making it live, or an infrastructure you are deploying, or you're making a website, web portal, but you have not undergone a hardened mechanism, or you have not undergone a security audit by a certain impaneled organization. कितनी भी छोटी business, it hardly takes 5,000, 10,000 or 50,000 max to have a security audit. But you should go through it. Otherwise, these exploits are very harmful. Ransomware we have discussed in detail. IT infra loopholes. You would have heard of cryptojacking. Anyone? Cryptocurrency सबने सुना है, right? तो वो cryptocurrency mining भी crypto mining सुना होगा कि ऐसे तरीके होते हैं, right? So in IT infra जब आप रख देते हैं खरीद के, क्योंकि इन्वेस्टमेंट किसी ने किया, आपको पैसा मिला, आपने कहा यार मेरे पास सर्वर का शौक है, लेट बाय सर्वर, और वो जो डेवलपर है वो उसका छोटा 10% यूटिलाइजेशन कर रहा होगा, क्योंकि वही एक सर्वे के अकॉर्डिंग मैक्सिमम यूटिलाइज, इफ वी डोंट यूज वर्चुअलाइजेशन, वी आर यूजिंग 10 to 12% ऑफ द रिसोर्स ऑफ दिस सिस्टम और अ सर्वर, एनीथिंग. सो द माइनर्स, they don't have that much resource to mine a crypto and then earn it. So what they do, They look for these resources which are idle and not secured. तो उसको पता है एक बिजनेस यूनिट के पास पैसा आया है, उसने नया रिसोर्स खरीदा है, बट उसके पास वो टीम नहीं है साइबर सिक्योरिटी की जो हार्डन करे और ये चेक इन प्लेस करे कि कोई भी बंदा मेरे बैकडोर से एंट्री करके अपना प्रोग्राम ना रन कर पाए. तो वहां आता है एंटी इंफ्रा का लूप होल्स. अगर आप नहीं स्टॉप करेंगे तो क्रिप्टो माइनिंग, क्रिप्टो जैकिंग, रिसोर्स मॉनिटरिंग नहीं कर रहे हैं तो आपको पता ही नहीं कि आपका सीपीयू कितना यूटिलाइज हो रहा है. सो दैट इज वन ऑफ दोज पार्ट्स. Data breaches, if you don't have good authorized mechanism for your portal, data breaches are one of those major attacks. Then weak regulatory compliance. There are many compliance rules which I am not expert of, you would be. But since due to hurriness we don't comply to PCI DSS or different regulatory mechanisms, we undergo this attack which attackers know better of than us. And then last and most important, which could be solved, the first point. सबसे पहले अगर कुछ आप इससे solve कर सकते हैं, with the least investment would be last. Insider threats. So there are two types of threats, insider threats. One is जो malicious intent के साथ ही आ रहा है कि loss पहुंचाना है अपनी business को. उनको आप कुछ नहीं कर सकते, उसमें डंडा. This is only policing. We can do only policing on them. But second type of category are those who are unaware, जो जागरूक नहीं है, जिनको पता ही नहीं है. They are not aware कि अच्छा डाटा शेयर करने से लॉस भी होगा. They are not aware of it. So what would be the easiest solution of it? What would be the easiest solution for these kind of insider threats? Regular awareness training. So with this small investment, you could remove this. Now this is just few news snippets to make you realize the importance of cybersecurity in fintech. And a quote by Adam Sommer, Vice President of Industry Standards MasterCard, which has emphasized that as our digital landscape expands, along with our dependence on it, our expectations of cybersecurity need to be continuously considered and refined. It must never be an afterthought. It must be a primary concern. I would request for 5 minutes, ma'am, because important point is there. So cyber security, if you remove the technical part of it, आपको 3 चीज पे ध्यान देना है. Technologies, process and practices. If you start doing this, redefining this, and according to cyber security, if you start doing कि technology जो उसके aligned हो, process or practices, you will be able to ensure the confidentiality, integrity and availability of your organization. आपका business जो होगा 24/7 available होगा, उसका integrity maintain होगा और जो उसे देख सकता है वही देखेगा, मतलब confidential. So with the technology, process and practice. Now the last section of the last and most important, according to NIST, National Institute for Standards and Technologies, cyber resilience is the ability to prepare for and adapt to changing conditions and withstand and recover rapidly from disruptions. So I personally believe this is my responsibility to tell you about this. That is why I would like everyone to pay attention. Cyber security is one thing, that is to understand the importance of it, having the process and practices, whereas cyber resilience is the techniques and methods to put in place कि अगर अटैक हो गया तो कितने जल्दी आप अपने पैरों पे खड़े हो सकते हैं. How quick you can withstand, you can negate the effect of an attack. That is cyber resilient. How resilient you are to a cyber attack. As we say, कि ये building कितना resilient है earthquake के, right? So with that solutions. So quickly we'll go as the time is very less. So these are having good personal cybersecurity awareness, good policies on organization level. Cybercrime incident reporting should be your culture. If something has happened, report it. Usko rakho mat apne tak. And last, important, to understand that it is not just the IT department problem. ये हम सबका है, मैनेजर लेवल पे हैं, कोई नॉन टेक्निकल है, एडमिन है, क्लर्क है, सब चीज का है, सबका रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है. To have a good backup strategy, जो मैंने डिटेल में डिस्कस किया था अटैक रैंसमवेयर, जो सबको याद रहेगा होपफुली। उसका एक ही सॉल्यूशन है बैकअप, एंड इन 3-to-1 स्ट्रेटेजी, that is having 3 copies of it, 1 primary, 2 backups, storing on 2 types of storage, that is one could be your hard disk, one could be your magnetic tape, the type of storage, and one is off-site. अगर आप कोलकाता में बिजनेस है तो आप आंध्र प्रदेश में उसका बैकअप स्टोर करिए, क्योंकि वेरी लेस चांस कि दोनों जगह अर्थक्वेक आ गया या दोनों जगह साइबर अटैक हो गया। Have regular security audits from certain impaired organization. Have a good security operations center. It will help you to monitor, prevent, and let you know the recent attacks, how to prevent from it. Keep training your human resource in industry standard cybersecurity to have a culture of cybersecurity as their integral part. Whenever they do any UPI transaction, अगर वो 10 रुपए का भी चीज खरीद रहे हैं तो उनको पता रहना चाहिए कि let it confirm कि UPI उन्हीं का है कि नहीं। अगर हम किसी को ट्रांजैक्शन, किसी ने बोला कि सर ये लिंक पे क्लिक करो आपका क्रेडिट कार्ड का लिमिट डबल हो जाएगा, तो उनको पता रहना चाहिए हमेशा बैक ऑफ द माइंड कि साइबर सिक्योरिटी, शुड आई क्लिक विदाउट वैलिडेशन? सो दैट कल्चर यू शुड डेवलप बाय ट्रेनिंग योर ह्यूमन रिसोर्स। हैव अ ह्यूमन रिसोर्स विच इज स्किल्ड इन साइबर सिक्योरिटी। अगर कोई यहाँ पे ऐसा कंपनी है जो ह्यूमन रिसोर्स गैदर करता है, टेक्निकली डेवलपर्स चाहिए उनको, फिनटेक में चाहिए, ब्लॉकचेन में चाहिए, वी हैव वन कोर्स, but it is not about CDAC course, it is about those manpower who are trained in cyber security with their development methodologies also. Updates, have a regular update on your hardware and software, because as the saying goes, what was secure yesterday may not be secure today. And Windows 7 is outdated, so don't use it. So let's incorporate best cybersecurity practices and prepare ourselves to react to events when they occur. So I will take the part what ma'am says, Q&A. So with some slides I've kept Q&A, ma'am, and then we can end it. So missing pieces are the Q&A, because as he said in 3 Idiots, अरे भाई कहना क्या चाहते हो? तो वही मेरा पॉइंट है कि आप कहेंगे कहना क्या चाहते हैं, कि इतना चीज करना है, हमें पता भी है, लेकिन ये क्यों पीसेस क्यों नहीं ब्लॉक में है कि हम साइबर रेजिलिएंट हो पा रहे हैं? तो कुछ कुछ स्टेप्स राइट डायरेक्शन में हो रहे हैं। जैसे आज का कॉन्फ्रेंस है, दिस इज अ स्टेप इन द राइट डायरेक्शन टू डिस्कस द फिनटेक, टू डिस्कस द साइबर रेजिलियंस इन इट। देयर इज वन drill performed by India and UK to perform virtual drill for cyber resilience. It was conducted by Cyber Resilience Group of NCSC, National Cyber Security Coordinator, coordinated by PMO of India. And another step in right direction is we have recently launched with this thought of, I had a discussion with Mr. Shashwato from Bengal Chamber. We had a launch 6 months, 900 hours postgraduate diploma course only for you guys, your sector, which have a fintech and blockchain specialization with cyber security. वो जो भी सीख रहे हैं अभी, वो साइबर सिक्योरिटी के अलाइन ही सीख रहे हैं। अगर वो आपके 6 महीने बाद आपके कंपनी में आते हैं, यू वुड बी रिलैक्स्ड कि ओके ही नोज एवरीथिंग। डेवलपमेंट अगर वो कर रहा है तो वो साइबर सिक्योरिटी सोच के ही कर रहा है, ऐसा नहीं कि उस पर कोई अटैक कर पाएगा। अगर वो कोई सर्वर ले रहा है आपसे तो वो हार्डनिंग कर रहा है। सो विद दिस थॉट वी हैव डिजाइन दिस course, and this manpower would be very fruitful for you, those who are willing to take it. So with this thought, I will rest my motion here, rest my thought here. And recently, with my previous experiences, this was put up कि after a session on cyber security and cyber resilience, we had some takeouts कि सर 10 दिन बाद ही किसी पे अटैक हो गया, नॉर्मल फिशिंग मेल भेजा और वो कोई उस पर ट्रैप में आ गया। इसलिए जैसा इन्होंने कहा है कि बोलते सब हैं, करता कोई नहीं है। ये हमारा मोटिव रहना चाहिए आज के बाद कि एटलीस्ट हम इसको काट पाएं, कि अगर हम लोग सर बोल रहे हैं कि लिंक पे क्लिक नहीं करेंगे तो नहीं करेंगे, अगर हम सिक्योरिटी ऑडिट कराएंगे तो हम ऑडिट कराएंगे। दीज थिंग्स जो बेसिकली हमने डिस्कस किए हैं, वी विल कम इनटू दिस।
Thank you, Mr. Jha. Actually, we don't have much time to go into the question and answer session. So thank you, Mr. Jha. And this is the last session, B2B session. and this is a 10-minute session. We request Mr. Vineet Tyagi, Chief Technology Officer of Biz2Credit. He is participating with us virtually. So, Mr. Vineet Tyagi, please.
Well, a very good evening to all of you. I hope I'm audible. Unfortunately,
Yes, you are audible.
I could not be there in person, but delighted to be a part of this conference and invited to have the closing address. There's not much time left, but what I wanted to share, and I have a slide deck that I'll share with you and run through quickly. So what I wanted to talk about in this section was how Biz2Credit and Biz2X is bringing worldwide global innovations to be applied to India, and especially in the financial technology segment. So just to kind of set a context to that, and kind of give you a little bit of background, I'll share my screen, and hopefully that should be visible as well. That would be about Biz2Credit. So what gives us the right, or what gives me the right to stand up and say that we are applying something which is proven, which is world class, that we are bringing to India? So moving on, I think this is what we have achieved. I think we are one of the pioneer. We actually pioneered the concept of financial and digital lending in the US. So back in 2011, when we started our business in US, specifically focused to SME lending in the United States market, we conceptualized the business to be run totally on the cloud, totally without a branch network, and without any feet on the street. And as we even today, after 11 years, know, it's easier said than done. But what we were able to achieve, in these last 11 years, were that we were able to prove that this is possible. We have built the technology, and end-to-end technology, that allows us to run a non-bank lending business in US, which is now grown to $9 billion plus in total originations, out of which $5 billion we only did during the COVID period last year. And the technology that we created for running this business, this very profitable business in US, we also took that technology and converted it into a product that we now offer and deploy for global financial institutions across the world as well. So moving on, I think these are some of the customers. It's not that we're just saying, that we've done it at our scale only. We have deployed this technology with a lot of banks globally in Canada and US, India, and even in Australia. And you could recognize some of these names, which are, banks which we work with, partners we work with in India as well. So what are these opportunities in small business lending in India, where we think we can bring some of these world-class, things that we've done and achievements we made in the US and apply to India? Now, before I move on, I think a little bit about, the context. I'm sure all of you are very familiar with this, but, some of the key talking points here that I would, like all of us to focus is on the fact that if you really look at the MSME segment in India, it's currently not 100% accurate quantifiable, but majorly quantifiably accurate, that it's about 30% of the India's GDP is produced by or contributed by the small sector industry. And the another good benchmark to say what can happen is that if you look at US about 80-85% of their GDP is contributed to by the SME sector there. So if we have to become a developed economy, or increase our economy, the contribution of the GDP to GDP for the SME sector has to improve. And let's say even if it is improved, over 20% over the next 5 or 10 years, there's a lot that needs to happen. And why SMEs are not able to grow, or what will help them grow, undeniably is access to credit or access to capital, working capital, growth capital, both. And the total supply of, MSMEs, if you really quantify, it's almost 85% of the MSME need is still underserved in terms of credit, because it's being served by informal sectors. So there is a huge need that needs to be met by the credit sector in India, and we strongly believe that financial technology or fintech play is going to accelerate that. And our experience being applied to the Indian sector, two, three other things which we feel very strongly about. One of which is that India is on a cusp of a very big age dividend, as all of us know, or maybe not for, from a census data, 2020 census data, about 54% of our population is under 24 years. And these people are digital native people. They're born up with, unlike me, I was not born with, in the world where their cell phone was a norm, or, we knew how to use this intuitively. There is about 70 crores of people in India who are intuitively born in the digital age. They're digital native. They live their lives digitally. They perform business digitally, and they will be gainfully employed in building the nation. They'll be the core of our MSME business. They'll be the next generation of our business growth, and many of them will be entrepreneurs. So there is a huge leapfrog we've also made now in terms of our digital footprint. And I've lived, worked, and we run a business and service a business in US. So I can say for sure, and I can tell you, I take pride in sharing that with you, all of you as well, that, India is far ahead in terms of digital adoption and digital data availability in terms of business, etc. Even, compared to developed countries like US. So if you bring all of this together, there is a way to, kind of solve this problem. And we are applying technology to solve this problem to make India's SMEs Atmanirbhar. And that's happening by an endeavor that where we call Madhyam. And Madhyam is one way that how, our world-class technology or, financial technology we are building to allow this growth engine to happen. And talking a little bit more about that, how that happens, is we are creating a middleware platform, or we've actually created a middleware platform where, on one hand, if you look, there is tremendous digitization happening, where these MSMEs and other, kind of players are getting aggregated. So it started with Ola and Uber, where, all the taxi drivers got aggregated. It perpetuated with, Zomato, Swiggy, Dunzo, and so many other, delivery applications. And it's penetrated down to sectoral level to, just about all the aspects of, the economy. While we are not used to consuming these services because these are not B2C services, but there's so much B2B consolidation and aggregation that's happened through technology. Pharmacies is aggregating the pharmacies. Not many of you might know, but I know because we work in this sector that there is a stainless steel bazaar, B2B aggregator, where all the stainless steel, crockery, not crockery, or utensil manufacturers, can get and buy together, and their supply chain and whatnot. So this tremendous digital aggregation is allowing tools and efficiencies of aggregation, either from a buying or selling behaviors to come to these businesses. But it also creates non-linear data sets which is beyond your regular credit bureau, your regular understanding of cash flow, that can be useful in helping them get access to credit. And that's exactly what Madhyam does, is it brings our understanding of credit assessment using non-linear and alternate forms of data, and deploying it in the Indian context and making these tools available to both aggregators and lenders, so there can be better matchmaking and financial inclusion. among SMEs. So it's one platform that we've created, three ecosystems, but bringing it all together. For the lenders, we are bringing ability to increase their business growth, accelerate that. NBFCs and smaller financial institutions which are more geographically focused don't have the wherewithal to invest in the overall technology aspect. We are offering them the tools, and these are state of the art based on AI, ML, tools that can help them increase their prospect to funding ratio, reduction in the loan underwriting process through process efficiency and deployment of a lot of fintech. We're offering right from origination to the sunsetting or collection, NBFC in a box, as we call it, so that any NBFC can come partner, and we will help them originate. We'll get them connected to the aggregators, to the help them source business. And as we expand this ecosystem, we'll also help them get connected to the sources of capital, because as NBFCs and lenders, we also help get that. The other thing that we are doing for aggregators is we are helping them monetize, their network that is there. We're helping them get, or their constituents or their merchants can get access to growth or working capital in point in time and as often and as quickly as needed. And we are also fundamentally then helping the SME who's at the center of this ecosystem more consented, more choice driven, more seamless, and more digital access to credit. So we're heavily committed to bringing our technology, world class technology that as shared we have already perfected in US and many other geographies across the world, and then helping our SMEs become Atmanirbhar. For the lenders, beyond these tools, what can we bring? We bring superior understanding of credit risk. We know that MSMEs, the biggest thing is cash flow. Corporate risk is there, but it's not that big a factor. But you can automate and look at the right things. So we are bringing this methodology that we call the biz analyzer methodology. So superior underwriting capability for lenders that is available to the lenders, which can be NBFCs and banks as well, because a lot of banks are joining Madhyam as well. And then we are offering these tools to everyone. Our loan management system, or Madhyam, which is everything baked into one, or our NBFC in a box solution, or our collections management suite. It's modular in nature. We are helping the industry literally gain from it. We're not your regular vendor. It's not like we're selling software. We do a good skin in the game way of working and partnering, where we are not just directly selling through license. We are also giving you the tools and also investing in your growth. And in return, can take more OpEx driven licensing than CapEx driven licensing as well. I talked about FarmEasy. FarmEasy is actually a user of our systems of Madhyam. One of the recent examples where we're helping them lend to the pharmacies, and Madhyam is helping connect Retail.io, which is their lending arm, connect to multiple lenders. Because if you really look at it, among the 120,000 plus pharmacies that are a part of FarmEasy network, there is a wide variety and spread of what defines this cohort of pharmacies. So on one hand, there is the pharmacy that's probably doing 5 to 10 lakhs a month of ordering and pharmaceutical sales. On the other hand, there is a smaller variety of it which probably doing 25 or 20,000 or maybe even 50,000 of selling a month, and their needs are very different. And hence what really happens is that the smaller set of pharmacies, which are maybe more than 60, 70, 80% of the total count, what really happens then is that they are the sector that is underfunded or under credit delivered. we are connecting them with the right kind of people. There is always a lender who can give a 25,000 rupee loan to in that geography or in that sector. It's just that how do you connect all of these together? How do you give technology that brings all of this together? So with Madhyam, we are helping pharmacy realize the growth potential that these pharmacies have and everything. So I think we are, bringing all of this together. We are, investing in India's growth. We are also assuring and making sure that we are a built out of India success, a global success, which has been built out of India. Our product and technology was always built from India. So we are just helping realize India's growth potential by utilizing what we have learned, what we have, created in terms of IP back into the country's growth. So I'll take a pause here. Thank you very much. My apologies, I could not be there in person to experience meeting all of you, but I hope my thoughts were useful, and I don't know if there is a capability or a way to address or your questions, but if there is, maybe I can take a few questions.
Thank you, Mr. Tyagi, because as we are approaching the end of this program initiative today. So we thank all of you, and this is our first initiative, and we will definitely continue and connect SMEs with fintechs and other platforms, digital platforms to enhance their businesses. So thank you for attending the program, and good night.